objectively lying. Not like I don't speculate on whether like because there's always an element of lying. There's being wrong, and then there's lying.
Yeah.
They're not just like, oh, I did this to be wrong. Because they have other tabs, and those values are different in those other tabs. That means they had to intentionally change it for this tab, and they did that for a reason. They know what they're doing. They didn't accidentally change the tilt of the camera and the visibility distance.
No, I agree with that. No, all of this is very intentional data.
Yeah, so look at the ray trace graph, right?
I want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Oh, wait.
It's in the chat, bro.
Okay, let me look in the chat real quick. So I'm kind of... Oh, yeah, okay. I was looking at this. This is what I was... Yeah, let me see.
Okay.
So they're saying that...
So if you look at
let me just look at it on my...
Yeah, let's cover the run on the right first. So when I said inverted images, you see how those rays cross over? They cross over each other.
Right side, yeah, I know.
Yeah, yes. That means that that image would invert, so it would flip over. Okay, because what he's doing, he's calculating a point out there in 3D space and the light path it would take to reach the camera. So if the lower one crosses a higher one, and the higher one crosses the lower one, that means there would be an inverted image of whatever's out there, right? So this would create an inverted image, but if you notice, it's like way beyond where the horizon would be. So what you see is in his so-called simulator is that the water appears like high, super high in the air, because the bottom part went up and the top part went down. Anyway, so if you look at the left part, it has the temperature profile at a corresponding distance. So if you look at this, like look at the temperature, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and all of a sudden at some distance it just goes freaking vertical, right? So you have you would have a crazy temperature gradient in it goes from 0 degrees temperature gradient, or 0 degrees Celsius to 20 degrees Celsius in the space of 100 meters?
Okay.
Now think about that.
I see there's like, I'm trying to kind of figure out, are these graphs that are on here in direct relation to, because what I see is...
These graphs correspond to the 2 oil platform simulation.
Okay.
These are the values that they're using for the quote-unquote atmosphere.
Oh, okay. It's actually right. Reading the card explains the card. There's actually an explanation of this right underneath. Okay.
Yeah.
Temperature profile, of course.
Yeah. So at between 0 meters and 20 meters elevation, right? The temperature rises, freaking 10 degrees Celsius.
Mm-hmm.
So that means, think about it, that if you went up from sea level to 20 meters above sea level, right, 100 feet, the temperature would rise 10 degrees, right? So 60 degrees at the surface and 75 degrees right above the surface.
Okay.
Which is unphysical. It is totally this does not happen in reality, dude. You never climbed a 10-story building and it's 10 degrees hotter at the top than the bottom, assuming you're on the outside, right? Like that might happen if they have bad heating and cooling inside, and you'd probably be actually pissed if you hired an HVAC guy and that was the case, right? Why is it 60 degrees on the first floor and 70 on the fucking second floor? You'd be pissed off. You're like, you guys messed something up, right?
I will say I do. I've been on a few many hikes in my time, and I mean, you notice a slight. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to quantify it as like being, it's 10. I can't like hold my finger up to the window and be like 10 degrees Celsius on the. I don't know, but it does feel warmer. I always attributed that, as not being a scientist. I just was like, I'm closer to the sun, so more sunlight's hitting me. That's kind of how I looked at it.
But this is like if you climbed a tree and once you got to the top of the tree, it was 10 degrees hotter.
Yeah, I'm seeing that it also is referring to the deriving equations from. So I'd have to read that. This is the fun part, but also the strenuous part. Is like I definitely see the logic here, and in order to have like even a opinion about it, I feel like I'd need to do a lot more reading than I currently have, which is
Yeah.
awesome.
Well, I mean, you just under like you mentioned the logic, right? So let's break down what the argument is. The argument is this observation is possible if there is a special case rare weather condition. Okay, let's take that as true at face value. Now let's go out into reality and see if that's actually the case of what's happening. No, it's not. Do you know how we know it's not? Because we have repeated over and over and over and over again this same observation in that rare weather condition is the one where it make the rigs appear cut off. So you can't claim the special case weather condition is actually the general case, and the general case is actually the special case, because their argument is this is just a special one-off weird weather day. Which I could say, yes, there are weird weather days. But are the weird weather days letting you see farther, or are they making you see shorter? And it appears from the evidence that but the observation is the exact opposite of the claim of what they're claiming is happening.
I see what you're saying.
Because I agree. I agree. If the globe was true and there was a weird weather condition, you'd be able to see incredibly far, but it would happen very rarely, right?
Yeah.
But it's not happening.
Well, I wouldn't say to know how rare it is, because especially over the
how rare it is, because we have a guy that's been going out there for 2 fucking years every 3 or 4 days, man. We do know how rare it is.
Yeah, I also want to, if you can link, or what did you say was I've actually heard the phrase before. What was the YouTube channel that was from? You said it earlier.
Pavlov's dog. I'll post the link.
Pavlov's dog. That's it. I knew it was something I'd heard before.
Yeah, he goes. He works at USC Davis. So he goes to parking lot 6 that overlooks the water where these oil rigs are. It's at he knows the elevation. It's like 64 feet or 84 feet or something. And he just sets up the camera in the exact same parking spot in the exact same place and just does a horizontal pan across the water and sees, hey, where's the oil rigs in relation to the horizon? And it's almost invariably beyond the oil rigs, when the oil rigs, should only be see like half of them. Okay. And this has been done repeated over and over and over again.
I do see at the bottom here of this thing that the guy who's doing this simulation, I guess, I didn't even know. I thought this was like a thing, but this is apparently a person. But he says, I don't know the temperature gradients from the original images. There are probably many possible similar gradients that can produce the images, is what his claim is. He had to do trial and error to figure out a temperature profile that produced a similar image. So, and to me, when I read that,
that's what he did. I mean, I'll give him credit. I've never read that part, which he admitted that he basically fudged around until he got something that quote unquote looked like what he wanted.
Yeah, and that is kind of, I mean, honestly, that's really how it sounds. That is kind of the scientific process of things, but to an extent, I mean, again, if he's throwing in like random numbers that don't make sense at all, then yeah, I would say that's fair.
Listen, I'm trying to be respectful. That is not the scientific process, because that's doing postdictions, not predictions. You're supposed to make a prediction, not a postdiction.
Well, yeah, and then I'm saying the process of like testing that hypothesis, right?
No, this isn't a test of the hypothesis, because a test of hypothesis would be like to get the weather and then go, hey, this is what I should see, and then going out and see if you see that. What they're doing is seeing something and then changing parameters until they get their model to fit the observation. That's called cherry picking and confirmation bias, right? You're trying to fit the observation to the model, as opposed to having a model and then going out there and confirming the model from observation.
I understand that.
To
My only
reverse
thing that I would say is that the reason that they do it on this is because they don't want to have to stand. If they can
they
add
don't
the
want to do the experiment.
temperatures, you don't have to stand outside and observe it to know that
Well, tough
certain
shit,
temperatures
dude.
work certain ways,
Well,
right?
that's tough shit, dude. That's how the scientific process works. You don't want to do the observation and gather empirical evidence? Well, tough shit. Like, that's too
I kind of
bad, bro.
agree with you, man. I think that it would be easy enough to do the test. You should set out a thermo camera
Easier than
or
that.
whatever it's called that can like pick up temperatures and all that. They could just set up a camera 24/7 on a certain point. They could easily
Yeah.
do that. You're right.
I mean, this has been done. I mean, they have like webcams and shit. So Skunk Bay is like a famous one where they're filming and the horizon's moving up and down, right? So,
Okay.
yeah. So, like, if they don't want to do the observations, then they're basically saying, "Yeah, I don't want to conform to the scientific method. I want to do it some other way." So, I mean,
Yeah, fair enough. I mean,
fine
I can
on
see
you.
like, yeah,
The
it's fair
problem I
enough. You
have is
should have to
people
go
reach
out and do the
conclusions.
legwork, right?
Yeah. So, but people reach conclusions like you, right? So they have a website. The website
Mhm.
makes it a whole bunch of claims, and people think somehow this website conforms to like the scientific method, or it actually is making a prediction and it fits the globe prediction, where it's actually a post-diction, and they're fitting the parameters and the variables until they get something that matches a particular model. That's like they complain about this in astrophysics, physics all the time. That this it's called parameter fitting, right? So what they try to do is create enough parameters, like basically sliders that they can move around to make any model fit any observation.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that is basically, I mean, I actually agree. I think if you want to claim that something is empirically true, then you should have to empirically prove that, like go out and do it. I totally agree. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. This isn't like something, I mean, we apparently, according to some people, can go out into space. With that, if we have that technology, then we should easily be able to set up a camera somewhere and just monitor. I mean, they have 24-hour cameras in space apparently, and 24-hour cameras monitoring like eagles' nests. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility for them to actually do this test. And I understand the disconnect of like information and saying, well, you're saying this and like you can put all these equations in there, but it doesn't mean that it's true just because you're fitting it. And I totally get that. So that's what I'm saying. Like even him, he's whoever this person is saying, I don't know all the stuff, but he's trying to simulate it. So I would not take this at face value necessarily. I mean, I trust. I think the thing is I'm a layman, so I trust people that I deem smarter than me in certain areas. But you know, that's a slippery slope sometimes. So this is why
Are
I
you
mean, this is
blessed?
kind of my fascination though. I'm absolutely fascinated with learning about this stuff. This is a whole new thing for me to read about. It's actually
Are you
really
guys flat
enjoyable.
earthers or are you globe earthers?
Hey, really
It's a
quick,
mixture of
I
people.
do have to get out of here for a bit, but I appreciate the conversation. Genuinely, it's been a good one for me, at least.
Yeah, man. Next time, I appreciate it too. Next time you come back, maybe we can go over some different topics, some more observations, right? Dig into it a bit deeper. And I was the same as you. I was very skeptical until I actually went out and did about 20 different observations myself. Not that you would have to do that because back then when I did that, there wasn't all of these videos available right on the internet because
Sure.
it was back in 2017. There was a smaller amount, but now there's so much. You don't really need to go do it yourself, but to see it with your own eyes is definitely good. Now, what's interesting is that the majority of time that people actually go out and do these observations, they're seeing magnitudes further. So to have these crazy rare weather conditions so consistently is just it's a silly argument. And the reason that they don't have counter observations in the real world from the globe side is because when you go out, you don't see the geometric horizon where it should be. You don't detect that Earth curvature. You don't have that obstruction in the real world. That's why they don't have.
They're coming in real quick. So I
Yeah.
posted a link to Pablo's dog. So
Okay.
just to also follow up what DJ said, you don't see that geometric horizon in the real world. All his videos capture. There's some rocks, and I think there's a name for these rocks, something point or something. And from his location point, these rocks, this like little jetty of rocks that stick out, they're 18 miles away. He should never see them in any observation ever. Sees them every single time. Every single time they're right there. It's like on the left. It's like when he starts panning from left to right, they're on the left side of the pan sticking out from the shore, and then he pans to the right out into the open ocean. But these rocks should never be visible because they're only like 3 feet high and they're 18 miles away. And there should be something like 16 feet of curvature blocking his view of them, but he sees them every single time. Every time.
Okay. I actually thought it was Pavlov's dog, like but that's, yeah, I see it in here. I'll check it out. I'm also gonna, before I come back, I'm gonna read into some more stuff so I have at least a new basis to talk on. I'm gonna watch that full video of the debate. I don't think I can squeeze 2 years of videos into an afternoon, but I will start watching it. But yeah,
A really good
like I said, I mean, I
argument
appreciate.
against.
I was just gonna say I appreciate y'all being cordial, at least with discussing.
Yeah.
Same with you, bro.
All right. Well, y'all have a good rest of your day. Okay. I
Yep,
might be in
you
here
too,
later.
man.
Actually, I don't know. But
All right. There'll be someone around. All right. Have a good day. Catch you
guess
next
so.
time.
Take it easy, man.
All right,
Man,
Rahul.
DJ, can
you're
I
up.
speak?
Yes.
I have a. Are you a flat earther?
Yes.
So, do you believe in gravity? Gravity exists, right?
No, not
is
in the
that,
sense that you believe it.
I mean, if you drop in two bodies that have mass attracts each other, that's true, right? Or
If you
don't believe in it?
if you drop something that's more dense than the surrounding medium, it's going to sink through the medium, right? Like a
Yeah.
rock in air.
Yeah.
Or a tennis ball in air, but if we change the medium, right, or we change the object, it behaves differently.
Yeah.
So if I drop a helium balloon, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the air. If I drop you get it, right? So it's to do with
Yeah.
the density relationship and the medium's density.
The gravity is still there. It's just that the buoyancy is more than the gravity. That's why it's raising up.
Yeah, so that's how you would explain it on a globe, right? You need to have some kind of attractive force or pseudo force on a globe to be able to have explanations for things that don't make sense, like oceans sticking to the outside of a ball and all of that kind of thing. And why doesn't Rahul float off up into space, right? You need attractive force on the globe. So you need to have something like that for the globe. But in reality, the Earth is not a globe, right? We're on a stationary, right, a non-moving flat plane within an enclosed system. Now, we don't need to have that gravity. We don't need to explain things like oceans sticking to the outside of a ball. Now, we can validate through testing anywhere, anytime, why things rise or why things sink in nature. Now, what it's going to come down to at the end of the day is why is down, down, and why is up, up.
Yeah.
But we can easily validate why things sink, right? If something's more dense than the medium, it's going to sink. And if something's less dense than the medium, it's going to go up. Now, on your globe, obviously, you need gravity. But in reality, what I would say reality is we don't need that.
Okay. So why do you think less denser objects rise and the denser objects sink? Why do you think that? What is the reason
because of the displacement of the object. So nothing just sinks by itself, right? Nothing just falls in nature. Things seek equilibrium. Now the rock, let's say we have a rocket sitting on the ground, the rock will never move, right? The rock will stay there forever unless some kind of outside force comes along and displaces the rock. Now, if you come along and you exchange some of your energy, right, to force that rock out of its place of rest, right? You've displaced that rock. And then when you release the rock, it's simply going to try to re-seek that state of like equilibrium or state of rest within the medium.
Yes.
And it's going to do that based on its density and the density of the medium. Yeah. So the force is going to be applied by whatever displaces the object, whether it be energy from the sun or the wind or a person, whatever it is, something needs to be displaced to have that effect of something falling. Okay.
Yeah, I got your point. What you're stating is an observation, but you're not providing a reason for it. I mean, you have an observation that the bodies which have less density raises up, and the bodies which have high density sinks down. That's an observation.
Mm-hmm.
What is the reason for it to be like that? Why can't denser objects rise up? What is the reason that you provided? A pretty good reason would be gravity and buoyancy, but you seem to have another reason. So I would like. Well,
that's the claim. That's the claim from the globe side, right? So I'm claiming that nobody knows, right? Nobody can scientifically prove why down is down and why up is up.
There are
what you're claiming that there's gravity, right? Is the cause of the effect. We all observe the effect. Now you're claiming to know the cause of the effect. We're not making that claim. I say nobody knows. Now, if you want to claim it's gravity, then we would ask you to present your scientific experiment that's been repeated and validated to show that the cause of the effect is what you're claiming it to be. But you're not going to be able to provide that. We already know this.
I can provide it. You see, in vacuum chambers, even lighter objects sink down. Like if you got a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber.
Let me cut you off. Sorry, let me cut you off really quickly. Okay, so all a vacuum chamber is you're removing most of the air. So you're just creating an extremely light medium. Okay, so things are going to roughly fall at the same rate in a vacuum chamber. So once again, we're just observing an effect. Now you're saying the cause of the effect is, I don't know if you're going with mass attracting mass or if you're going with the bending and warping of space-time, but you're claiming one way or another that the cause of the effect is something. Once again, you're just describing the effect. Okay, so it's just a less dense medium, the vacuum chamber. There's no resistance, right? So the bowling ball and the feather will roughly fall at the same rate. Maybe not exact, but approximately fall at the same rate. So we can agree on that. That's what we can observe. Now you're claiming to know the cause of the effect. Yes. That's what you need to be able to prove.
Yeah, okay, I can prove it. You see, I can prove the buoyancy is much easier to prove, right? So molecules move, molecules constantly vibrate. So when molecules constantly vibrate, they hit you with a force. Due to randomness, they will hit you and it will cause a pressure. So when there is pressure, there is if you consider like a part of an air, like, okay, for simplicity, let us just consider a glass. If you consider a part in the water, for it to stay up, okay, you don't believe in gravity, right? Yeah.
It's not something I should have to believe in, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't think I live on a spinning space ball, right? We don't need to have this gravity to explain oceans sticking to the outside of a ball and burning balls of gas in vacuums and things that you're claiming, right? What you're meant to be showing is just, no, it's not about, this isn't about belief, right? This is about what type of empirical evidence can you provide to back your claims.
Yeah.
So we don't want explanations, right? Explanations, you guys have explanations for everything. We get that. For most things, there's an explanation. We want to see the scientific validation of the explanation when it comes to certain things like what you're talking about right now, gravity.
Yeah. You see, science can explain everything up to a point. Even they know it only up to a point. After some point, they don't know the reason to it. So
Exactly. It's something like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, right? When they ask him what is gravity, he says we have no idea what gravity is. Like we
yes,
can observe an effect, right? But what is gravity? Where does gravity come from? We have absolutely no idea. Okay? So
that is right.
it's just something that you have to have if you want to claim your globe Earth with all of this orbiting planets and burning balls of gas and oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning water ball, all these kind of things. You need to have gravity, right? You need to defend gravity to the death, or you can't have your globe.
Yes. So
Right, but
what is
you're not able to prove what gravity is in the first place. Like, what is gravity? Where does gravity come from? Can you show me the varying and manipulation of gravity? Right, show me gravity affecting gas molecules, for example. Right, through scientific experimentation. I already know that you're unable to do that, so I'm not even going to ask you to try.
Mm, I mean, I didn't get your point. You said that we can't prove gravity. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, you will just give explanations, right, and point
Yeah.
out different observations.
But that is still a better example than saying like it depends on the medium. Uh, like you don't have a better explanation to that, right?
Why does your explanation only work on a globe?
No, our explanation.
Yeah, why does it only
See,
work on a globe?
see, with the certain physical laws, there is only one world. Like there are there are a set of physics laws through which only one type of a world can exist.
Yeah,
If
why
you
is
change
that?
one part, I mean that's common sense, man. I'm trying to
No, it's
give you
not.
an example.
It's definitely not common sense. You can't explain it.
Man, what I'm trying to say is, let's say if you have different portions of paint, let's say if you're making certain color of a paint, if you if you take certain parameters, if you take a certain amount of each paint, then there is only one, for example, if you took equal amounts of all the colors, the resulting color will only be in a particular shade. If you have same parameters, the result will always be the same. You can't have another result to using this
Yeah.
same
Let me ask you a
ingredients.
question. Okay, pause. How do
Yeah.
you know that when things are falling down, that they're going to a center and not just down?
For it, like you can't prove. Okay,
Yeah, that's the problem.
so what is down?
Well, we measure the surface. It's not curving.
When did you measure the surface?
I'll let DJ take it. I have to step back. But that's what our community does. We do that.
Okay, like do you have actual proof that? Okay, what's your point? That I tried to prove it using gravity, but that was
Yeah,
my
we
main
have
point.
when he says measures the surface, he means we have long distance observations, laser tests,
Okay.
and horizon observations that demonstrate that the expected drop over distance that would be expected from
Okay.
a sphere is not actually observed in reality.
Okay, sure. Okay, what do you believe in? Like, do you believe that sun is in at the center of the solar system? What do you believe? What's
Gosh,
your
I
version of
thought
it?
you'd be way. We can talk about my beliefs if you want, but that has nothing to do with what I just said, which is the objective measurements that completely blow your globe out of the water, smash it to bits, and it doesn't actually exist. Like, I would have thought you'd be way more interested in that. Like, hey, tell me more. You guys have actual measurements that can be tested, repeated, and verified in the real world that conclusively demonstrate the mathematics of a sphere is not what we actually observe in reality. Like, doesn't that seem interesting?
Yeah, okay, go on. If you're passionate
Yeah.
about it. Yeah.
Okay, I am passionate. Yeah, you're right. You betcha. So, yeah, I'll just share with you in the side chat there. The observation I've personally seen, which is the skyline of the city of Chicago, across Lake Michigan. Have you ever been to Chicago?
No, I've
Cool
never
place.
left India, so
Okay, well, maybe you will one day. You never know. Anyway, so
yeah,
the
yeah.
skyline. So this is a regular sight from across Lake Michigan, looking toward Chicago from Michigan. Lake Michigan is one of the Great Lakes, some of the biggest
Okay.
lakes in the world. So
Yeah, yeah.
if we globe according to the calculations that you would do for a sphere, which I can show you how those calculations are derived if you're interested, the curvature
Okay,
would
sure.
at a rate of roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So because that's an exponential increase, by the time you get up to 52 miles, which is what this is, there should be over 1,800 feet of curvature hiding the tallest building completely, and yet we regularly see the entire skyline of the city of Chicago from across Lake Michigan. This is just one example. This is one counterexample which destroys the faulty mathematical conjecture that we live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. So we're taking the math of the globe given to us, we're testing it in reality, and we're finding that it fails.
Okay, sure. So what? I have to check the calculations.
Yeah, okay.
Are you sure about the calculations? Because I can't do speed math, so.
I can show you the Earth curve calculator. There's a lot of different
Yeah, okay.
ones. You can just.
Okay, I'll
And
check.
I mean, that one's just like putting input and getting the output. We can also get into like where
Yeah, okay,
the
I'll just
numbers
check
come
it
from
later. But
to start with.
yeah,
Hmm.
okay. My point is that this could be true, but cameras have a. Oh, okay. This should not. Oh, light also has mirages also do happen. So that
Yeah,
could have been.
mirages do not explain the Chicago skyline observation. What type of mirage would you postulate this is, and would you draw a ray diagram for me of how that would be produced?
I should do some work. I think I can't do
Yeah,
it.
you totally should. Yeah, you totally should, because others have tried that excuse and failed. It doesn't explain the observation. It's not the way mirages work. It's not going to produce a skyline. Not to mention, I mean, I wouldn't expect you to be convinced by this necessarily, but just anecdotally, this man, Rob Skiba, I can show you the video of that where he kept the Chicago skyline in his sight and went all the way across the lake. So, and it was still there. So, in other words, like I could take you. Raul, is that your name?
Yeah.
Is your name Raul? Yeah.
You can give.
Yeah, I could put you in we could be in a boat and, like Clockwork Orange, I'd put toothpicks to prop your eyelids open, make you stare at that skyline the entire way. And then we'd get out and you still were not allowed to blink. I'd take you over there and make you touch one of the buildings. And then you tell me it's a mirage, right? That's kind of crazy. It's just these kind of copes that people come up with to kind of try to explain things away. But it just, refraction, it's a chant. It's a little fairy tale magic wand that recalcitrant globe believers try to use to explain this away because it's difficult to face the fact that the globe is just a story you were told. It's not really there.
Are you going to play Beethoven in the background?
I think so, India. You think that'd be good? Bring my little. I'll play that on my phone.
Okay, Dandelion, can you give me two?
Joke. What?
I always lost.
Can you give me some more points and I'll just look through all of them and come back later?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're going to look through all of them and come back later. Yeah, what an invitation. Yeah, so that's a long distance observation. Now I'll give you a laser test. So
Okay.
This particular one was done by FE Corps. I mean, actually, it's not one. It was a series of observations that they did. The one I'm going to talk about, but you can open up this video and go watch it later. There's
Okay.
also an accompanying PDF that talks about their documentation of how they did it, all their measurements, and so on. So, yeah. I gotta
Okay.
find the right one here. Oops, I'm accidentally giving you all kinds of other files. Stop all that. You don't want the lunch schedule for my child's school. Okay, there it is. So anyway, measurement 7, when you get into this PDF, which you said you're going to do
Okay.
later, it's like toward the end. You know what? I'm going to give you a gold star as a globe believer, because most of them like sit there and try to open that up and argue with me about it like in real time, which is absurd. Like I read
Yeah.
this 120 some pages back in 2019, and then I've read it again several times since then. You can't just like look at something like this and start picking stuff off, because that makes them look dumb, right? So you want to actually
Yeah.
examine it. I'm impressed. Good job. So anyway, so if you get to measurement 7, that one's 25 miles. The laser was being aimed toward the target that was 25 miles away. And this one, you'll like this one even better, since you brought up refraction, because they get into like the refractive index, what kind of difference it would make. They get into the percentage difference between the WGS 84 model and perfect sphere. And all of those things are like less than an inch in difference. When how much missing drop do you think we're talking about?
Yeah. I
We're
looked
talking
through all
about
of this.
200. Yeah, we're talking about 297 missing feet of drop. Let me look at 297 feet in meters. Let me look that up for you. 90 meters, right? Does 90 meters, you can picture that? Or do you like feet better?
I can picture meters better.
Yeah, 90 meters. Okay, so yeah, the target should have been obscured behind 90 meters of alleged Earth curve, and yet the laser hit the target.
Okay.
Yep.
I looked through this.
Yep. Okay. So since you want more things, I'm just going to give you one more thing, because these are basically kind of like the 3 branches of ways to examine the fantasy globe model and show that it has no basis in reality. The third one is the horizon observations. Were people talking about this earlier? Well, maybe that was the other. I was at the politics. I can't remember. Did you hear about the oil rigs already today?
No, I didn't.
He came in at the tail end of that.
Okay. Yeah. So this is a observation in Santa Barbara, California, Pacific Ocean. So same thing that we were just talking about with the calculations for the drop over distance. There's also calculations that you can do to calculate how far away the horizon would be if we lived on a sphere with the dimensions claimed. So the link I put under there, you see that sites.math.washington.edu? That, when you open that up, that will explain to you where these numbers are coming from. So I'm just going to tell you the numbers, and then later you can go examine that math. But and all of this is based on the given mainstream globe math, right? We're testing their math and we're finding they're wrong. It's not there in reality. So anyway, so this particular observation, and I can show you the video that it comes from also, observer height is 8 feet, the maximum. So according to the calculations from, Washington.edu, University of Washington, and any other mainstream source, the maximum distance for the geometric horizon should be 3.46 miles. So by geometric horizon, we mean that if we were on this sphere, then there would be a maximum distance at the geometric horizon where it would be, then you would have this obscuring of your view, right? So instead of what we actually observe an apparent horizon that changes throughout the day due to atmospheric conditions, temperature, and so on. So that's what we actually observe. So we test this geometric horizon, we find that it's not actually there. Here's another, one counterexample observation that shows that indeed the maximum distance of the geometric horizon is not observed in reality, because you see there that the horizon is behind the furthest platform.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the platforms are there as mile markers. That's the purpose of the platforms because they're oil rigs that were installed there at a fixed location. So that's the purpose of the oil rigs, is that they are a known distance. And I'll give you the video that this still shot is from if you want to get more details on that particular
Yeah,
observation. And then I'll give you one more link. I guess Indio doesn't like it when I put this out there because it's archived, like it can't be updated, but it still has a lot of good information in it. The list of this is like a sampling of observations that we've done and documented, and each one of these would be impossible on a globe. So the thing you might find interesting if you look in there is that there's the long distance observations, like I told you about, the laser tests, the horizons. There's also radio wave propagation, infrared photography, and so on, that are even further distances than what we're talking about.
Okay. I'm gonna add you as a friend, and when I look through all of this, probably tomorrow, I hope so, I'll just text you what's my argument is.
Great.
I'll
Okay,
come
I got
back
what?
to
Can
you.
I give you one more since you're going to study?
My God, dude, you're just
I know. He wants more homework. Like, yeah.
Just before you do that, Dandelion, I posted the Rob Skibble one that you mentioned and the Black Swan note, the video. It's all there, okay, from the image you posted. The videos are there waiting for him, okay?
Super. Yeah, he's got all kinds of stuff in there. Yeah, I was trying to find this Dr. John D video. I feel like you would like him because he explains things in a very systematic way. He's also done laser tests. He's done both laser tests and horizon observations. So scrolling through, I'll find it. Oh yeah, here's one. Yep. So he's really good at explaining things just in a very matter-of-fact way.
Okay.
All right, there it is. Yep. So yeah, Dr. John D. And then he has a bunch of other videos on his channel. So yeah, there's no end to things you can look at. Never stops. Never stops.
Okay. I'm gonna add you, Dandelion, DJ, and another guy as friends, and I'll talk to you after I study all of this.
Great. Yeah, you can add us as a friend. I mean, you can add me. DJ probably be into it in Indio.
No, my friends list is an exclusive club, man. So I don't know.
Hard to believe.
Yeah.
You've done the application process.
That's right. Fill it out in triplicate. I'm gonna send a carbon copy to my secretary.
Yeah. I didn't think you guys were like this into scientific thinking and all. I didn't think it was such a big thing. You guys actually do experiments and stuff. So it's kind
Oh
of
man, we got so many experiments, so many. like you. That's just like the tip of the iceberg. The observations that she posted, there's like over 100 on there, right? There's over 100 just visual observations. Plus, there's radio waves, microwave, infrared, mirror flashes, right? So one of the mirror flash ones, they go to what's called the Salton Sea, which is a saltwater landlocked lake. It used to supposedly be connected to the ocean. So what they do is they set up mirrors in a triangle around this lake, and they can each point of the triangle can observe both other mirrors, but the mirror should be like 128 feet under the horizon. So
okay.
Yeah, and they do those observation in visible light and infrared you know what I mean, at the same time. So like we have lots of stuff. It's a lot that we have.
Okay. I looked through all of it.
Yeah, I hope I'm here when you come back, but there'll be somebody here 24/7. So yeah, I look forward to discussing with you. It's it's refreshing to have a person who's willing to objectively examine the evidence and not just immediately dismiss it without examination. But it's a common misconception that, and you know, it's put out there. Yeah, it's purposely, you know, put out there that flat earthers are just kind of like
Yeah.
clueless. You know, don't know what we're talking
Just
about.
read the Bible and we're like, the earth
Yeah.
is flat because the Bible said so. Like, no, it's not the case. And that list, even though there's over 100, that's like 4 years old. There's so much. There's probably hundreds more than I know for a fact. There's at least another 100 that I didn't put that have not reached been put on there yet. And I could like rattle some of them off. One of them is very awesome. John D did this one too. So he took a piece of PVC pipe, right, that was like 10 feet long, and he sets it on at the water level and levels the pipe. Right, it's on like wooden things, and the wooden pieces are right level with the water. And he levels the pipe, and he takes his camera at one end of the pipe and zooms to the other shore, which is like 12 kilometers away. Now, the purpose of doing it this way is that because you're looking down a narrow pipe, only rays which are parallel to the pipe can actually reach the camera lens, right? All the ambient light, because the pipe, it blocks it, right?
Yeah.
It's you can see perfectly and clearly, right? So you can't have refraction or rays that are coming down at different angles actually get to the camera lens. Right, and you can see like the entire shore on the other side, and cars driving on it, and street lights, and all that other stuff. And those objects have known heights, right? So we know that their height above sea level, and he has like tide charts for when he did the observation and all that stuff. Like very thorough. They're very thorough, and the observations are simply not possible on the 3,959 mile radius globe that they say it is.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just leave.
Indio, to be fair, you should show him all the observations that the globe believers have done that show the drop over distance. Oh, wait a minute.
I'll post it right now. I'm done.
That's the point, sir. There is no observations that consistently show the globe horizon where it should be. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, and Raul, I don't know, did they, because I hope you're not, I don't know if anybody went through this with you at the beginning, but you know that we do not think that we're on a disc flying through space. I mean, speaking of misconceptions in the media about flat Earth, you realize that that is not what we think, or do you still think that? Like, do you think we think we're on a disc?
No, I'm pretty curious about what you think. Because you
Pardon?
seem to be. Yeah, I'm really curious about what you think because your views are new to me. I don't.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, the reason I said that is because they're, you know, commonly if you are just seeing flat Earth in mass media, you'll see cartoons and memes, and sometimes it's portrayed as just like a flattened out globe, like a flattened out planet, as if everything else in the heliocentric model, as if we accept everything else, we just say it's like a flattened out one, right? It's a really dumb, like it's very low level, like no one actually thinks that. It's a straw man, you know, meaning easily beaten down. So that's why it's put out there as if that's what we think, but we do not. Like we just accept this realm as being what it appears to be, flat and stationary. We make no claims as to the thickness. We definitely don't think we're flying through space. We reject the heliocentric model almost in its entirety. I don't know, maybe there's some part of it we like. I don't really, can't think of it. I mean, I guess I'm into the constellations. Is that considered part of it? Those are real. Like you can use those to navigate when you're lost at sea. But other than that, everything else is a bunch of complete nonsense, not verifiable by anything. You know, for example, the medium of outer space existing as a near vacuum adjacent to the contained atmosphere of the Earth. The sun being stationary when it clearly is moving across the sky. The sun being the distance that they claim it is. All of these things we're rejecting. Because I know earlier you did mention the sun, so I appreciate you going through all the measurements with it, because that's what we focus on. So, but I don't want you to go away thinking that we're sitting down here measuring this disk flying through space, because that's not what we're doing. Like we reject the entire heliocentric model.
Okay. So what do you think? I mean, what's your model of it?
Oh yeah, good question. That's what they always get to. So yeah, we got to it faster than we would have if we had you go away and come back. I do not have a model. Yep. Why do I need a model? I'm just living my life here. I deal with the things that are right in front of me. I take care of my garden. I can't go travel to. Do you think I can travel everywhere on Earth and make a model of it? I don't think I can do that. So I'm not making a model.
Yeah. Okay, sure. So all you can say is Earth is flat, and rest of all the claims are not verified and not true. That's your argument.
Yeah, because they're not. Yeah. Yeah. Give me a
Yeah.
claim and tell me how it's verified. If you want to go through them one by one,
No,
we can. But
I mean, I have to do my homework first,
yeah,
to
that's good.
argue,
I like
to
that.
make a
I like
point.
that direction. I like you going in that direction. That's good. Yep.
Yeah, can I bring something up regarding models? So
Please do.
we model lots of things in engineering and other fields. And they use models and they make no assertion that the model is physically real. Like physically.
Okay.
Right? So we could have a model and that wouldn't necessitate that the model confirms or whatever flat earth. It wouldn't mean anything. It's called a reification. Where you take some abstraction and claim that it has a ontologically real existence, right? It's actually a
Okay.
logical fallacy. And there's plenty of examples of this, right? There's models. So before the heliocentric model, they used a model called epicycles, where it's a geocentric model. And
Yeah.
what do the planets orbit, right? They all orbit the Earth, but they don't take like circular orbits or elliptical orbits. They make little spirals. In this method of predicting where a planet will be, is what's used in planetariums to this day, like right now. Okay.
Yeah.
So nobody thinks that model, even though it's as accurate, if not more accurate than Kepler's model, that it's physically real, right?
Yeah.
It's not it's erroneous thinking. So, and I'll give you an example of a misconception you probably have. When you go on like Time and Date or SunCalc, and you look up when's the sun going to rise, do you think that they use a globe model to make that prediction?
Pretty. I was
Predict when the
told
sun
that
comes
they.
up. Like, so you want to know when the sun comes up and when the sun goes down, right? Sunset, sunrise.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
think to do that, they say it says 5:00. Do you think that
Yeah.
that prediction, that time prediction is using a globe model?
Yeah, I do think that.
But, well, that's one of the misconceptions. They actually don't use a globe model. They use something called the equation of time. And it's based upon where the sun is in the sky, based upon this thing called the celestial equator. And that's demarked by a constellation, right? Where that is, it passes through a constellation. And where the sun is relative to that is used to predict when the sun comes up.
Okay, who does this prediction? Can I get
It's a calculation. So the U.S. Naval Observatory, SunCalc, Time and Date, those websites, they use the U.S. Naval Observatory model. It's called the equation of time. It was probably invented at the end of the 18th century because they had to figure out longitude. So this is what the longitude system is based on. The system of longitude. Okay. So the system of longitude is the solar position, and it's how we tell time, right? So we say the zero time is right, Greenwich, England, the prime meridian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many? And if you have an accurate clock, and you can, and you know your time relative to the prime meridian, you will know where the sun is.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what they use. How do they predict where the sun is? But it doesn't use a globe. It just uses a so-called celestial sphere. It doesn't really matter what you're on top of. You could be on top of anything because it's observer-centric, right? It's all the math is done from the viewpoint of the observer. And the viewpoint of the observer is not on top of anything. It's at a point at the origin of coordinates. So it's the XYZ 0, that's you. right? You're not on a globe. You're not on anything. You're floating in
Yeah.
space. There's a sphere surrounding you, and based upon what your horizontal is, right? Because your horizontal will be the horizon, and that will predict when is the sun from you at a 90-degree angle from directly overhead from zenith, right? So, and
Yeah.
that will tell you that's when the sun rises. That's it. Just what time
Okay.
does that happen? Sunrise. What time is it on the other side? Sunset. That's it. That's the whole thing. But there's no globe in it. That's just like a misconception, or kind of like a myth almost.
Yeah.
And
I
this
look
is called the
into it.
equation of time. You can look up the formulas and do them yourself and figure out when the sun rises. But you're not going to find, oh, I need to know if I'm in New York City or Tokyo, Japan to know when the sun rises. You don't need to know that. You only need to know where the sun is in the sky relative to some stars and what time it is. That's all.
Yeah. I do get that.
But this is an example where that model is not physically real in the physical sense, where they're modeling the physical reality that's around us.
Okay.
Because you're not a point floating in space, are you? I mean, I guess in some sense you are, right? Your
Yeah.
eyeball's the origin of the universe. So you see what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
that's just how the model works. And there's a bunch of these, right? So if they want to know like where an earthquake was, they use something
Yeah.
called the hyperbolic wave equation, the seismic hyperbolic wave equation, and they don't assume the
Yeah.
Earth is a globe in that. They assume that the Earth is a hyperboloid, right? A saddleback hyperboloid, or they'll model it as like on a hyperbolic circle known as a Poincare disk. So
Yeah.
they're actually not modeling. So a lot of these things, they don't use a globe to actually even model them. Like the geometry and the mathematics, if you look at those, you don't see a globe in there. You see something else, right? Because all they're trying to do is make accurate predictions, dude. They're agnostic, right? They don't care about whether it's physically real, because they know that like saying it's physically real is just a reification.
Yeah. Okay. I look
Okay.
into all of this stuff, and I want to talk something about. I want to talk something more about it later when I finish my homework. So
Yeah.
see you guys later, I guess.
Okay. Okay. I'm just laughing at sporadic, dude. He's fucking funny, bro. Poincare disk.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Right
great
in
to
the
talk to you,
PNS waves on a
Raoul. He's
Poincare
gonna-
disk, bro. We're gonna call you data dump dandelion, man. You're like freaking here, have this. Freaking he falls over.
Well, I know because he asked for it, right? They usually don't. Like, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You're like all the people that never asked for it, he got what they would have got too.
That's right. Yeah. I could have given him more, but yeah, we don't want to overload him. I think that he got a good amount of stuff that to keep him busy.
What would be
Yeah,
more
you
shocking if he
you
actually
referenced
does
some
it
good
and comes
videos.
back?
Yeah, I know. I hope he does. He might just disappear. That's what they sometimes do.
What'd you say, Jen?
Yeah. No, I was just saying she did. Dandelion did reference some good videos. So, and I thought she may not have been able to get them out quickly. So, I thought I'd be backing her up all the way there, and it was good. Just coming in just right.
You know,
As you was mentioning, I was dumping them in there.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah,
Jen.
I mean,
Thank you.
that's the argument. I'll admit I stole from Dandelion is the Rob Skiba video when they say it's refraction. I mean, you can argue about that all you want, but then Rob Skiba kind of put that to bed, dude. That's the
That's
argument
right.
about going up and touching it, right? Like I touched the building, I backed up frickin' 52 miles, and the whole time with it in my view, but that became a mirage. At what point was it? At 30 miles, it became a mirage.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I never knew the importance of that video from the weatherman when he said that was a mirage. That did start something. That did, didn't it? That one.
Started
And
touching
Rob
me,
Skipper
man,
put it to bed.
certainly.
Yeah.
Because if you know anything about mirages, you can instantly go, no, that's not a mirage. You know what I
So,
mean?
what I saw was beauty. When I saw that image, I just saw, I can't believe the earth is that flat. 50 miles, and look at what we can see. Never seen such a thing in my life. I was moved on that day I saw that. Moved as to how flat the earth was. Amazing.
Yeah, that thing
Yeah.
was like a splinter in my mind, man. Just just eating like what's going on here?
Yeah. I just couldn't get over how flat it was to be able to see that. I've traveled 56 miles and, and all over the place. I've traveled thousands of miles, but you don't think that you can see such an image from such a height. It just doesn't hit you, does it, until you actually see it. Wow, look at that. That is just amazing. Flat.
Dandelion's
Blown
seen it
away.
with her own two eyes.
Yeah, I totally did. Yeah, India, I was showing, guess what? You remember that picture I took with my iPhone back in 2020, the Chicago skyline, and then you outlined the buildings for me. I don't usually show it, but I was talking to Riding on Eggshells, and he was just so obnoxious and horrible that I ended up showing it to him. And yeah, you can see it. It's when you see it with the naked eye, it's like they're like black rectangles. You can see them in the sky. With your eye, it actually looks better than that 5-year-old iPhone photo. But
I'd like to see that photo if you've got it. I would love to see it because I've got one. My one's like from iPhone 4s, but I'd like to see your one. I'd like to see that if you've got it.
Crit zoomed in on it for me, so you can kind of see it. But yeah, do you see that? That's pretty much. I mean, it looks you can see them even better. Like they're more defined in real life. You see them there, the buildings, the rectangles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then that's what you zoom in on to get, and then Joshua Nowicki gets his images there. Like I've seen it so many times, like I know exactly where to look. Just anytime I go there, I'm just like, is it there? Is it not there? Some days the conditions are right for it to be there, other times not. Oh, thank you, Indio.
Yeah, man. Like everybody has to remember this. Like when you look at long distance observations, the ocean's typically blue and so is the sky, and we have the least amount of color contrast differentiation in blue. We have more in red. So what I usually do if it's like hard to see, you can barely see it, I just invert the color values. That's what I just did. Invert the color values in software, and when it turns to the red base color, it obviously sticks out just like it does here.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and you can, like, the iPhone photo's not good. I only did that because he was being such an obnoxious jerk that, saying that I couldn't put up Joshua Nowicki's photo and talk about my eyewitness observation. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah. But when you see it with the naked eye, it's clearer than that. Like people, you don't even have to really look for it. Like everybody's just there on the beach, like, oh, look at that, there's Chicago. It's somewhere in between this image and Joshua Nowicki's image.
Yeah, so I mean, this also goes against the argument where they say, well, you can't see it all the time. Well, yeah, because the air is opaque, right? And you can tell from this image that the air was a little bit clearer, you'd see more, and if it was a little bit less clear, you wouldn't see it at all.
Yeah. It's quite remarkable that, you got that much from an iPhone. What iPhone was this?
Oh, whatever I had in 2020, Jen. I don't know. I think I got a new one around that time, whatever one came out that year, which I don't remember what it was. I don't have that one anymore.
Jen, I got a boat 30 miles away with an iPhone 4S.
Yeah, I've got some tremendous pictures with my iPhone 4. Right.
I'll look at it. I've got it open still. I think it probably says on the picture, right? Doesn't it say somewhere? I'll see if I can find it. I forget how to. Sometimes I accidentally see, but if I want to actually see it, I don't know how to do it. How do you get the info on the picture to see what it was taken with?
I don't think iPhone offers you that, does it? Does it? Only offers you the date you took it and maybe the location.
Oh no, there it is. Apple iPhone 11. No, it's there. It's
11. All right.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I'll actually. Oh, look at this. This is nice. Actually, it shows you like the whole thing before like Crit zoomed in on the thing. Yeah, and it shows exactly where I was. Yeah, but I mean, I don't need to use that for. I mean, I don't consider my image to be a good documentation. I just was doing that for fun, like, hey, here I saw it. You know what I mean? Like, so one day maybe I'll go back there and do it the right way. But I was just on a camping trip with my children, so I was just we were just all looking at it, and it was fun.
It also looks magnificent at night as well. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
I still have a question for you, Dandelion. Are your children flat earthers as well?
Well, would you like me to put each one on the mic to answer that question? I don't know. Like they don't run around like wearing flat ear T-shirts or something. They've sat here for like 6 years listening to me talk about it. They know all the arguments. Like, yeah, but they don't go around like
When's the
discussing
test?
it that much. I know. Yeah, I should give them a test.
So
yeah.
they are not flat earthers.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you,
Like
it
you
depends
don't
on your
know.
definition. Yeah, I guess it depends on your definition. Like, I guess I would say they are. I mean, they know the
Look, bro, you
objective
have kids.
arguments. Yeah.
Would you ask your kids, like, hey, little Johnny, do you believe in ghosts? Hey, little Johnny, do you believe in elves? Hey, little, like, go have kids and figure out how you interact with kids. It's like you don't ask your kids, do you believe in black holes? Like, it's not a conversation you have. It's more like, what do you want for dinner? Why can't you tie your shoes yet? Shit like that.
Well, it's more in the way that you teach your kids science, and things that are accurate and real.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Science.
Yeah.
Of course, but if I had a kid, I would teach him science, and I would not give him
Wouldn't you have to
misinformation.
know some science first?
Well, I'm studying my master's degree in aerospace engineering, so
Okay, so that's engineering, but we're talking about science.
Yeah.
Well, it's a STEM science in engineering.
Well, STEM is an acronym for something, right? Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Of course,
It
it's
doesn't mean science, science, and science, right?
Engineers are scientists.
No, they're not scientists. If they were scientists, you'd call them scientists and not engineers.
Yeah, scientific engineers is what you would
Look,
call
do you know
them.
how words work?
They are engineers who are scientists.
No, they're not. Okay, give me a scientific
Ready,
experiment in English. Give me a scientific experiment in engineering. You're independent. Okay, don't interrupt me. You're independent variables of an engineering experiment.
A person that works in investigation.
I don't care about people. I'm talking about the practice. Engineering, doing science. Let's hear it. That's what I thought, dude. Go on mute, bro.
I just answered you.
Okay. What scientific experiment does an engineer do?
A person that does science is.
You're talking about a person. You're talking about a person. I want what they do, not who they are.
I'm telling you, a person that does investigation is a scientist.
Okay.
There you go.
If I is there midget porn on Pornhub? I'm a scientist.
Yeah, thank God there is not a major for that. So.
Well, you said if you do an investigation, you're a scientist. So I'm investigating whether there's midget porn on Pornhub. Am I a scientist now?
Well, you're creepy if you do that. You're a bit creepy.
Yeah, that's cool, but am I a scientist? So this type of argumentation is called a reduction to absurdity. Your argument reduces to an absurd freaking result.
So I'm going to tell you, a scientist is a person that uses.
You're not even listening to me.
A scientist is a person that uses a method to investigate the natural world and construct theories and construct knowledge.
Fantastic. I agree with you 100%.
There you go.
Okay, so engineers, how do they do that?
Because they have bases in physics, in mathematics. They know how to put it in practice, and besides finding solutions, they can work in investigation. And many of my teachers, they work in investigation.
Okay, so you just move the goalposts from investigating the natural world, or for theories about the natural world, back to investigation. Investigating don't mean anything. That's too general of a term. The scientific method is very specific, right? There's a specific scientific method. It isn't general investigation. It's a specific type of investigation called experiments, right? And engineers
don't do experiments.
I mean, but they not, but they do, you know. So it's not
What
like
they do.
yeah, they do.
Show me. Show me.
I mean,
Show
I'm
me an
showing you they
engineering
do.
experiment, brother.
I mean, I have colleagues of mine in my university. They do
You're
research.
appealing to people again. Every time I ask you to show me something substantial, you
I just
appeal to
told you.
people.
And I just told you.
told me about people.
And that's evidence that you're wrong.
No, it is. It's evidence about people.
Well, if I know
Yeah.
people that do research and they are engineers, they are scientists, they're doing
I
science
think
work.
you might,
You're just
hang on. You're getting a
asserting
bit-
the same wrong thing over and over and over again. I
No.
want evidence they're doing science, not they're claiming some person said, I'm doing science. So what? I wanted to see what they're actually doing so I can determine whether it's actually science. It's up to me, not up to them.
Well, but that's what they're doing. They're doing research. So
I'd be surprised if this guy's an actual
you just moved
aerospace
the, you
engineering
just moved the
student.
goalpost again. No one said they don't do research. We're questioning whether they do science.
well, science is research.
Science is a systematic investigation of the natural world and the things in it. Yes, it includes research. That's a part of it. But this is a composition fallacy of composition. Just
You
because
just assume-
something shares parts doesn't mean they're the same thing as a whole.
So just assume that scientists do research.
I'm not assuming. Yeah, they do research. Engineers do
There you go.
research. I do research. But research is not the defining element of the scientific method. You can do research and not be doing science at all. I research midget porn on Pornhub. I'm doing research. It's not scientific.
Yeah, but engineers have a background strong enough to, even if they want to do scientific investigation,
We're
they
talking
can.
about people. We're right.
And I know
back to talking
people. I
about
know people that they
Right
have
back-
engineering majors and they do
Who
scientific
gives a shit? I
investigation.
don't- Yeah, and they wear a tutu and a frickin' wear a dunce cap. So what? No one cares about what those people
Yeah, they
think
don't care
they're doing.
because
I
it's
want to know
against your
what they
point.
actually do in practice, like in
You
their
just like to
job,
fight,
in their-
man.
No,
Yeah,
I
can you
don't.
look in
Dude.
the chat?
You're like,
India,
listen,
can you
you're
look in the
like,
chat?
you're trying to do what's an appeal to authority fallacy, and you don't realize it. You're just loading logical fallacies. For them
Get
to
him to
claim
look
they
in the
be-
chat.
are do-
India.
yeah, so to claim these people are doing science, they need to be doing what science is as defined using the scientific method. In engineering, that's not what you're doing. In engineering, you want some particular result, and you're going to use whatever methods are required to get that result. And you can make models, you can make whatever. Those models don't need to be physically real. They only need to be have a specific result. It's pragmatic. It is totally engineering is completely pragmatic. And a lot of things they do, they can apply physics. So say you want to build an airplane, right?
Good.
Raga, you paying attention?
Yeah, I'm DMing a friend of mine. He's
so let's
actually
say
in
you
investigation.
want to build an
I'm gonna
airplane.
call him up to this VC because he's better than me. He's actually working in investigation. He's an engineer. So
Investigation, but he's not doing
Yes.
science. But he's not doing science.
well, he's
he's
working in
investigating.
research and investigation. So
Research and investigation isn't
He's gonna
science,
come
bro.
up to the VC.
Yeah, great. Research and investigation isn't science, bro.
Okay, you talk to him. He's far much more
He
intelligent.
can come
than I am.
here. I don't need to go to him.
Yeah, he's gonna come here.
Oh, good. He's gonna get cooked just like you are.
Yeah.
Bro,
Can you
so
get him
really
to look in the
simple.
chat, Indio?
So
posted
I
it down.
guarantee if he's an actual engineer, he's going to agree with me and not you.
And I'm saying he does research and investigation.
That is a part of science, but that's not the scientific method. Is
Yeah,
the
but it's
first
part of
step?
science.
Okay, what is the first step of the scientific method?
He's finding practical solutions to problems, and he's using science to do it, and investigating ways to research and to apply what we know to
Okay.
find solutions for problems.
He's not doing science. He's taking scientific principles and applying it to engineering problems.
Yeah.
And he's doing this by making models of how something will react in the natural world, usually based upon things that have been made out and known empirically, like how much, what is the tensile strength of this type
Yeah.
of steel? That's not known from theory. That's known from empirical testing,
Mm.
which it does not involve any type of science. right? If I drop something and measure it falling to the ground, the rate of speed at which it falls to the ground, right, or its rate of acceleration, that act alone is not science. It's not science until I go, how or why does it do that?
I know, but you have engineers that do that answer those questions.
The breaking
The how or
point.
why. They have no concern about the how or why. None whatsoever.
Yeah, you do. You have engineers that do that research.
You just, yeah, they do. I just keep saying, yeah, huh.
Especially
Yeah, huh. Do you actually have an argument?
chemical engineers, they do a lot of research, scientific
Yes,
research on chemistry.
Okay, chemical
So
engineering
you have
is different.
civil engineers that do a lot of research in civil engineering as well, especially
That's right.
chemical engineers. You're just factually wrong. There's not much I can say. You're just wrong, mate.
Yeah, I know. Nuh-uh.
No, because
everything but his own discipline. Isn't that curious?
I'm just telling you, you have chemical engineers and they do research in chemistry, and they even have Nobel prizes in chemistry. Who are chemical engineers.
Scientists have Nobel prizes in chemistry. Scientists.
They are Nobel laureates who are
give me an
chemical
engineer
engineers.
Nobel laureate. Give me an example of an engineering Nobel laureate.
Sure.
For the degree in engineering.
Oh, yeah, see, that's what you flattered.
Example.
Okay,
Well, you made a claim, and I want the evidence for the claim. Give me one example. Just one. The Nobel Prize has been around for over 100 years. Surely you have one. There's a reason Tesla didn't win a Nobel Prize.
Engineers have won Nobel Prizes, primarily in physics and chemistry. While the Nobel Prize is not explicitly awarded for engineers, many engineers have made groundbreaking contributions that fall under the categories of physics and chemistry, leading to Nobel recognition.
Does he give an example?
I'm going to give it to you now.
Okay. I want their degree. It's a degree in engineering. Okay? That's what I want. And then we're going to evaluate what they did and see if what they actually did is science.
Nobel Prize in Physics for 2014 was awarded to the following engineers for the invention of efficient blue light emitting diodes, which has enabled bright and energy-saving light sources. Isamu Akazuki.
Okay. I actually know. Listen. I actually know about this.
There you go.
That guy, he's not an. Look, he got it. Listen. He worked. I know about this guy.
I just proved you wrong. You realize that?
You didn't. No, you didn't.
I just did.
No, you didn't. He's not an engineer. He's not an engineer. You're full of shit. Okay? He's a guy from Japan. Okay? He works for a corporation with no degree whatsoever. With no degree. I heard a complete like less than a week ago, I heard a complete fucking interview with the guy talking. Telling us his background. So you better use something better than ChatGPT, dude.
I'm gonna give you some more ones.
ChatGPT said it. ChatGPT said it. You're wrong. ChatGPT proved you're wrong. That's what you sound like, bro.
There you go, bro.
An engineer.
There you go, bro. More tree. Even more.
He's not an engineer, brother.
Eugene Wigner. You can put this one here as well. All engineers.
He's not an engineer.
There you have all these ones. Paul Dirac is majored in electrical engineering.
Paul Dirac was a physicist.
Oh, he's a graduate of studied electrical engineering at the University of Bristol.
So what?
So you're wrong. You're wrong. I just proved you wrong, mate. Sorry.
Okay.
Move on.
Okay. What statement did I say that you proved wrong?
Engineers do not have Nobel Prizes, and they have Nobel Prizes, so you're wrong. And you do investigation, especially scientific investigation. So you're preparing yourself for this. You just might be okay. I was wrong,
Eugene Wigner. What is the Nobel Prize he's in, and what's his degree?
Eugene Wigner.
Okay, I want the exact degree, dude. The degree he was awarded from university. You're cutting out, bro. The degree he was awarded in university.
Can I read it?
Yeah, whatever. Well, can you read it? Do you have like a citation? Can you post anything in the chat? We're not taking your word for it. Post it in the chat. His degree. No, I'm not going to shut up, loser.
Yeah, you sound like a little girl talking.
Budapest University of technical enrolled.
Yeah, keep doing that.
Chemical engineering is a science degree. It's not an engineering degree.
It's an engineering degree.
Okay, do you know how degrees work? So you have
What do you mean?
You're blowing your mic out. You're blowing your mic out. No one can hear you. You're blowing your mic out, Spaz. No one can hear you.
I just gave you evidence. You're wrong.
You're blowing. No. Listen. Okay.
I just gave you evidence. You're wrong. You're just telling yourself.
Calm down. You're over talking me because I'm about to cook. You won't let me talk. You're trying to mute me, dude. I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you if you don't shut up and let me speak.
Yeah, you don't go crying. Yeah, cry.
Okay. If you don't let me speak, I'm gonna mute you. That's your last warning.
You're crying because I just proved you wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So I am gonna speak, whether you like it or not. Okay. So in Eastern Europe, where he got the degree, Hungary, engineering degrees are science degrees. I don't even know if they follow the Bologna structure of academia. So engineering degrees there might not, or chemical engineering might mean something else. But I want what is the exact degree, the title? So that there's a degree, the science degree is a doctor in the philosophy of science. Does he have that or not? Do you know anything about how degrees are, how they're titled? No one can hear you, Rugga. He destroyed his fucking...
I'm just done talking to you.
You destroyed your mic by freaking spazzing out.
I'm done talking to you. I just proved the evidence all in the chat, so you're wrong. Everybody, you're being embarrassed live on YouTube.
You wish.
You wish. Yeah, you just got embarrassed live on YouTube, man.
Okay, my claim was engineers don't do science.
And I just see that they do, and they have. No, you said that they don't even have Nobel prizes. That's what you said.
No, I said give me an example.
They don't have Nobel prizes.
I said give me an example.
Listen, you got embarrassed by on live on YouTube.
Yeah, so give me an example. What the only dude? Obviously, if you were right,
I'm done. Actually,
you would be calm, but you're spazzing. Right? You've been spazzing for about 5 minutes.
I'm going to talk with someone actually smart
and
enough.
You're going to keep trying to talk over me, and you're going to get bricked. Dude, I'm going to brick you. Meaning, I'm going to mute you here, and you're going to be muted in every other BC at the same time. So get a hold of yourself. Get a hold of yourself. Okay? Okay? Are you calm now?
I basically presented the evidence, and you're wrong, God. So... I'm sorry.
We want evidence that engineers do science, brother.
And that's just gave it to you. You said that they don't win Nobel Prizes, and I actually presented evidence.
No.
You were wrong.
Okay. No. I asked you to give me an example, right?
I gave you the examples. It's all in the chat. I gave you like 15 examples at these
points. Is that saying, listen, is that claiming that no engineer has ever won a Nobel Prize? No. These people have dual degrees. You know that, right? You know what a dual degree is?
Okay, who's people?
You know what a dual degree is. So you know that you're being intentionally fucking snaky by posting only one of their degrees, right?
Present evidence.
That they have dual degrees?
Yeah, present evidence. Prove your claim.
Hold on. You're going to be muted until I get it.
I just got back. I'm just curious. How does some guy having a degree prove the globe? Go ahead.
Okay. The first one I see. Abar Gabar, whatever his name is. He has 2 main academic degrees. He earned a degree in mechanical engineering from the Norwegian Institute of Technology in 1952. Later, while working at General Electric, he attained a PhD in theoretical physics. Let's go to the next one. Hold on, let's unmute him because we're going to get... So, do you concede the first one? Because we're going to go through these one by one.
Yeah, I do, but you concede that I presented
Okay, there's nothing else for you to say. There's nothing else for you to say, bro. You're going to prove that you're a lying snake. Okay. The second one. Simon Vandermeer. Engineering degree in technical physics. Cooked again. Do you want me to keep going? I guarantee
I gave you
one of these has a physics degree.
I gave you evidence in the chat.
No, your evidence was this is not evidence of your claim,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, because you
you're
decided.
essentially
Yeah.
you're lying by omission.
No, I'm not.
You're lying by omission, dude. You are.
Can I prove you?
We're gonna go to the next one. Jack Kithy or whatever his name is. Doot doot doot. Next one, Jack Kitty. Jack Kitty earned a Bachelor's of Science in Electrical Engineering from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in 1947, and a Master of Science in Electrical Engineering from the University of Wisconsin in 1950. So you're 0 for 3, buddy. Do you want me to keep going?
Well, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. So yeah. keep going.
You're 0 for 3. They have
You're
specific,
shooting
when
yourself
I
in the
say engineer, I mean someone with an engineering degree.
They all have engineering degree. So you're just shooting yourself in the foot.
Bro, they have science degrees.
They have engineering degree. They are engineers. They invented things. They invented products that can test things.
The Wright brothers invented the fucking airplane. Are they engineers?
Like
They didn't even graduate high school.
That's not what I claimed. I didn't claim that. You even claiming stuff.
You
not
just
me.
said they invented things, so they're engineers.
I didn't say. I was not even talking about them. What do you mean?
I'm talking about them. This is another reduction to absurdity is a form of argumentation. I prove you wrong because you make a claim,
No, you didn't.
and then if your claim is taken as true, it can reduce to an absurd conclusion, such as the Wright brothers are science and do physics because they're engineers, and they're engineers by the fact they invented something.
No,
Yeah,
your
how about the
argument
person
was
that invented
engineers.
the top? What is it? What's it called? The topsy tail, where you fucking take your
You're controlling the
ponytail and turn it
conversation. You
inside
controlling the
out.
conversation.
Yeah, is
You cannot
that
even
chick
answer.
a fucking engineer because she freaking took basically what the hell do they call it, a zip tie and
You
sold
sound
it
like
for
a
fucking
crybaby.
$2?
Let me talk, mate.
Yeah. Oh, really? Let you talk?
Yeah.
You're not
Yeah.
addressing what's being said. You're just saying,
I'm trying to address it. I'm trying.
Where's
You're
your
the one
buddy?
doing that. You're
Where's
the
your
one doing
buddy?
that.
Where's your buddy?
I
Where's your buddy?
messaged him. He's busy
Where's
and
your
like
buddy?
you.
I don't care about your message. Where's your buddy?
He's busy and like you.
Yeah, get your buddy, bro. I'm not
I mean,
talking.
there's more
Get your,
stuff to
get your
do.
buddy. You're a sped. Get your buddy. That was painful nonsense. Should I keep going on the list? Yeah, why not? Dennis Gabor.
Yeah, engineers, like you said, test things to breaking point and then they reconstruct because they're testing for structural integrity in certain materials. You know, that's their job, solving problems, I wouldn't call it an engineer a scientist. No. That's not an engineer's an engineer and a scientist a scientist. They're separate jobs.
Well, I'm gonna read a quote from an engineer, buddy, and you can react to this. Okay. So here it is. A physicist may have nightmares on studying a standard electrical engineering text, finding that the use of negative time in the theory of non-causal filters. However, a non-Platonist engineer has no qualms about such transformations into negative spaces, as there is no ultimate reality there. So if there's no ultimate reality there, and science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it, then those two endeavors can't be commensurable, right? Because in physics and science, you're looking for the ultimate reality by studying the natural world, or in physics, is you're just trying to make something. Okay, so to move on, these are all mental constructs and are dealt with in a utilitarian way, producing the result required for system design. Okay. Do you agree or disagree with that guy's statement? Oh, he left. So we're left with Booger Smoker. I am new to you, Booger Smoker. Oh, Booger Smoker said I'm a sub I-80 IQ retard. I've seen him flounder so many times. Didn't you rage quit yesterday? Didn't you rage quit in the politics server because you couldn't defend your nonsense? All you got is shit talking, personal attacks, and other idiot shit.
I'm just curious, Indio. What was the guy's
just hold on, Dave. Booger Smoker. Those personal attacks have zero effect. If personal attacks meant something to me, how could I ever be a flat earther? I go, oh, I can't be a flat earther. He's picking on me. I don't give a fuck what you think. Your name is Booger Smoker, for Christ's sake. Anyway, sorry, Dave.
I was just going to ask. I just got back, and what was he trying to prove by engineers and scientists and shit? I mean, what was his point? I guess, did he have one?
No, they got lost. They all got lost in the idea that engineers are scientists.
Yeah, well, I mean, it started as him. He was trying to basically do appeal to his own credentials, right? I'm in school for engineering. Engineers do science. They've won Nobel Prizes. Therefore, I'm just as good as one of them, and whatever I say is true. That was like the string of logic that he was trying to put together.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
I was hoping was hoping we'd get to talk to the friend. Maybe the friend will still show up.
Oh, I actually posted that in the wrong chat. Shit, man. I posted it in the politics server.
Oh, they're
boy.
probably like, yeah, they're thinking, why is Indio spamming us?
And Booger Smoker's over there talking shit to me, and I'm talking shit about him over here. Like, what the hell?
I wondered where you were reading this because we weren't seeing it. Yeah, I thought he was like DMing you or something.
I actually want to go over there now and tell him what I think about him.
AV was there earlier. I don't know if he's still there. He was in there.
He's still there.
Yeah.
So, do you agree or disagree, Rugga Peso, with that? Do you agree with that statement this guy made?
No,
This
I'm not
engineer
talking
made?
to you. Sorry.
Okay, you can just leave the server or the chat forever. I don't care. Those who leave the field of battle lose by default. Yeah, dude, you're so dishonest. You just said that you're not talking to me, and now you're complaining about being muted. Make it make sense, brother. I literally helped you. No, that's not an actual quote, buddy. That's not what I said. I said, give me an example. Oh, what, L? All those engineers have science degrees. And you're not going to chat skank. I'm going to get rid of you. No, you have a choice. Either you stop chat skanking and unmute and address what I say, or you can get the hell out. It's really that simple. Okay. Do you agree or disagree with what the engineer said about engineers doing science?
Engineers do science.
Okay, what did I read? Did you hear what I read to you up there? How can you do science if there's no ultimate reality there?
Well, you said that they don't win Nobel Prizes, but I show you they win Nobel Prizes
No, I didn't say that. I said, give me an example.
live on YouTube.
Yeah, I know it's live on YouTube. It's
And I
me
proceed
saying,
to give
give
you
me an
an-
example. Give me an example is not a denial. Do you understand English?
I gave you 10 examples
Of scientists, people with science degrees.
with engineering degrees that invented
So
things.
what? But their primary function that they were performing when they won the Nobel Prize was doing science within their science degree, right?
No, within their engineering degrees because they invented stuff.
What did they invent?
For example,
Can,
this
can
guy
you show me their patents? Can you show me their patents?
this guy invented the technique called holography. The British Dennis Gabor, inventor of holography, a technique he created in 1948 to create photographic recording of a light field. So yeah, they invent stuff.
I know how holography works. I know how it's done. He didn't. I guess maybe you could say he invented it. I don't know if he ever patented it and actually made some products, but he wasn't
Nothing you
doing
do with it.
engineering.
Yes,
What do you, what do you
the
think
problem.
the practice of engineering is exactly?
Yeah, the problem he investigated, he find a
It's
solution.
weird how
he won the
you
Nobel
don't.
Prize.
It's like you almost don't even pay attention to the words I say and just frickin' yap.
Engineers find solutions for problems.
Another
investigate.
narrative, another like you just gonna frickin' get up on your soapbox and talk. Are you gonna address what I said? Is this a conversation or are you just frickin' blapping? Engineers do this. You're just baseless claim after baseless claim.
It's not baseless. That's what
Engineers also piss standing up. Yeah, who cares? Question is, are they doing science?
Well, engineers find solutions to practical
Who cares?
problems.
No, who cares? What's that got to do with this?
I mean, definitions are important if you have a nice
What's that got to do with this, though?
Definitions are important.
What's that going to... Is finding solutions doing science?
Yeah, because you need to investigate the problem.
Okay, so systematic study of the natural world and the things in it is science. You perform science by doing the scientific method.
Engineers
Is anything I just said wrong? Those two statements, is anything I just said factually wrong? Those two statements.
No, but
Okay, so let's move on. We're not getting anywhere. I'm trying to get somewhere with you, okay? So science is systematic study of the natural world. Performance of science is done by using the scientific method of systematic experimentation, right? And experiments have dependent and independent variables, right?
Yeah, but engineers
Okay,
invent stuff.
so tell me some engineering task that has those features.
Engineers invent stuff.
Yeah, cool. What engineering task has those features?
I mean, the problem
What
is you're just
engineering
defining-
task has those features?
May I answer?
Yeah, you're gonna give the task, right?
No, you're just asking for a simple
Give the
answer.
task, dude.
Yeah,
That's your
this
only
is the
choice
problem.
is to give the task that they perform that conforms to the scientific method.
You want me to follow your path? You're fallacious.
No, follow my path. Can you do science without the scientific method?
I mean, you can do science with any method if it works. What do
Okay,
you mean
yeah,
scientific
okay, no,
method?
you're done, dude. Yeah, so you can just, you don't even have to use empirical observation. You can just make it up in your head and you're doing science.
No,
Dude,
you use
go
the
kick
paradigm.
kick rocks, idiot. That was fucking painful, dude. You can use any method to use science. I cut the guts out of a fucking chicken and read them. I was doing science. I investigated the chicken guts.
Yeah, we want your friend, Rug. We want the engineering friend. Bring him over here.
Yeah, dude. And watch, dude. I'll have him debate you on this topic, and he's gonna cook you your own buddy.
Yeah, maybe his engineering friend has some drop over distance measurements of the globe. not. He's still whining in the chat, and yo, he says I am muted. Whatever, man. Is there anybody else new on here?
I got Obedient Timothy. Hello, Timothy. ECWF, greetings. If you've got any questions of Flat Earth, feel free to ask. Pads is here. Undefined behavior. Didn't want to talk yesterday, but today's a new day. Maybe undefined behavior will talk today.
I just wanted to ask how you guys explain the moon tides, like how the oceans react to, like how to explain the tides from a flat earth perspective.
What did I tell you earlier, Timothy?
I wasn't satisfied with the explanation, so maybe.
Oh, I don't know what to tell you then. Anyway, that's what it says. That's what it says online. That's what I found.
Okay, no problem.
I'll answer that real quick. The tides work however they've always worked without the Earth being a ball. There you go.
What I should like to know. Talk to Mr. Simpson. Bruce has Saturday. Right. For sure. What is the meaning of this disgrace? It's inexcusable. Well, I don't know. What are you doing? It's like children.
We're getting somebody's audio. Somebody hot micing.
Yes, I wonder who that is. Yeah. I'd like to draw your attention to a picture that I took in 2011, February, about 8 o'clock in the morning, thereabouts. I'm on my way up to Mount Ohira on my mountain bike, halfway up, and I saw this magnificent view, and I took it with my iPhone 4. Look at what I captured with this little iPhone 4. Can you see it? Proving that the sun cannot be 93 million miles away. I wasn't a flat earther at the time, mind you. That was 2011. I wasn't a flat earther in 2015. But, obviously, I'm into my hiking and that, mountain bike trekking. Yeah. Can you see the image? Just scroll back just a little way, you'll see it. What do you think? Any comments, anyone? Taken with an iPhone 4. 2011.
It looks like it's about 93 million miles away to me. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Can you see the image? I thought that little iPhone took a really good picture. I've still got the iPhone today. It's here. It's alive. It works. Still the original battery.
Where is this image, bro?
Oh, this is in Japan. A place called
where is it?
Tochigi.
Have you put it in the side chat? I don't see it.
I put it in the chat. Yeah, side chat. Yeah, you got to scroll back up for it.
Oh yeah, it got spammed. Oh yeah. Shit, that's a cool pic, bro. What the hell?
Yeah, and that was with my iPhone 4 early in the morning, February.
It's a cool pic. What does it prove? Sorry, I kind of zoned out.
Well, sorry, yeah. Well, it's proving to us that the sun cannot be 93 million miles away. I mean, look at the hot spot above the clouds right there. Can you see that? I mean, the sun is right in my shot. It's right in the shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not 93 million miles away, sun, is it? Is it now? Come on. Look at the clouds. Look at where the sun is.
To be fair, there's that much glare on the photo, bro. I can't tell. Fuck knows.
Well, you can see
It's a good photo.
some mountains in the background, right at the back. We can clearly see that I'm above the clouds there. That's like a cotton wool of clouds right there. Look at it.
It looks like the sun's in front of the mountains, if you know what I mean, like in the foreground, but it's hard to tell.
No, that's not what I see. What I see is the sun right in my shot. That's what I see. I can see the clouds right there, and the sun is just above the clouds.
Like above them, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what that photo looks like. Yeah.
That's right. But what I'm saying is, it's definitely not the sun at 93 million miles away. Otherwise, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? I'm looking at 93 mile away sun right there.
Yeah, it just popped by for the day.
Just to be clear, Jen, you're not claiming a distance to the sun. You're just pointing out that it's impossible. It looks like in that photo for it to be 93 million miles away, correct?
Yeah. It definitely looks very, very close indeed, doesn't it? It doesn't look 93 million miles away. It's able to cast a bright, hot spot on top of the clouds and lighten that up beautifully. What a great shot. I took that as I was on my way up to Mount Ohira early in the morning. It's pissing down with rain under the clouds, mind you. Hammering, raining cats and dogs, but look at what it's like above the clouds. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of glare, bro. There's just a lot of glare. It's just a lot of glare. I don't think it would be proof of anything, though, to be fair. Just to play devil's advocate.
I think when you tidy that glare up, that sun is close. It's proving that it's not 93.
It looks like it's close, yeah. Like it looks like it casts light backwards. Like, if you know what I mean. Like, it's like, I get what you're saying, yeah, but with that much glare, you've said it was raining. Obviously, that's super high.
It was raining underneath, not there. At that point, it's not raining. Where I took the picture, it's not raining. Underneath the clouds, it was raining. Underneath the clouds.
Okay.
So if you were down underneath those clouds, it'd be pissing on you. But I'm above the clouds, and it's not raining.
So is there any clouds like above you now, or is that just you in the sun? Like
I am above the clouds now. So as I'm going up in the sky basically. As I go up on the mountain, continue up. That is the cloud layer. I'm above the cloud layer, mate.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I thought there were more clouds in the sky still, like above that layer.
Nah.
It just adds to the fact of like with that much glare. Again, it's just hard to tell what's going on. Do you know what I mean? Like.
Not really. No, I can. If you look clearly, you can almost make out the circular shape of the sun. Yeah, I can make that out, even though the glare's there, right? And that image, the way the sun is placed, it doesn't look like I'm looking at a 93 million mile away sun. Definitely not.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the sun is in my shot. That's what I'm saying. Look at the trees as well. Got a little bit of tree there. You got the fence. You got the cloud formation. You got Mount Scuba down on the other end, which is 24 miles away. No, 40.
The mountain behind it in shadow is the biggest question for me. Like, I said, the mountain behind it, the fact that that's not lit up is what raises my biggest question.
What you mean, the little mountain at the back? That's 24 miles away.
Yeah, well, that should be lit up if the sun was super close.
Not really.
Right?
No, not really. Not really.
Yeah,
24 miles away. You've got all that weather, right? And again the atmos, and that's we're looking at 24 miles away. Little peak. That's only a little peak. That is, yeah.
What's 24 miles?
Those mountains are like 700 odd, 800 odd meters high. Those mountains that are in the background there, right? And that's 24 miles roughly. As the crows fly. If you're going to drive it, take a bit more.
Yeah. If the sun was local, those mountains would be lit up like a fucking Christmas tree, bro.
Yeah, local to them, yeah, but it's local to us, yeah.
No, local, like in your scene there. I mean, if that sun was in the scene above the clouds, like those mountains should be lit up, no?
Well, you got to look at it like this. Look at the way the clouds are lit up all the way to the mountain, right?
Yeah.
And they just come up as black silhouettes, don't they? The two peaks.
Yeah. It's because in reality, the sun is far, far behind them mountains, and that's just the backside of the mountain with shadow on it.
Yeah, because I'm on a mountain here, Mount Ohira, taking a picture of the sun, and I've accidentally caught Mount Scuba. Brilliant shot. Absolutely
It's a great
marvelous
shot.
shot. That.
It is a sick
Yeah.
shot, but those mountains on the left, the fact that they've got a shadow on this side of them, kind of suggests to me, okay, the sun is clearly far, far beyond them mountains because we're looking at the back side of the mountains, the side of the mountains with a shadow on it. That's why they're dark, bro. That sun is not in that moon. Do you know what I mean? If those mountains were lit up, then if this side of those mountains was lit up, then I would say, okay, yeah, that sun looks local.
Well, it is local. You lit up the clouds. Look at the clouds. I mean, the clouds is your clue. Anyhow you get a local cloud, it proves that the sun is local. That's basically what we're saying.
Nah, I beg to differ. I kind of think it proves the opposite.
Yeah. Salam Shamsi. Yeah. Well, never mind anyway.
It's a cool
I've just
shot,
got a
though.
call from Skype.
It's a very cool shot.
I was just called anyway, so we'll get back to this later.
Time, mate. Yeah, no rush. It's a hell of a hike. TWA, bro. T-Dub's not here. Who's it? Hello.
Everybody's scared to talk.
Dude, I'm freaking out. No one's talking. Where did that guy go?
I think they are afraid of flat earther.
Awesome. Overfensive says he can't talk right now. He's doing science. Nice.
My name, why are you so interested in what time I eat my dinner? You're not bringing any Globers with you, DJ?
No, not today. I didn't bring my globe crew today.
Nah. Sunday, I thought you might have brought a few with you.
Hello, hello.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, here's one of my globe crew. Sup, Tree?
What's up? What's up?
What's going on, bro? Welcome back.
Nothing much. Nothing much.
Got some people arguing about nuclear bombs. We've got dinner time conversations, what time people have to dinner. Some exciting stuff.
Yes, very exciting, very exciting. Dinner.
I guess a lot of people do have a set meal time, don't they? They have to sit down at the table at a certain time and eat the food. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just got home from a trip and now I'm like super jet lagged. It's crazy.
You guys hear Ruga Peso get cooked by India?
Yeah, Ruga Pesa got so cooked. That guy always gets cooked, and then he like kind of like can't admit he's wrong, and then he spirals out, and it's been going on for years with that guy.
That's crazy.
Like I said, his whole life revolves around it. And when you're going for your masters and you got all that money invested, if you're wrong about this, you got to go back to your parents and let them know, like, I wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars.
He's just one of those people, like, you'll see him, he'll come into this room, and then, he'll debate in good faith for a while, and then he'll spiral out and get muted. Then he'll go into the vegan room and get muted in there. Then he'll go debate against some Christians or something and get muted in there. It's just his life. He seems to just go around trying to, like...
Oh, my bad.
You're right, go ahead.
Yeah, for some reason my vegans are better is locked. I'm not sure if that means I'm banned from it or what.
Yeah.
But
yeah, they couldn't handle you.
No.
You triggered them too much.
Yeah, not being vegan. Man, they're just rage baiting everyone. And then like if you just say that you aren't vegan, they're just gonna be like, oh, that's bad. One sec.
So you got banned from Vegan Easy?
What's that?
So he got banned from like Vegan VC.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I didn't know it was that easy to get banned from vegans or better.
Yeah, apparently it's pretty easy to get banned from there. But
Man, I just said like, what are we going to do with the rest of the cows? And they're like, well, we're going to put them in an animal sanctuary. It's like, you have to volunteer for that. You know, People have to
That's a funny
have
point,
to get
actually.
paid for that.
What are we going to do with the rest of the cows?
I couldn't get a single word out because they were just yapping. There are some insane people over there. Yeah. There are some crazy people over there. They think it's like a religion sometimes. It's crazy over there.
Yeah, they'll ban you if they know there's no hope. They know there's no
Yeah.
hope you're going to join their ranks.
Yeah.
Well, what's the point of talking to this one? He's not one of us.
I feel like that they should have their own separate like Discord channel. Or not channel, but Discord server. For just that. But I mean like,
I'm sure they probably do.
but they just have to yap in every random one. My question is, how did they get their own VC?
It's a pretty popular channel. I don't know. There's probably a lot of. Yeah.
What the?
It's the second most popular channel in the whole server, actually.
Really? What's the most favorite? Is it this?
Oh, of course it's this.
Yeah.
Here's the results in the side
Hemming.
chat.
Hemming, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Something's going on.
I do have to say, I felt like he just was not putting out words. He was just like saying just random crap. He was just yabbing.
Yeah, pretty
Like,
much.
it's not.
Pretty much.
He was
Pretty
like,
much.
and then there's that one guy talking about. I don't know if you heard this, but there was a guy just talking about Colorado.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I remember
okay.
the Colorado guy. Yep, that was his blog proof.
yeah.
Was Colorado.
I'm still kind of confused what he was trying to say there. Because everyone was talking over everyone. Yeah, even though Kansas is flatter than a pancake, scientifically actually flatter than a pancake.
Yeah.
Okay, now. I just don't. I don't know what. Ugh, gosh. Okay. Please do not explode, computer. Thank you. Okay. Chill the heck out. Just trying to open up File Explorer. I'm kidding. Okay, I have a video for you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I need your help. Okay.
Is it the one you posted already?
Yeah, just up there. Yep, there. Question. Debunk that for me.
All right.
It's up there. Send you to Edge.
Oh yeah.
Edge.
Yeah. So this was. Wait, just a second.
Of course.
It's just loading. But yeah. This is ridiculous. This one. Okay, so this is like a documentary made by people that hate flat Earth, right? And they tricked some flat earthers into going on the documentary. And then in this test that you're seeing here, they were supposed to use a laser, like a high-powered laser, but the laser broke. Okay, so they decided for some reason to use a flashlight. And it doesn't really prove anything, right? Like the laser broke, they decided to use a flashlight, which is a pretty dumb tool to use for any kind of experiment. And then if you actually have a look at the footage, it's like 52 seconds of footage.
One second. I have to go real quick. Like, give me 1 minute.
Yeah.
Where's this video? Did you post it?
Yeah, it's just the behind the curve when Jeranism holds the torch and says interesting. I mean, that's all they really have to do to, make flat Earth look stupid is just get a close up of Jaren's
Okay,
face.
as you're saying.
That's it, and then
As you're
people
saying.
will laugh. Yeah. So okay, this was a hit piece against
Sure.
flat Earth and they edited it in a way to make flat Earth look really stupid. It's just a
Yeah.
Netflix hit. It's a hit piece. It's not like showing factual information. Now, this test that you're showing now, it doesn't show any footage of the test. It's just 52 seconds of footage. It doesn't show the setup. It doesn't show how far is it between point A and point B. There's errors in the math when they show their little diagram. I mean, it doesn't show anything. It's really stupid, actually. I mean, they just kind of they show you a couple of close-ups and they say, oh, this proves the globe. Like, how? What proves the globe?
Yeah.
Like, he's just shining a flashlight through some holes, apparently, and they don't even show it. Like, they don't show anything.
Yeah.
So when we're showing observations, we show the whole thing, start to finish, high definition. Everything that you need is there. You can see the whole thing happening. This is just some Netflix documentary created, to make flat Earth look stupid. It's like a mockumentary, basically. It doesn't really prove anything. But yeah, try to find something else, and we can. We can go through it. But do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
just
have a
want-
look at the footage.
yeah.
It's just 50 seconds. It doesn't really show anything that happened. It doesn't give you proper measurements or anything like that. It's just look at this dumb looking flat earther, and that's it. But yeah, that guy's a clown.
Logan Paul does a good documentary.
He does.
Have you not seen Logan Paul's anti-flat Earth documentary?
I don't know. I know that he went to the Flat Earth conference and kind of trolled it or something like that.
He's done it. Mr. Beast done it. There's another guy, Tyler Oliveira. That guy in New Zealand's done it.
Okay, I have one more for you to debunk here.
Mm-hmm.
Just watch till the end. It's a bit of a long video, but it's a really simple test.
All right, I'll have a look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, that's the kind of globe proof that you're gonna get, bro. Just people trolling that don't actually have any globe evidence. If he actually had something, maybe he could show something instead of just people say it's stupid, but bring that guy in here, he'll get destroyed in a debate. So yeah, just calling someone a fucking idiot isn't globe proof. That's retarded. But yeah, that's the kind of thing we would expect from people that don't have any globe evidence, right? Just mockery, right? Ad hominem. They don't have any response to the actual arguments we make. They don't have any globe evidence of their own. But for some reason, they're all emotionally attached to the globe to the point where they have to make videos to lash out.
Yeah.
Pretty
I don't
crazy.
fully understand the gravity part of the flat Earth theory.
Well, you'll probably find once you look into it, you don't understand the globe gravity part of the globe, right? And what we say is very easy. Anyone can test it.
Well, I want to know what you think. What you think of what
Well,
the gravity part is.
things. Okay, so why if you let go of a helium balloon, it goes up, right? It goes up.
Yes.
Doesn't sink. Yeah, because it's more dense. It's less dense than the air.
Yes, less dense than the air.
Yeah. So what would happen if it were more dense than the air? It would go down.
It would slowly fall down. Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's going up. Something that goes up is less dense than the medium, right? Because the medium is air. Most stuff's more dense than the medium, right? So if you have a rock or a tennis ball or something like that, and you drop it, right, it's going to go down. It's going to sink through the air, right? Just like if you drop a rock in water, right, it's going to sink through the water and it's going to go down to the bottom.
Yeah.
But if you have a tennis ball, right, a tennis ball is more dense than air, right? So you drop the tennis ball in the air and it's going to sink. But if you're in water now, right, just say you're in the water and you're holding a tennis ball under the water and you let go of the tennis ball, it's going to go up, right? Because it's more dense than the air, but it's less dense than the water. So things will rise or sink depending on whether they're more dense or less dense than the surrounding medium. It's very simple, and nothing just falls by itself, right? Something needs to be lifted up in one way or another to be able to fall in the first place.
That still doesn't explain why I'm standing on the ground and I'm not just floating up. I know I'm denser than air, but you still didn't explain the main part.
Well, you're more dense than the surrounding air, right? And you're not like on the ground because you're using your energy to stay upright. Okay. That's the only reason you're upright. But you're not a helium balloon. You're not less dense than the medium. Now, if you changed the medium that you were in from air to something else, right, like salt water, you would float upward. You would go up. You wouldn't be stuck on the ground anymore. You would be floating up into the air because the medium is more dense than the air, right? Or more dense than you. So you would go upward. So yeah, I mean, that's very simple. It's on the globe, right? They need this bend. They say gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, and they'll say mass attracts mass.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Gravity's not the warping of time. I'm not
that's
sure
what they say.
No,
that's what they say.
I don't think they do not say that. They do not say that. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, space-time.
Gravity is just the force of you being pushed down onto the ground.
No, gravity, if you look up relativity, right, that's the current theory of gravity, they say it's the bending and warping of space-time. They teach Newtonian gravity, right, to kids in school, but once you get above school, right, they'll teach you, no, that's actually not the current theory of gravity. You can look it up. You can look up what's the current theory of gravity. It'll say relativity. And then say what is relativity, and it'll say the bending and warping of space-time. So that's what they say it is. It's ridiculous. It's just mathematical concept. It's not something that's been proven scientifically. But yeah, you guys on the globe side, right, you need to be able to explain how there's oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning ball and things like that. Crazy things, right? Like yesterday you were
Gravity?
saying. Yeah, gravity is the
The
answer.
gravity
to all
pulls the water in or on to the
Gravity.
earth. That's why rain just
Yeah.
falls down.
Well, yeah, because the rain's more dense. A raindrop's more dense than the
It's
air.
more dense than air. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so not gravity, just more dense than the air. How's it get up there in the first place?
Evaporation. Have you ever heard of the water cycle? Did you ever go to school even? Oh.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the water cycle. How does the water get up into the sky when gravity's
It
pulling down everything?
evaporates. No, that's not. It's not gravity. Actually, it's the heat warming up the air, which in turns all the water vapor or all the water in the air, at least, gets
Yeah. So
sucked up
what?
into
So
a
gravity.
cloud, which gets more
So the
heavy.
water vapor
Once
goes
it gets heavy
upward.
enough, all the rain comes down. That's what
Yeah. So
creates rain.
how does the gravity allow the water vapor to go upward?
Because it's less dense in the air than air.
What about gravity? Where's gravity now?
What do you mean? Where's gravity?
Where's your gravity now? Why isn't
Okay,
gravity pulling the
Okay.
Yeah, why isn't gravity pulling it down?
Because it's less dense than air.
Right. So if it was more dense than air, what would happen?
Okay. If it was less,
What would happen? If it was more dense than air, it would sink through the air. If it's less dense than air,
But it's less dense. See?
yeah, so what would happen if it were more dense? It would sink, right?
Of course, but it's not. It's how physics.
Yeah, so where's your gravity? Okay, so where's your
Where's
gravity?
the gravity? It's less dense than air. Okay, that's the only thing you really need to know. Okay, it's less dense than air.
You're talking,
it goes up.
bro. You're talking about things being less dense than air go up because they're less dense than air, and you agreed that if it's more dense than air, it goes down. You don't need gravity.
Do you have proof that it's more dense than air?
Do you think that water is not more dense than air?
It is, but evaporates. Evaporation.
Yes.
It's a water
so if
cycle. You know what? One second.
So if it's less dense than air, it goes up, right? Just like why a helium balloon goes up. Nothing to do with gravity, just less dense than air or more dense than air will determine whether it goes up or down.
One second. I need to do something real quick.
Do you not go to school, DJ, and learn about how the clouds are formed?
Okay, I'm putting it into chat. I'm putting it into side chat. And got a video for you.
You didn't even know what gravity was 5 seconds ago.
Oh my golly
Now-
goobers. Oh my.
Yeah, I know how the water cycle works, bro. Doesn't mention anything about gravity in your video. Right? The sun heats up the water evaporates, it goes up, it forms clouds, and then once it builds up enough, it comes back down again. Yeah, water cycle, no gravity needed. Doesn't mention gravity once in your entire video.
They can even watch the whole video.
I already know how it works, right? Because I'm not 12. This is like a little cartoon for kids, bro.
Yeah, because you are one.
No, you literally sound like you're 10 years old. Literally.
Hey, at least I don't act like one.
You are acting like a kid right now. You're like pretending you know what you're talking about when clearly you don't, like a little kid, right? Little kids think they know things, but they don't.
Hey, at least little kids don't argue about how the earth is flat.
You don't have any argument for a globe. You think you live on a spinning space water ball, flying through space in a vacuum for no reason at all. Lost in
Think it's the
space, going
atmosphere.
nowhere. What's an atmosphere? What do you think an atmosphere is? You don't even know. You're just saying words. Yeah, go Google what is an atmosphere. Peppa Pig. What is an atmosphere? Peppa Pig. And
Okay, shut
Peppa
up.
Pig can explain it to you.
Okay, what point of view are you looking at this from? Okay, a Big Bang Theory or a Bible theory or whatever you want to call it?
I'm not looking at it from either of those theories. I've actually been out and tested the Earth myself. I didn't mention the Bible or the Big Bang.
Oh, what is?
You trying to like look stuff up on the spot or something? Dude, it doesn't work out for people. If you don't know what you're talking about and you're trying to do research on the spot and like read stuff out that you found on the internet that you haven't really looked into, it's not going to work out well. You just got to admit when you don't know things.
Yep. Yeah, I would suggest that you might come in here with an open mind and generally try to do what's called steel manning the flat Earth position. And what that means is you ask questions, and investigate what is their true viewpoint and stance on it. That way you can understand it before you try and argue against it. Because in school, you're led a lot of times by peer pressure, where everyone in the class has to be quiet and the teacher will tell you something that is supposed to be a fact. But really, you might not know whether or not it's true, but a position of authority is true.
Yeah, if you want to go into a debate about a particular topic, you should know your opponent's arguments and you should also know your own arguments. And unfortunately, I don't think you know either side of the argument. So, I mean, it's like going into a battle with zero ammunition when your opponent has all of their ammunition and all of your ammunition. It's just not going to work out well. It's impossible.
Scared them off, did you?
Yeah, my name. Did you have a question you wanted to ask?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's the question?
So how does the air move in flat Earth? Since if we like talk about Earth, I mean the person who like believe in like round Earth or spherical Earth, they have like a they know like since like a Earth move, so air also move. But in the flat Earth case, what is the like reason how air work in the flat
Well,
Earth?
even in the globe Earth, right? They say that air is created, right? Wind is created from different pressure systems, high and low pressure systems, because the sun heats up different parts of the Earth. So we have hot and cold cycles, right? We have high and low pressure system, and that's what creates the wind. It's the same explanation on the globe Earth.
So how does the cyclone move opposite? All right, and since like there are a lot of weather, like very different weather, and there are like tornadoes and cyclones. How they like appear if it is like a flat Earth?
Yeah, it's just due to pressure systems. That's all. It's the same
No,
thing.
I mean they move opposite to the like
Well, we also have
air.
things called anticyclones as well, where they spin the other way.
Can you explain how that work?
No, I can't explain the mechanics behind anticyclones. I just know that there is such a thing as anticyclones and cyclones and tornadoes, right? And the cause is high pressure systems and low pressure systems.
So
It's what
there is no
causes the weather, right? So high and low pressure systems, that's what causes the wind, right? So it's like a big dynamic ecosystem that we live in, and we have wind and we have waves, right? It's generally caused by the sun, creating different temperatures in different places on the earth, which results in high pressure systems, low pressure systems. There's all sorts of different cycles going on when it comes to the weather. You'll find a lot of these things can be explained just fine on a globe Earth or on a flat Earth, right? But what can't be found is any Earth curvature. And there's a myth that, sinks and toilets flush the opposite direction if you're in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. But no, that's actually just like false information. Many people have sinks and toilets and whatnot that spin the opposite directions than they should in the particular hemisphere. So yeah, it's not really a globe evidence. I mean,
all right.
any other questions?
No, I don't have any other question.
So even, the first result when I looked it up just then, wind is essentially moving air and is primarily caused by differences in air pressure. These pressure differences are in turn largely a result of uneven heating of the Earth's surface by the sun. And then directly under it, US Energy Information Administration.gov, EIA.gov, wind explained. Wind is caused by uneven heating of the Earth's surface by the sun.
What's going on, good people? Everybody go.
Hey, what's up, John? What's going on, brother?
Not much, just working.
Awesome.
We got
I
rid of
think
this.
what is his name? Jin chased him away.
Oh, the squeaker?
No, I'm just kidding.
One. Oh, you're talking about all the people. Jin chased him away. Oh man, that's awesome. Poor Jin. I guess you reach a certain age and you're just not cool anymore, huh? Is that the way it goes?
No, Jin is cool, bro. You know, he's cool.
I'm messing around, dude. I'm messing around. I was waiting for someone to catch the punchline. So what happened to we had a little squeaker, I heard. Tree. Yesterday he was being a little disruptive. He like wanted to help assist in every conversation, kind of cheerleading. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I was not around for that. I stepped away too. I just came back.
Yeah, Cyclone wasn't having it. Cyclone was like, nope, you're gonna go on mute if you don't stop. So that was nice. And
yeah, it'd be like that,
he
you
came
know.
back and played. And DJ finally had a nut. DJ finally poked a hole in his argument, and the kid started talking junk about flat earthers. Meanwhile, he was pretending to be one, which was hilarious. Just like, can I fit in with you guys? Yeah, what happened with that DJ? Tree,
what was
Oh,
his
the
name?
kid. The kid. Yeah, he turned into a little troll pretty quickly.
Yeah, I knew he was faking it. Today he was like
You
sitting there
remember his
trying
name?
to cheerlead every conversation. Yeah, Tree.
Tree. Yeah.
You should change
Sounds like
his
he's
name
about
from Tree the
nine.
Troll.
Yeah, he should. So yeah, he got triggered when he asked a question about gravity, and that set him off.
Oh, he's got so much life experience to draw upon. So
Yeah. Yeah, he shared like some little childish cartoon about the water cycle or something, and then he shared like a troll video that was calling flat earthers stupid. And then then he kind of spazzed out when he asked about gravity.
I knew it was going to be a problem when he was like cheerleading every conversation you were having yesterday.
Yeah.
And when you left, Cyclone took over. Cyclone told him like, "You're going to go on mute if you don't knock it off."
Yeah,
he
I think we're best off just to ban him from the channel. You know, he sounds like he's underage anyway.
Yeah, there's no way to verify how old he is exactly.
Yeah, I'll just chuck him on
He wouldn't even give me a direct answer.
permaban.
When I asked him, he acted all weird, like, "Why are you asking me how old I am?" It's like, dude, go F yourself. Seriously, man. It's like, either answer the question. It's either you're going to lie to us on air and tell us that you're, you know what I mean, old enough to be on this VC, or you're going to tell us the truth and get banned. It's one or the other. So, no, I think it's a healthy decision. Flatman Do, is that Dragon Fruit? His new name?
Yeah.
Just taking a wild guess.
It is.
All right, cool. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, it was a nice conversation. Listen to Indio cook Ruga Peso, but of course he's going to sit there and act like he won the argument. But it was still enjoyable to listen to, even though the guy who needs to learn the lesson never seems to learn. Just walks away like, "I won." Gets
Yeah, he's a really dishonest little prick, bro. Like I think all of us had talked to him DJ, Rudes, myself, what his name, T. Like I think almost all the mods had talked to him in the PNR, in here, and also in the freaking the politics. Yeah, man, he'll come in, he'll make some crazy fucking claim. Oh, I sent rocket to outer space myself. I did it myself. And when I asked him for the data, he changed the story. He said, "Oh, my college did it, right?" And then when I asked him, "Okay, all right, well, you claiming your university did it? Okay, provide me the data, provide me the footage of the evidence, please. Let's take a look at it." And next thing you know, he's like, "Oh, go look it up." Well, how am I gonna look it up? You haven't provided anything, right? And then they gish gallop spiral after that, and I ban him. But yeah, we talked to him like for months, bro. Every other day he comes in, and like, okay, maybe there's some language barrier because I think he speak Portuguese. Well, I also had Miguel translate everything to him too. Miguel talked to him a bunch of times in Portuguese to explain to him. He spiraled on Miguel too.
Yeah, that guy, he just likes to argue. Like I said,
Yeah, he goes from channel to channel, getting muted, arguing. Right, he's just a little egomaniac.
he's got pictures of his back muscles. It's just funny. He's like, look, I do exercises.
Yeah, your homeboy took off, DJ. Yeah. See, I don't know if
Who's
that
that?
guy's Seg, whatever, SEG, his name. I don't know if he's a flat earther or not, but I see him chill in the chill chat. And I remember
Yeah.
when you brought up that arguments and stuff, and you were just saying that, oh yeah, you definitely need a permit to go to Antarctica, right? And he said, no, you don't. And then he provided the link, right, the form. And when I go read it, and I took a screenshot, and I posted in the side chat, bro, you do need a permit. This is the same link that you provided, and it says permit. And then he said, "Oh, try reading it," and he took off. He never responded back. The same freaking source that he provided us.
Yeah, it's a pretty weak argument to say that you don't need a permit to go to Antarctica. And I wish, look at this. This guy just got arrested. Ethan Guo was detained by Chilean authorities for breaking multiple national and international regulations by changing his flight path plans without prior notice, and he got arrested for landing in Antarctica without a permit.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Interesting, huh?
Yeah, you can't go there without a permit. I mean, you can't really go to any country without a permit, unless your passport doesn't need a visa. But getting the permit in Antarctica is very different than getting a permit to go to, Cambodia or something like that. Very different.
So, what was the story behind it anyway? Like, how did how did he end up over there in or close to Antarctica? Like, did you know the whole
went
story?
No, I don't really know the whole story. I think he was trying to raise money for cancer awareness or something like that, and he was meant to be flying to 7 different continents to raise money. And when he left, I think he left Chile or something like that. He wasn't supposed to go to Antarctica, but he flew to Antarctica, and when he landed there, he got arrested. He took a detour off his original flight path that he was supposed to, and decided to go to Antarctica by, without permission.
I see. Man, there's something down there they don't want us to see. There's something down there, definitely. I don't know, if this container, there's extra land, and way beyond, we don't fucking know. But there's something down there they don't want us to see. There's something.
Yeah. Something interesting happens once you go past the South Pole area. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's beyond there, but yeah, something. They're hiding something from that area.
Yeah, I would agree on that part. Yeah.
I didn't get some things for the last meeting. Complete. Sure. They don't have to. I can try to control my urges.
Hmm? Beautiful. You've done it now.
Why everyone in silent? Hello? Guys, what you doing?
Oh, it's gone very quiet here. What's happened? Anyone got any questions? Obedient Timothy, you're usually good for a question or two. Aha, welcome. Welcome to the server.
Gracias.
Mucho gracias. Gracias mucho. Do you have any questions today? Anything you like, any question, maybe we can answer it, help you to understand. Yeah, how you doing, sir?
Not too bad.
Yeah. Any news?
No, it's all fake news, bro.
Yeah, long time. I haven't heard you for a while. Nice to hear you again, sir.
Well, you're one of the few that would say something like that.
Ah, well, there you go then, you see, because, I value the voice and the man himself. We've had our little differences, very little, but, it's great to hear you still. Where you been all this time?
Oh, here and there, everywhere, up and down, all around.
Have you found any curvature in all that time?
Unfortunately, yeah, after my report, the 20-page report that I wrote, nah.
Yeah, funny. The most funniest thing about all this is that the people that you've come across in all the years you've been on the Discord, and obviously where you live and on the streets, they don't know the model, right? They haven't done any investigation, but you're wrong. You know the model inside out. You've done the investigation. So you've gone out and checked and you've discovered that it's not a globe. It's not hurting for the universe. You're wrong. They don't know the model. They've done no checking. They're right. Just can't get over that. And when you put it to them, like I've just put it, they don't see, it doesn't seem to sink in.
No.
How can somebody who hasn't done any investigation, doesn't know the model that he's trying to defend, right, is trying to say that the person who's done the investigation, has done the check, knows the model inside out, sleeps, eats, breathes this model, and yet he or she is wrong. Just don't understand. That just blows me away, that does. And they think that's a rational position to be in. It's okay to be like that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Most people are walking about in a dream state. They just don't want to wake up.
Yeah. Definitely in a dream state. I'll give it that.
I'm probably in a dream state right now.
You're imagining her talking to me. Yeah.
I am, man.
I used to get you mixed. Remember, I love in Japan. Now it's all the same. Scorching weather. It is now at the moment just 2 a.m. in the morning. I've just finished talking to my brother on Skype. All right. Yeah.
What were you going to say before that?
Yeah, you made me forget.
Yeah. Oh, you made yourself. You started. No, I'm kidding. What is the temperature in Japan right now at 2 a.m. in the morning?
It's probably about 20, 24 or something like that. Let's have a look. 24, 25. Let's have a look. Hang on. Let me check that. That's a good question. Come on. Let's have a look what we got here in the weather.
I bought one of them Echo Dots the other day. They're pretty good. Hey. Alexa, weather.
Oh, right, yeah.
20 degrees Celsius with mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, you can expect overcast weather.
Oh, can I?
With a low of 14 degrees.
Thank you, Alexa.
Also,
Alexa,
there's a
shut your
yellow
face.
warning for
What is the temperature in Japan currently? Siri.
Degrees in Tokyo.
There you go. 27 degrees.
Oh,
So
you
where
got
I
Siri.
am,
You got the masculine city.
yeah, I got the Siri. Yeah, yeah.
What's his city? Is that like Alexa is Amazon. Is Siri Google or something?
Yeah, Alexei sounds like a woman's name, so you've got the right one. I've got the male Siri. Yeah, much better. But 27 degrees right now. Nice, isn't it?
It's a bit too hot for me. I'll keep the old the northern weather here. Thank you very much.
Right, yeah. I haven't touched the aircon. I've been living it up with the heat, and yeah, no, I haven't used the aircon once in the classroom here where I'm at. But upstairs, it's like a freezer up there. Fuck, too cold for me. I don't mind it, but if it's summer, I want it to be hot. That's the way I am.
You get used to it, don't you? The body gets used to it. You live somewhere
Yeah.
long enough, you adapt.
Yeah, yeah. So that's it. When I was living in Britain, didn't mind the cold, didn't mind the summer when we had it, didn't mind the snow, didn't mind the autumn, the spring. I loved it all. I'm the same here. So yeah, very nice indeed. Do you remember I used to get you mixed up with a guy called Pantomime? Do you remember?
Nope.
Don't you remember?
No, I have the memory of a goldfish bar.
I used to call you Pantomime. You go, my name's not Pantomime, Jin. Yeah, but you sound exactly the same as this guy.
Oh, I
Ring it for him.
thought you were doing it just to wind me up.
No, you used to sound like this Irish guy called. Well, you are Irish, aren't you? Or are you Scottish?
Oh,
That's the
Irish.
thing. You're right, exactly. So you sounded like this guy, right? And his name was Pantomime. Okay, I used to think you were him. Got you and him mixed up completely. Yeah, unbelievable. Two separate characters.
Yeah, it's like Jeff Bridges and who's the other guy? I always get them mixed up.
Yeah, I like Jeff Bridges. He was a good actor in his early days as well. And especially in his early career, he was good. Joe Jackson. Jeff Bridges and Joe Jackson. Do you remember Joe Jackson?
No. Sorry,
you don't remember.
Sorry, a little bit distracted here. Just playing poker there, so I just lost a full house. So.
You just lost the hand there. Oh, you're in debt.
That was great. Yeah, I hit the flush on the river, and obviously he's got fucking full house.
One of Joe Jackson's famous albums is The Night and Day.
Wait a minute, is Joe Jackson's the guy that sang the one about the tennis balls?
Well, I'm not sure. I know he sang about girls.
One night to be confused, one night to be with you. Is that no, or was it the other guy before?
No, it was girls. They're all the same, and that, you know. Is she really going out with him? Is she really gonna take him home tonight? Is she really going out with him? Is my eyes don't deceive me? There's something going wrong around here. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, that was the track. And Jumping Jive. That was one really jazzy one. That was. Yeah, he was really good, Joe Jackson. I liked his stuff.
What is this
He was good.
karaoke night in fucking Japan? I know you guys think you're karaoke, but this is ridiculous. I'm just kidding, man. Your wife must love you when you just go out for karaoke. And my husband, he sings Joe Jackson.
Yes, I'm screaming the place down, shouting.
I don't even know if she talks with a Chinese accent.
She comes down here sometimes at like 1 a.m. Goes, "You're making noise. They can hear you everywhere here."
You shut
Because
your
you know
face.
when it's quiet and the noise just travels, doesn't it? Because my windows are open. Keeping the place cool.
The one thing the Japanese don't like is fucking noise.
Well, especially when your neighbour's just there. I can see my neighbour right there. You know, you can, right next door, right there. There's your neighbour.
Seems like a right there. You can reach out.
Yeah, can reach out and touch them, literally. That close. Yeah, well, I don't care.
It's a little bit built up. It's a little bit. Space is kind of like at a premium.
Yeah, right,
They're small
right.
people, but they haven't got enough space, man.
Yeah, I don't care. The window's open. I'm shouting out. When they ask me, I say, well, I'm arguing about the Pearl Harbor. Who started it? You know what I mean? Yeah. That's what I say to them.
But it seems like a nice place to live. It's very homogeneous. Like it's more like 90% of Japan is 90% of Japan is 90. Anyway.
Yeah.
And
Best customer service on earth. Best customer service. They serve you well here. Yeah, you know, people are nice, really. You know, willing to help you if they can. Yeah, I'm not complaining. It's good. Food's good.
But now they're bringing in this old crack about, the birth rates are going down. We have to bring people in from fucking other places.
Yes, that's true.
It's not
That's
working
true.
too well. There's a little bit of rebellion going on.
Well, Italy's got the worst case of that, hasn't it? Italy.
Have they?
Yeah, they were talking about it on the news today. There was one area in Italy. They've only had 4 babies born this year. 4 babies born this year in one town in Italy.
Yeah, something's going wrong. Definitely.
Well, obviously. Yeah, they've messed them all up.
Point to any fucking country in Europe, everything's going fucking wrong.
Yeah. It's the same disease that everyone's got. Anybody come in, yeah? Any Globers coming in? If you've got any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. We're here to answer your question. Doesn't matter how odd you might think it is. And if you want to improve your English language, well, we can strike up a little conversation about your hobbies and your future plans, your interests. And we can talk about that and help you to improve your vocabulary and your accent and your pronunciation. So don't hesitate. Any question, doesn't matter how odd it may seem, something you don't quite understand about why the earth is flat and why the globe is just not real, doesn't exist. It never did. It never will.
All right, teacher. You just can't help yourself.
Yeah, you know, I heard some movement, you see, so I thought I better just do the rounds quickly, you know. Like the prison guard with their truncheons. Bang, bang, bang. Are you there? Well, we got any curvature in there? You sure? Let me have a look. Okay. Yeah, keep it flat, yeah. Okay, next.
Could maybe
Sorry?
some of you explain why the Earth is flat? It would be really interesting for me. I would just listen.
Okay. Now, what is your name, sir, before I start?
Timur. Like I'm
Timur.
Timur. Yeah.
Timor, yeah. Are you from Timor?
No. Netherlands.
Oh, you're from the Netherlands. Okay, well, welcome, Timor. Okay, right. Why do we flat earthers say the earth is flat, yeah? Well, the reason we say that, of course, is because we've actually gone out into nature to measure the curvature of the earth. So if we are told at school that the earth is an oblate spheroid, you know, a ball shape, then that ball shape has a distinctive shape, doesn't it? It has curvature, doesn't it? Yes? Yes or no?
Like I don't know. I'm not into it. I just wanted to actually listen to you. I don't want to argue or something like that.
Part of listening is to also just answer 1 or 2 basic questions, like
my English is not. I'm sorry.
Well, hang on. Let me just say something. Your English is very good when you don't want to do something, but when you want to do something, okay, listen.
Yeah.
A ball shape is round, isn't it? Yes.
Yes.
A ball.
Yes.
Right.
It's
it's fair. Right. That ball has roundness. The roundness is known as curvature. That roundness. Okay.
Yeah.
So with that roundness, we've been given a number. That number is 24,901 miles of roundness of that ball. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, with that number, should we be able to measure it? Do you think we should be able to measure the roundness of the ball?
Maybe, yeah. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. It's definitely, look, if you have a car and they give you the specifications, you can take your tool and measure the car, the tire size, the height of the car, the length and the width. Okay. So if they give you the size of the ball, you must be able to measure it. Okay.
Yeah.
Another thing, we should be able to see the curvature, don't you think? And experience it through our senses. Feel it. Good. So that's what we've gone to do. We went out into nature to measure the curvature of the Earth. So you have a point A where me and you are. We're at point A, and then point B, let's say 6,000 miles away. 6,000 miles. Okay. Now between that distance, there must be some roundness there. Yeah. Curvature. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when we factor in the curve calculator and do the maths, it says that within 6,000 miles there should be 3,740.47 miles of curvature. Okay, and then when we look at that on the globe, that's almost a quarter of the globe itself. The ball, 1/4. That's 90 degrees. No curvature there at all. When we fly that route, it's a horizontal route all the way. Not 1 degree of curvature do I experience during that flight. 9.5 hours. Okay? So we're not experiencing the curvature. We're not able to measure the curvature. We're not able to see the curvature. And that would be impossible if you're on a ball. It would be impossible. Pun intended. You understand now?
Yeah.
Right. So my question to you is this then. Have you seen the curvature of the Earth?
Actually,
The roundness. The roundness of that Earth. Anywhere.
Like, I never saw an area or a place where I could say it was round.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then the other thing is this. Have you gone out to check whether or not it's there? Have you gone to check it?
No, actually, I never did that.
Thank you very much. That's okay. That's good. Right. So that's the point we're bringing out here. Those of you who haven't checked it need to go and check. Because if we're living on a ball, we must be able to experience it. That means see it, measure it, and feel it. Feel it through flight, for example. Sailing on a boat, for example. Ferry, hovercraft. These vehicles, submarines, these vehicles should give me the experience of following the curvature of the Earth, depending on the distance, of course.
Yeah.
All right? But we're not feeling it at all. So clearly we cannot be on a ball. And water is always level, isn't it? Water.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why we say.
Okay.
That's why we say the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
As for the spin of the Earth, we don't notice the spin of the Earth at all because, for example, in the army, they're firing their weapons of mass. They don't account for the curvature of the Earth or the spin.
Yeah.
So they don't measure the curvature and they don't calculate the spin to their target. Okay? So we're not spinning. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'd say so.
Okay. Good. So what is your position now? Now that I've said that, because you asked the question, can you explain why we say the Earth is flat? I've explained it to you as best I can. What is your position now?
I'm questioning it right now. Like, if the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
What I mean is I should get more deep into it,
Yeah, what you must do is go out into nature. Yeah, you're doing all the research here, but the research can't help you unless you apply it practically. That means you must put your boots on and go out with your friends and start to investigate whether or not the Earth is curving outside. You've got to do that. Okay. Okay?
Yeah.
Right. That's your next step. That's your homework from your English teacher, CBR1. Your assignment is to get yourself with your friends, get some time up and spend about 2 hours trying to locate the curvature of the Earth. 2 hours is long enough. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you for explaining. I got it. Yeah.
You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Next person coming in there. I could hear someone talking in the
What's
background.
up there, Edgar? What's going on?
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Edgar is definitely himself.
Yeah, you broke up there. Can you start again? I didn't quite hear what you said. Yeah, I'm not hearing you at the moment. Can you repeat yourself?
No, that was Daz. Jin, that was Daz. He was asking if Edgar wanted to speak.
Okay. I didn't quite catch him at all. Okay, Edgar, are you there? Welcome. Anyway, Roots, welcome, mate.
Yeah, right, mate.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely. Glad you've come in. Yeah, we're just explaining to the guy from Norway. He's a Norwegian. He wants to know why we say the Earth is flat. So I explained to him, that if the Earth is a ball, it should have some roundness. We should be able to measure that roundness, and we're not able to measure it. That's the curvature. I'm having to use even more basic English.
Yeah, was that Timmer? Timmer, is it?
Yeah, Timo, that's right.
Yeah, Timmer. Is it first time hearing about flat Earth? Was it, or has he heard about it before?
I hear about it before, but never. Like it's my first conversation. Yeah.
Okay. And where did you hear about it? Because there's a lot of false information and false models presented online.
From people who are claiming that flat earthers are weird. That's when I hear the first time about the words flat earth.
Yeah, that seems to be that's what most people come across. It's very hard to find the good content. They tend to push the we call them anti-flat earthers. They tend to push those guys to the top of the YouTube lists, so that's what you see first. But one thing they always do is they like to pretend that flat Earth is a disc in space, like a disc in the helios. And that's not what we say. We don't believe we're a disc. We don't believe we're in space or Hume. We literally make all of our calls and decisions based on empirical evidence. So we can prove and show that the Earth is treated as flat and stationary. But that's kind of the foundation of why we even exist is because that's how nature presents itself, as a flat stationary plane. Yeah, we don't try and tell you what the cosmology, we don't try and replace your cosmology, the heliocentric cosmology. We just know that cosmology cannot be correct. It can't be. Logically, it's not consistent. And there's just no direct evidence for the claims of the globe.
Why is it so important to prove that the Earth is not round for you? Well,
it's not really about the shape of the ground, to be honest. We don't even say, we don't claim a shape. Flat's not a shape. We're just describing the actual description of the Earth. For us, this group here, 24/7, it's about logical thinking. If you're going to use your critical thinking skills and you're going to use logic and be able to put your claims into a logical syllogism, everything, eventually you're just going to come back with the fact that the Earth is measured flat. No rotation is detected. And that's what we experience. And that's all we're saying. We don't experience the ball. To have a vacuum of space in the sky would just go against the gas laws, the thermodynamics laws. So for us, it's just a question of using critical thinking and logic, and you'll come to different conclusions to what we've been told.
Okay, there's another point. Sorry, Rick, there's another point that I want to bring forward as to why it's important, and it's this: if the Earth is a ball, then I should be able to check it, and it must be a ball. But to find out that it's flat means that my parents, when they paid for my education, it was a waste of money, because the education system has educated me wrongly. And don't get me wrong, from this misinformation, they're misinforming me even more that they can go to space now. Right? We can go to space, we can go to other planets. So an industry has grown from the deception. More taxpayers' money is being used and wasted. So I think that's where it's important to know, because I don't know how humans came to the Earth and how the Earth was made. So I see this as a gift to humanity, okay? And we shouldn't be allowing governments to spoil the gift, okay? And I think I owe it to myself to want to know what this Earth is as best as I can, and then to highlight the fact that we can't go to space, tell everybody else we're not, and let's shut down the government's space agency and get them to educate our children properly, for example. That's important, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I would say so. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Did you understand what my colleague Ruth said to you and what I've said to you so far? Do you understand? What percentage do you understand of what I said?
No, yeah, I got your point. Yeah, why it's not
Okay.
flat and that we about the measurement and all that stuff. I get it. Yeah.
Okay. And did you get the other bit where, if we're being educated wrongly, then it's a misuse of our tax money?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to congratulate you on your listening comprehension, okay, of the English language, as it's your second language, and I salute you for understanding, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome, sir. Because it's very important that people who are not well versed with the English language, as you are from Scandinavia, we may say many things too fast, perhaps, and you may not get everything. But if you understood, I clap you then. Well done, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's very important to us flat earthers. It's a gift from God, you see, the Creator. And now we've got governments lying all about it and stealing our money, lying that they can go to space. They can't go there. Impossible. They've never been. We'll never be able to go there. And then you have your cosmologists, astronomers, telling us stories about the shapes, those things in the sky, and they're getting good money for it. But it's all theory. Nothing's been proven. Everything they say is theoretical. Nothing is actual. Nothing is factual. Nothing is proven. Nothing. But yet they make big money. Big houses they own, driving in nice cars. They're on TV, making the most money. Then they work in their universities and colleges, professors, professing lies. There you go. There you go. Very important.
Mm.
I'm not
You
sure if
still
my
think-
background's loud, but Timur, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So, in the heliocentric model, or in the popular model, we have space. We have space, which is a vacuum next to our atmosphere. And I just want to ask you, have you ever heard of the fact that gas pressure would need containment? Have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the ideal gas law. In order to have a gas pressure, you're going to need to contain the gas because gas will naturally fill the available space.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of space goes against the gas laws. It goes against the laws of thermodynamics. We have entropy. So those gases will eventually, because of entropy, leak into and probably explode into the available space. So how do you get gas pressure without containment? Can you think of any way that could be possible?
No, don't know. No idea, no clue right now.
Yeah, there's no way you can have a gas pressure without containment, and we get a pressure of 14.7 psi, 1 bar at sea level, and it's pretty consistent. So in order to have a space that you can leave the Earth's atmosphere and then go into a vacuum or a low pressure area, the gas would follow. The gas would need to follow. There is no way you could have gas sitting next to a vacuum without entropy. So this is just one of the things I said when I said that the globe isn't logical. And we can continue, with multiple examples of why it's not logical, but that's just one.
Yeah, understand. Yeah.
So for us, it isn't a case of belief. We know that you can't have space next to an open system. We know that you can't have a ball without curvature. And we know that you can't claim something to be spinning unless you can actually detect the motion. So, these claims are really important. So we're
Yeah.
taught to believe these things, but we have no evidence for these things. We've never questioned these things. So that's why everybody just believes it's a ball, when in reality, we don't see, we don't feel, and we don't observe a
Yeah.
spinning ball. We can't have a spinning ball in a vacuum of space.
Hmm.
So for us, it's completely logical, and I'd say flat Earth is more logical than the globe, to the point where it should be if you're going to have a predisposition, it should be, well, it's flat, it's observed that way, measured that way.
What
Or
do
you
you
can
think?
believe NASA.
Yeah. What do you think about asteroids? Like, who could hit the Earth? Like, do you think maybe it will also disprove the facts? If, like, I hear it a lot. Oh, maybe an asteroid will hit our Earth. What do you think about that? Like, is it real or?
No, I think it's a fear-based narrative, a bit like solar flares. They say aliens, UFOs could come. There's so many threats that they want us to think is out there in the sky. And I think what it does is it allows us to be more controlled. If the government say we need to do something to prevent asteroids, but it's going to take $50 billion, people would understand that, especially if they thought an asteroid might hit the Earth in the next 50 years. They would say any price, name your price, and we'll pay it. Tell us what to do and how to act, and we'll do it. We don't want the world to end. So I think it's a way to control us, all these ideas and all these threats in the sky.
Yeah.
When in reality, we don't have any experience of asteroids. We've never experienced an asteroid hit the Earth. And as many stories as they tell us, we just don't experience them. The only thing we see occasionally is shooting stars. But at the end of the day, the stars are just lights in the sky. So yeah, short answer, no, we don't believe asteroids are real.
So would you say that the Earth is right now pretty safe and we don't have all these threats?
I'd say, sorry, ask your question again?
I mean, like, would you say that the Earth right now is pretty safe and we don't have all these threats, like these dangerous things that they've been talking about the whole time?
Well, I can only go on previous experience, and for what it seems to me is this Earth can correct the pollution we put in. It can correct itself from droughts. There's the cycles. So there may be times and periods where things are unstable on the Earth, but it seems to be part of a bigger cycle. And at times, there may be cataclysms, there may be things, but I wouldn't say there's any threats from an outer space vacuum, because an outer space vacuum violates the gas laws, violates the laws of nature. How can we logically put that into something we can do anything about when the threat comes from a place that violates all the laws of nature that we understand? We're now dealing with something, completely unrelatable, not understandable, illogical.
Yeah.
I mean, is it really that hard to believe? And I know you might say yes, but I mean, the only information we're getting is coming from a space agency that we don't have access to any of these facts. We can't prove any of this. So for us, it's just questioning the narrative and realizing there's no evidence for the narrative. We've been told a story. But for us, the globe's like a religion. You have to believe it. You can't verify any of it.
What makes NASA so special, anyway? What makes NASA so special? What makes Elon Musk so special? What makes JAXA so special? What makes ESA so special? Give me a reason to believe him.
Yeah, to put them on a pedestal is just an appeal to authority. You wouldn't be
Yeah.
able to win if you was to debate flat Earth. You wouldn't be able to use NASA as direct evidence or proof of
Yeah.
anything. You know, they are government funded, and they're there to prop up a narrative, in our opinion,
Mm-hmm.
and take your money as well.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Earth. Do you know how we would if we was to measure the Earth, or do any measurements on the Earth? Are you aware that whether it's celestial navigation or surveying, that they have to measure it as a flat plane, and that they do measure it as a flat plane? But in order to take those measurements, they have to establish that flat baseline.
Okay. Hmm.
And if that baseline runs parallel to the Earth as far as we can tell, then where's the curvature? We're measuring it flat. Every time we do an angle measurement to a star, we're measuring the Earth as flat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you was aware of that.
Not like no, I'm not. No. Didn't hear about that. I have actually almost like zero knowledge about this topic, or let's say also maybe about some other topics or connected with that topic.
Yeah, it's a huge topic. I'm just trying to give you bits of information that might, you might go and look into.
Yeah.
Another one is, are you aware that we have never been able to measure or detect the spin of the Earth?
Oh no, didn't hear that.
No, there's even Einstein said there's no optical experiment you can do to detect the Earth's motion, and that the
Wow.
Earth is treated as it is in a state of rest. Same with the atmosphere. So aeroplanes, they don't have to account for the spin of the Earth. They fly as if they're flying over a flat Earth with a non-rotating atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's in every industry. Anything that leaves the Earth, you've got to treat the Earth as stationary and the atmosphere as non-rotating. It's practically, treated as at rest.
So like, my understanding, it's also good to believe in flat Earth because like you will have not that much stress of thinking, oh, something will hit the Earth or this and that will happen, right? Like you will have no reason to panic like other people do the whole time, of thinking, oh, climate change or this and that can happen. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, we don't worry about those things.
Okay. Yeah.
On top of that, we also see ourselves as way more significant than the globers.
Mm-hmm.
For example, to believe in the heliocentric model, you've got to believe that you're on the edge of the universe. You came from a Big Bang chaotic situation. There's no significance to you. You are lucky to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Where what we understand and observe is that everything in the heavens rotates around us.
Yeah.
All we can prove and all we can experience is that everything is revolving around us. Life, as far as we can see and explore, it's just us. Everything is around us. So we all also understand that we're pretty significant, and that this place was probably created for us. And I think that has a huge effect. By understanding you are the center of creation, it has a huge effect on your own philosophy, how you see life, why things might be important, why it might be important, why the soul might be important. So I don't want to make too many claims about the soul or anything, but for us it's significant, and we are the center of everything.
Yeah.
That gives
Are you
a completely
religious?
different outlook.
If you don't mind me to ask, do you believe in God?
Oh, I believe in God. Yeah, 100% believe in the Creator.
Okay.
I'm not religious though. No.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Every fucking 5 seconds, bro.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. He's letting me know he's following.
You can just mute me if you don't like it.
I don't mute anybody. That's just like when somebody's talking, you're like, yeah.
Nah, just like a sign that I'm listening to, because sometimes
Yeah, it's a
like
sign.
like-
Yeah, every 5 seconds you're going, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's
Fucking
nothing wrong with
annoying,
it, P-Mac. No, there's nothing wrong
Okay,
with
I'm
it. At
sorry.
the end
I'm
of the
sorry.
day,
Maybe I've
he was
just fucking
talking
woke
to
up
Jin.
on the wrong side of the bed. Roots.
You got to be in your bonnet, mate. Because he was talking to Jin, and Jin was asking for him to let him know he was following. So now he's probably reacted to that, and he is letting us know he's following. Plus, his English isn't his first language, so I'm kind of grateful
yeah, no,
that he's
my
letting me
bad.
know
I'm
he's
sorry.
on the same
I'm
page.
sorry. Hey, sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good,
okay.
mate.
Let's forget about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the gist of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, all industry treats the Earth as flat, and that's it. You know that we don't have any evidence otherwise. So we want to use logic.
Yeah.
PMAC. Come on, what's wrong, dude? Yeah, we want to use logic. We want to use critical thinking. We don't want to be a believer in a religion.
I get it. Yeah. Because yeah, sounds good, because every time when I hear about the Earth theory, like you hear other stuff where you start to worry, about climate change, like I said, and something that maybe will hit you, like the Earth. But yeah, we'll look it up.
Yeah, and it's less about that and more about discipline.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you need to be disciplined. You can't just go around believing everything you're being told.
Yeah.
You know, so if we're being
That's
told
right.
stuff we can't verify, what does that make you? Makes you a believer. It doesn't mean you know anything. You know, and for us to know things, you need to be able to use your senses. You need to be able to observe nature. You need to use a method of inquiry, like the scientific method. For example, so for us, it's like, well, if we're going to be disciplined and we're going to be correct, you've got to be able to understand the gas laws. You've got to be able to understand the nature of geometry. You've got to be able to understand perspective. People think that the Earth is a ball because ships sail over the horizon.
Yeah.
When in reality, on a flat surface with an atmosphere, we would expect to see the same phenomenon. We would expect ships to sometimes appear to disappear from bottom up and seem enlarged, bigger than they should do on the horizon. That's what we would expect. So it's important, I think, if you're going to believe something, you need to know first whether it's the only explanation, or whether actually this can be possible on a flat surface. And that's what I mean. You need to be disciplined and know that you're smart enough to figure this out, and you should demand evidence.
What would you say about the videos that are showing, let's say, a ship that is disappearing in the horizon? Like, what does that mean? Like, is it like fake or?
No. Ships disappear from bottom up due to two things:
okay.
perspective and atmospheric conditions. So for example, when you're on a train track and you look into the distance, eventually in the distance you'll see those train tracks converge, and they'll go into a single point. Do you understand what I'm saying about train tracks converging?
Like, I didn't get the word converging. I look it up right now. So, but you can continue. Just the only word.
Yeah. So when you look into the distance, okay. So the horizon itself, The horizon is a line at where the sky meets the ground. Now, the sky doesn't really meet the ground. The sky meets the ground because all in the distance, as things get further away, they will decrease in angular size, and you won't be able to see as much detail. So eventually, your field of view will stop you from being able to see past a certain point. At that point, that's where your horizon is. So everything that goes beyond that limitation of view will eventually converge or merge into what's called the vanishing point on your horizon. Are you following?
Yeah.
Yeah. So things will disappear into the horizon, and the horizon, when you've got a ship that's sitting on the sea, as it goes into the distance, it will be above the horizon. Then it will slowly merge and converge to the horizon from bottom up. So the light will bend, everything will warp and bend from bottom up. Things will start to disappear into the horizon. Now, here's the complicated bit. The chances are you won't very often see that. What you'll see is the ship disappear from bottom up before it's actually gone to your true limitation of view. Now, that's because of things like refraction, things like atmospheric lensing, and magnification can make things further in the distance seem bigger. So I'm going to share with you in the side chat here an example of a toy boat disappearing on the tarmac from bottom up from a very, very close distance. So yeah, it's in the chat now. Well, it should be in the chat in a few moments. And this proves to you that things can disappear bottom up due to refraction. So that's the heat. It's called heat distortion. That's the heat of the ground or the heat below the air above it, creating a gradient. So it actually raises the ground up. Now you can do this experiment you can do this experiment in your bedroom, and you've seen this before when you've looked over a road in the distance, and you'll see the heat haze, it's called, from bottom up. But if you look at that video, that boat, that toy boat, appears to disappear behind the horizon. Not because the tarmac is curved, it's because of the refraction.
Yeah, that's interesting. This explains a lot.
Yeah, it's just one of the effects within perspective, things that affect your perspective at distance. But they don't teach you this. They teach you about refraction, and they'll teach you about perspective within art class, but they won't put them together and tell you, look, this is what would be observable on a flat Earth, because actually they believe boats over the horizon to be an evidence of the ball. You know, so this isn't something you'd hear from anywhere else, really, apart from those who are questioning, is the horizon the curve of the Earth? Well, we can't say it is because we can't find the curve of the Earth. And also we know things can disappear bottom up due to effects like this. So why would you assume boats disappearing from bottom up is the curvature of the Earth when we can't find any curvature?
Yeah. Makes sense. Now, let's say, like, if the Earth is not flat, so how to say it in English? Wait, like, can we go? I would say that we go outside the Earth. Like, can we jump from it? Like, do you know what I mean? Because I don't know the word right now.
We got a limit. Antarctica would be the limit. We haven't got a real way to validate what's beyond that. I mean, there's all sorts of people who have made claims. I don't know if you've read the diaries of Admiral Byrd, a U.S. Navy high-level captain. He claimed there was extra land, Greenland, beyond some of the ice sheets of Antarctica, but you know, that's not something we would be able to validate, so we'd be dishonest to tell you any different, really. We know Antarctica is a huge place if you go south. from any direction, you'll get to the and what we call the Antarctic ice shelf, and that's unverifiable from beyond that. That's the honest answer I can give you.
Yeah.
But we know the gas pressure is contained, so there must be some sort of limitation somewhere in order to have that gas pressure to be able to breathe air. This gas pressure is contained, so for all we know, there could be a container, and there could be a physical containment beyond this known area that we live in. But I want to bring it back slightly to the horizon just to make sure you understand.
Okay.
I posted another clip of a camera zooming into the sun. So this demonstrates sort of how things drop on the horizon in distance. So anything above the horizon will slowly drop into the horizon. The boat being above the horizon will merge into the horizon, but also the sun. But when you zoom in, you can actually, that's like moving your physical location forward. Now the field of view is further. You're able to see further, and the sun rises off the horizon. That happens due to being closer, due to perspective. So that's validation that things don't disappear behind a curve. They merge into a vanishing point, and if you move closer, they raise again back up from the horizon or the vanishing point. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure you saw that one as well, just to help you visualize what I was talking about.
Yeah, it's helped, yeah.
And yeah, hey, does any of the other flat earthers want to get in? Have a chat, ask any questions, say anything?
Yeah, but I think you're done, right? Like you said everything.
No, I'm just scratching the surface, my friend.
Okay.
I think the questions that are asked can open so many topics. I mean, if you've got any interesting questions based on what I've said already, I'm sure some of the other guys might have something to say.
Yeah, like I have no questions anymore. Yeah. You're my only ones.
So do you think you'll look into this a little bit more?
Yeah, for sure, of course. I'll do. I'm like, not a guy who's just believing randomly certain things. I will look it up for sure.
Good man. And at the very least, you'll become more educated in things like perspective, geometry, some of the laws of nature. And at the very least, you'll educate yourself regardless. So keep us informed, keep coming back, do some research, let us know what you found. And we'll go on the journey with you, my friend.
Okay. Yeah, okay then. Thank you for telling me all this. Appreciate that, man.
My pleasure, brother. But feel free to stick around. I'm sure there's some interesting conversations coming up.
Yeah. Okay, then I will just listen to you if you're going to say anything else or having a debate.
Yeah, we got a few new people in here. Undefined behavior. I've not spoken to you yet. Hope you're well. Feel free to speak up. Say hi. Min555 as well. Welcome. We got Fang running. Welcome as well. Got a good panel here as well. A lot of flat earthers. Feel free to ask any questions. Hey, P-Mac. You there, bro?
Yes, Boar.
I didn't offend you or upset you earlier, did I?
Not at all. I'm not easily offended or upset.
Good man.
It was all my fault anyway.
I just didn't want the guy to lose confidence in speaking, that was all. It's been pretty quiet for Globers.
Yeah, it's my bad. It's all my bad.
He seems to have settled down a bit since yesterday. He was doing the same thing yesterday to somebody, and then the next minute he lost the plot. But he's chill with you.
Who,
Yeah.
Timo?
Timor.
Yeah. Someone's doing it. Yeah, I'm sure it was him yesterday. So he was doing the whole every 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's
And
kind
next
of
minute,
was,
I wasn't here yesterday. Like, it was not me.
it probably was.
might have been someone else, man. I don't know.
Anyway,
It was his alter ego.
moving on. I'd like to address the situation about if it's obviously a creation. It's been created by someone. Why does it automatically make it a benevolent god? I mean, couldn't it just be like a bunch of aliens from Dark City that are taking loose on people? I mean, I just, there's no motion, there's no curvature, there's no fuck all. We've been waiting for 20 years, we're still, almost.
It'll be infinite regression.
Infinitely regret. Oh, sorry, regression, yeah. I mean, I understand about the whole thing about God and everything and all that there, and I don't believe in any worldly religions, but I do believe there's a higher power. Probably out there somewhere, but I don't understand how, because we finally figured out that it's not what they say it is, and it's obviously created, why do people automatically assume it's created by a benevolent god or by somebody who's looking out for our best interests? This might not be a very fucking happy place to be, you know. I mean, soul traps and present planets and all that shit there, God knows, right? Learning curves and disabilities and shit. But yeah, I suppose it's made me, myself personally, and maybe other people a stronger something, but not, you know, you're not your body. Anyway, I just have an aversion to the religion thing. So it's a obviously creation, therefore it must be God. I'm not quite sure about that.
I tend not to use God if I can. I try and say creator.
Hey, it doesn't really matter if you use God or creator. It's the same fucking stipulations apply. It's anyway. I don't think it's something to worry about too much. Anyway. Everybody has their thing, you know.
Well, I know things are pretty bad right now, but wow, the potentiality that exists within nature, the beauty, the love, the the fulfillment, all those things. You know, I find it hard to believe that was created by a benevolent being. But I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you know, never forget there's good people out there in a dark world. There's good people out there.
Never forget who you are.
Goodness gracious, golly me! What the hell was that?
That Simpsons reference.
Oh,
Yeah, Apu's mum before he leaves India for America. She's like, never forget who you are.
How did I not get that? That wasn't obscure at all. Uh, yeah, on the subject of things getting a bit strange. Things are strange, aren't they, bro? Things are really, really fucking strange. Isn't life strange? If I could use one word to describe life, I would use the word strange.
Sounds like an episode from Mark Sargent. Strange World.
Yeah, those are actually quite good. I still listen to them now and then.
He's grown on me. I do watch his stuff now. I never used to watch it.
Yeah, me too. That's strange. Fuck. Pardon the pun.
Strange World.
It's fucking strange world, bro. The truth is stranger than fiction. I mean, there's things that's happened in real life that I could rhyme off to you now, and it would take me about half an hour to go through them. But you couldn't write that shit, and it's all real life. For instance, that's scary. You ever hear of a YouTube channel called the Y Files, Rich?
Have they got a series called The Y
Yes.
Machine? Oh, the Y Files with Hecklefish.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. He's like that. Who's that dude that stands up and does the speeches about things? He's not a motivational speaker. He's got the high squeaky voice, and he's always debating people.
I don't know who the fuck you're talking about, bro.
That's who that guy reminds me of from the Y Files. He's like his brother. No, I just can't remember the fucking name. Don't worry, it's all good.
Yeah, some friend of mine put me on the Wi-Fi the other night. There was one called Synchronicities. So just type into your YouTube chat now. If you're listening now, world, you're listening. Get the YouTube up. Type this in: Wi-Fi's Synchronicities. Hit the first fucking link. It's a crazy story. Apparently, there was a guy that was knocked down by a New York taxi cab. In I don't know, guessing now, 72, his brother was knocked down a year later to the day by the same guy driving the same taxi, and when you get this, with the same fucking passenger in the back seat. Killed both the brothers a year apart with the same taxi with the same fucking passenger in the back seat. That's synchronicity.
Sounds more like the X-Files.
Ooh. I do like Gillian, a little bit of Gillian Anderson. Oh, right. There was two twins. Same thing. The Wi-Fi synchronicity. The next story is two twins separated at birth, married the same woman with the same fucking name, married, like, they didn't know each other. Both named their kids, it was like a double-barrel name, like Gregory McDonald or Gregory Paul, fucking whatever. Same, they had a dog. This is the cherry on the cake. Both families had a dog called the same fucking name. And these guys didn't know each other, like they were twins separated at birth or something. I mean, I don't know how true it is, but if that's true, that's fucking insane. That's the Matrix doing its shit, bruh.
Hey, P-Mac.
Hey, bro.
Bro, if you keep dropping F-bombs, you're going to keep us off this channel.
I'm fucking so... I'm very sorry.
Drop the bomb right back.
I apologize to all you Christians.
Practice saying freaking. Can you say the word freaking?
How about freaking?
There you go.
Is that the guy that drives around his car all day? Drops fucking... I'm sorry, freaking people's... food off.
I think he's going to struggle, Dave.
It's
We'll
like
see.
I'm
You're
just
gonna have to give him like one F-bomb equals 1 minute mute.
Yep, that's it.
We're starting
Two
now.
F-bombs. Yes, study.
Okay, no more. I'm sorry, I feel the fucking snowflake, the frickin' snowflakes. Oh, geez, that's 1 minute, bro.
Even when you're trying not to say, you still say, you're amazing, Big Mac. You must
I
think
am,
you live on a spinning ball or something.
Hey, Brute, DJ, everybody else in here. What's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
Kembo in the house. What's up, bro?
Yep. Nothing much, man. Hey, you know who I haven't seen, Roots? Crypto. Have you seen him?
Unfortunately, no, dude.
Not for a couple of weeks. I think he was in about 4 weeks ago. Somewhere.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool then. But yeah, I haven't seen him around. You know, maybe he just pop in, you know, for a short period of time and then leaves.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he did pop in the other week, about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, a few people have been asking about him, to be fair. I think he's missed. He's being missed.
Right. Yeah. But Roots, man, that verse, man, I think it's gonna be fire.
What did you say?
The verse that you wrote to it, man, I think it's gonna be amazing after it's done. You know what I mean? You might have to fix certain part or make it better or whatever. But I think when you finish writing to that, that particular, beat or whatever, I think it's gonna be amazing.
So we got a Roots and a Kimbo collab on a Flat Earth Music. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir. Round 2. You heard the
Round
first one,
2,
we did,
baby.
haven't you, Dave?
Sounds good. Drop it as soon as you make it.
Oh, yeah.
Kembo, can you share with Dave the first one we did? I don't think he's heard it.
We could play it. We could play this song.
Yeah, you can just play it if you want to. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want, yeah, I'm cool with it. Here,
Can you
get
drop
link.
okay, so you know how to use the music player, Kimber?
No.
Okay, so you just do left arrow, play, right? Like that in the side chat, and then just drop the YouTube link after play.
Okay. I think I'm gonna try next time, but I'll like
Or just drop the link and I'll do it. Yeah, just drop the link.
Yeah.
And
I'll try it next time, brother. Yeah.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Coming for ya. Coming for ya. You. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. It comes with a turf. I love it when a sophist comes in to surf. These ballers really got nerves. Since 2015 they really got served. At the Black Swan's birth they really got burned. They're all taught no action, claiming refraction and all these relative words. Now they believe that level is curved. So when we're done with them, we don't run with them. We just water them and then slaughter them. Even the sextant's down in all of them. So don't fall for them. The globe is nothing but an ornament. 24/7 we're all within Discord. Enter the tournament. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. You know how we do. How'd you get air next to a vacuum? Can you find a picture of a satellite? Have you seen a planet that's not a cartoon? There's no need to assume that parallel rays are heating the moon when corpuscular rays are seen with a zoom like sun, earth, gravity, none of it's true. So let me hit a new vector. You're a tool like Kepler, orbit disrespected, glow projecting, appeal to a fallacy, guy you're just in over your head. The lies globally spread, but the globe's overly dead. And now you think you can tell me the shape of the earth by measuring over your head? Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. If the earth is round, spinning on an axis when I leave ground, it should move my location around. Coriolis should be taken account. If you account for the lack of amount of motion detected when you take flight, no experiment you can cite. The atmos is airtight. Now let me talk about declination. If the Earth's got several accelerations, how come the stars for generations create the same trails, no animations? This is helio devastation, where you deal with facts, no estimations. Step to the topic, no reservations, and soon you will see these confirmations. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya.
Welcome 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
There you go, Dave. There's the first one.
Round of applause. Very well done, gentlemen. Hope it's going to shoot to the top of the Billboard charts. I can feel it.
Yes, sir.
Doubt that very much. But yeah, thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
No, listen, man, it's gonna go on Flat Earth Billboard. Not the mainstream though.
Oh yeah, it's number 1 on Flat Earth Billboard. Yep. Yeah, thanks for playing that, DJ.
A little intimidating. You better watch out for flat earthers. I like it.
I know the Globers are probably shitting their pants now after that.
Hey, Roots, don't worry, man. Eggshell, he gonna make a rap song and try to diss you after that.
I love it. I bet he does. I bet he could as well.
I don't know. I'm not so sure. I don't know if he knows how to rap or not, but yeah.
Dude, I'd love that. I would love that if someone did do that. Responded to it. That'd be cool, man. You get Matthew Learns to do one. Shoot the music video at his school.
Oh my god. Just pictured it in my head. Ultimate cringe.
Nah, give him a backwards hat and he'll be good.
And a skateboard.
Did you guys did you hear him when he said even if the mainstream or NASA comes out and tell him like, oh, the Earth is flat, we actually lie to you, and he would not agree with it, he would still believe in the globe?
I think he just said that. I think he just said that to hold frame. I don't truly think he would. If the model was proven to be inaccurate in the ways that we said and he got verification in the mainstream, I think he would definitely adapt a new model. He would just need a model first.
Yeah, maybe he just said it just to get the reaction, just to see what we're gonna say.
His whole thing relies on faith in these experts talking about space and stuff. He admits that. So if there's same experts threw the globe under the bus, I mean, what else has he got to go off?
Well, he's model afflicted, right? So if the model is disproven from the top down, from the authorities' position, not just from us, then he would have to swallow that, and he'd have to adapt a new model because he says he leads by the model. Or he'd have to change his philosophy, one of the two.
I got a working title for Matthew's rap song. Refraction makes the globe look flat. Somebody write that one.
That's good. Yeah. I can imagine that.
What's up, Bruce? There nobody in here who thinks they live on a ball right now.
I don't think so, brother. I'm just washing up. I can't see the screen. Any new names you can see?
It was Ben Shapiro. Sorry, man. That's what I was trying to think of. That's who that guy from the Y-Files reminds me of. It's like his dad or something. It's got to be like his dad or his brother or something.
He does sound like him a bit. Now you mention it.
Sorry, guys. I just figured it out. I hate it when shit. I can't remember what I was. Remember something, and it's right on the tip of your tongue, and you're like, ah.
I think I binge watched almost every episode of Y-Files over the space of a week. I really like the production, the way they do it.
That's what I
It's a
said.
good channel. Yeah, good channel. Good sense of humor as well. It's important. I just wish you'd do a flat Earth episode. I think he did Hollow Earth though. He might have done Hollow Earth. Do you remember seeing that one? Sure, I watched one of Hollow Earth from him.
Yeah, probably. No, not really. I only found him the last couple of weeks. Somebody tuned me into him. He's pretty good. But what does it matter, really? Like, for all your meanderings and thoughts and try-hards to tell people what the Earth is, I mean, if you expire tomorrow, what purpose does that serve? You know? I think it's obvious.
Well, you got to ask yourself what your motivation is. Is it self-serving or is it service to others?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's it. That is the crux. That's another word for it. Not motivation. What the fuck's the other word? Sorry, frick. Another fucking. Oh, that's 2 minutes. I'll time myself out.
I'm just gonna kick you in a minute.
Yeah, we'll give you one free F word. There you go.
One, he's dropped about 15 in the last 30 seconds.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, so that's just 14 minutes now instead of 15.
Freaking liar.
He's like, no, I fucking haven't.
Has the Flat Earth server suddenly turned into YouTube? You can't say sexual assault or he had a gun.
No, it's not that. It's the actual server. It's the rules of the server.
Oh, okay. Well, that's stupid.
English Hub.
Yeah.
In politics, it's actually not a problem, I don't think.
Well, I take myself out for 2 minutes anyway, so don't bother, guys.
Yeah, they're trying to teach language here, okay? But not that type of language.
Oh, I'm sorry, you can't say frick every once in a while.
You'll have foreigners going back to English class at school going, so fucking right, fucking part. I fell for it.
Right, time that guy out. Time him out. That's Root says time him out. That's like I heard about 2 minutes. 2 minutes of timeout for that pricker.
You're rubbing off on me, bro.
I do that with everybody.
It's a effing.
When I worked in childcare, I used to say, Puggles.
What? When you work in childcare, what? Sorry.
When I worked in childcare, instead of saying the F-bomb, I'd say, Puggles.
Oh, when you worked in childcare. I think she said, when I woke up in childcare. I realized
Yeah, I woke up in childcare and I know
I
where I
woke up in
was.
childcare. I realized my parents were gone.
Yeah.
I went struggle.
Yeah. And I said, where the fuggles are they?
Yeah, that would be a shock to the system.
Oh, I worked in special needs. I really liked it.
Past tense. What you do now, Daz? You retired?
Constantly reminded of my days in special needs childcare. Absolutely.
Oh, right. Okay. While constantly reminding everybody else you used to work in childcare. Oh, okay. I get it.
Hmm.
You enjoyed it. You should go back.
No.
Okay. Sounds like you enjoyed it, like. Was there no swearing at all? You couldn't swear in childcare.
No, you had to say sugar or fuggles or something else.
Yeah, but Ned Flanders.
But how diddly do, neighbor? Did you ever hear about Jesus Christ? I'm not saying this, but I don't think this world has anything to do with fucking God. Freaking God, sorry. 2 minutes time. I'll time myself out. Forget about it. I think, obedient Timothy, that the whole thing about Admiral Byrd, when you hear this, he's probably talking about, and he was a Mason too, right? He's talking about land beyond the ice, all this shit here, in order to make people think that there is more. But at the same time, he's reinforcing. Maybe I'm wrong. Hang on, let me rethink this. I'll come back here. It's a big spinning ball, apparently. But there's no proof of motion at all. We're still waiting for proof of motion and curvature. That's it. That's the two things we're waiting for. That's it. 15 frickin' years. I got it right. 15 frickin' years, and we're still waiting.
But I'd like to know the sort of backstory of that interview that he did, whether he was given the green light by the government to do that interview, or he just said, look, to hell with it, I'm just going to go on TV and tell everyone because it's that important.
No, nothing appears on the box unless it's what do you call it?
Well, it was a live show, so how could you control what he says? So whether he was allowed to say it, whether they gave him the green light to say it, which I can't.
Well, because it lasted. Well, how long did it last?
What's that? Segment?
Yeah, it went on for 5-10 minutes. They didn't cut the
Yeah,
feed.
don't know.
Yeah, it was a pretend live feed.
I know. Well, that was back in the 50s or something, or 40s.
Yeah.
So
everything was in black and white.
Who are you talking about?
The Admiral Byrd interview, whether the government said, oh yeah, you can go on TV and tell everyone about what we found on the other side of Antarctica, or whether he just went on and just said it.
He's only saying that because there is no other.
And then got chewed out later. I mean, what are you doing? You can't say this.
Yeah, didn't he die of a heart attack about a year after that interview or something?
Yeah.
A heart attack. Yeah. Yeah, he's just making people think that there's more. There probably isn't. No, I don't know. Fuck. I mean, frick. Time out 1 minute.
Well, what's interesting is that he said, right, so he wasn't talking about a different body of land or area, right? He was talking about on Antarctica, right? There is a part of Antarctica, is what he was saying, beyond the South Pole, right? That is the size of the United States. I'm not sure if they claim today that half of Antarctica is the size of the United States, do they?
It's more than half beyond the South Pole area.
Is it?
And yeah, it is. It is it's more than half of Antarctica. It's the huge area of Antarctica. And yeah, it is roughly a similar size, a little bit smaller, I think, but yeah, a similar size.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. Oh, did someone put out the word? Is there an event started or something? Did you start an event, DJ?
No, there was something running. There was an event running, but let me check. I don't think there's an event running anymore. I mean, we could start an event now.
Why are people leaving? What's going on? They join and then just leave straight away. It's like,
They do that all.
Exciting.
They always do that in this server.
Don't be shy now. Open up your mic. Say hi. We have Min. Min's joined us. Welcome in, Min. Thank you for being here. Hello, NWF.
Okay, event started. 1 hour. Flat Earth Q&A.
Awesome. Let's go.
We are live. Don DeMarco.
Did someone just say hello? Did a baby just say hello?
I think that was PMAC.
I like the horn touch. It wasn't me, though, by the way.
Keep it family friendly, man.
Yeah, sure, no problem. PC freaking 8.
No, you've got to say what Daz said. What did Daz? Daz, what did it you say? Fluffing?
Fuggles.
Fuggles.
Fuggles. What the fuggles?
Oh, sugar.
Oh, shalom, brother.
I thought you were about to slip there. You nearly slipped. You nearly said something else beginning with a "ith." So you can't even say shit in this fucker server now.
You just did it.
That's like 25 minutes.
Bruh.
You should get a swear jar, man. You'd save a lot of money. You should get a swear jar. You'd be rich.
And take it out on the street and hold it out in front of you. I swear for money. Did you know all you have to do is ask 1 million people for $1? It's that easy.
My God, you're a genius. What's the event, DJ? Did you set one?
It's just Q&A, I think. So, anybody that's joined us, feel free to ask your questions.
This job, so a lot of people and they don't want to talk.
We are waiting for the questions from the Globe Earthers. We're on standby.
Come out and play.
Yeah, for the gent who just said no one's speaking, yeah, the Globers get very shy. It's almost like they don't want to talk about it. Very strange.
I surprise it when I join this chat because I see a lot of people and that they don't want to speak.
Yeah, well, the Flat Earthers are always ready to speak. The Flat Earthers are always here to have a chat. Did you want to have a chat?
What?
Would you like to have a chat about the Flat Earth?
No.
No, you're no better than I. Who are you to judge? Did he leave?
I think so. You still there, Ahmed?
Perhaps he didn't want to chat. So we got Alucard in the channel with the moon symbol. What's up, Alu? Sam? What's up, Sam?
Yes, hello. I was asking, what is the topic of today?
This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. This is the best place on Earth to talk about the Earth. You got any questions?
Okay. That's okay.
Did you know that,
no questions anyway. Yes, of course, that's the same topic like every day. So it's boring.
Well, there's different people that come in every day that maybe have only barely heard of the topic, or maybe they want to try to defend their belief, you know. And this is actually a really great place to learn about the Earth and the dynamic system that we're all in.
Yeah, we want to know why you believe in the ball. Do you believe in the globe? Alu, do you believe in the heliocentric ball?
Everyone believe in that the Earth is not flat because I explain it every time. Because it's a globe. Because if you see a ship, the ship move, and you see the sails is rising, and he moves, and you see it's going down. So it's only a globe. The second is you see.
No, let's stick with the first one. Let's go one claim at a time. Okay, have you ever seen that yourself?
Yes, for sure.
You sure about that?
For sure. In Germany, we see it every day.
Were you standing? So you were standing at the shoreline. You were standing. No, we don't see that, right? I actually grew up on the coast myself, and most often the boat gets too small to be able to resolve, and you can't see it anymore because of that. Now you can zoom back in on the ship. Yeah, actually, yes.
In Germany, we have for army special sailor ships for training the new Marines, and that's very old, but they have to push up. And you see the sailor ship, you see it, and if it goes from the east, from the Baltic Sea, and from the Northern Sea, in which place of him is started in the time, the ship is starting in Kiel, and you see if it goes down, the sail and the mast and the flag, that's the first time. If you see it goes down, and you think the ship is sinking, and that's very good. Yes.
Well, look, why didn't it happen in this video in the side chat that I just posted? How come he can zoom back in again and bring the entire giant ship back into view?
Oh, that's so small.
It's a giant ship.
Yes, there is no sails.
It's a giant cruise ship.
The ship.
It's a giant ship, bro.
The ship is standing.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's bigger than a sail. It's bigger than a sailboat.
Oh my god!
Do you think a cruise ship isn't bigger than a sailboat?
The same thing is you can see two staffs. One staff in 1 meter, and a staff, and you see the shadows. And you see the staff 10 meters across.
Show me one boat going over the curvature. Present some evidence to back up your claim.
What are you talking about, bro?
I can't see that. Oh, wait. Yes,
Second episode, I was
the chat anzeigen. Yes, yes, that's the right thing.
What?
What are you talking
and
about?
You see, the ship is yes, because
what ship?
The Earth is.
What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, you see the ship, and he is.
What ship? What ship are you talking about?
A tanker,
you haven't posted anything.
Yeah,
you haven't posted anything.
Carrier, well, something.
Yeah, you haven't posted anything.
No, someone has posting anything.
Yeah, so that's a giant ship being brought.
No idea. If you are
that's a giant ship. It's a giant ship being brought back into view that you couldn't see at all when he was zoomed out. This is what happens the majority of the time, right? If you don't have big ocean swells or a mirage, then this is what happens. That's why I'm asking you to present evidence where there isn't giant ocean swells or there isn't an obvious miraging effect taking place.
At that moment, it goes down. That's not a zoom effect. That's only the effect.
No, when he's zoomed out.
Yes.
All right, bro. calm down, right? You're getting hyperactive. Now, when he's zoomed out, you can't see the ship at all. It's completely undetectable, right? So if you were standing at the shore watching this giant ship go out, it would get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then it would disappear, right? And then he pulls out his zoom camera, and he can zoom in and bring the entire ship back to view again. So you're claiming that ships always disappear bottom up. I'm showing you no, that doesn't happen very often. When it does happen, it's very easy to explain. That's why I'm asking you to present evidence to back your claim up.
Don't worry, bro. I live in a city as well. It took me a long time to realize this. Don't feel bad. I noticed there's no rebuttal, no response.
No. Just
DJ,
baseless
that
claims.
boat is too small.
Yeah, it's like the biggest boat. Like
Like
this
a
like a
friggin' cruise
giant
liner.
ocean. Yeah, some big freight. Like I don't know what kind of boat it is, but it's giant. All right. So does anyone have any evidence rather than just making baseless claims? Anyone got questions? Freaky, welcome. Min?
Min, you can give any other evidence that Earth is flat.
Yeah, sure. Like any long distance observation, right? Shows that there's no curvature. So let me give you an example. Okay, so here's a very good example. So I'll just put it in the side chat here. Well, hold on. We've got Alucard has come back with a video. Okay, and it literally says in the title of your video, Alucard, mirage of a passenger boat disappearing behind the horizon. Now, if you look up the definition of horizon, it's an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Now, like I said earlier, only if you have large ocean swells or mirages can a boat appear to disappear bottom up. The very title of your video admits that it's a mirage taking place. Now, I will have a look at the video so I can tell you exactly what's going on.
It's looking flat.
I'll tell you what's going on. I've seen that video before. That's lensing.
Yeah, it's just a crazy, obvious miraging effect taking place. So yeah, that's terrible evidence, and it doesn't even show the boat going over any curvature or anything. It just shows this is a good example of just a miraging effect.
Magnification, that was the word I was looking for. Atmospheric magnification.
So yeah, just terrible examples of like. Did you watch the video before you sent it? I could find better examples than that one.
But if there is no curvature, then in late 50s, then there was only ships moving. How did they They sailed on the ship and they went back on the same point after going forward. How did they went back on the same point after going forward?
Okay, so just say you have a lake, right? Let's say you've got a big lake and you've got some islands inside the lake. You could take off from the island, right, on a little boat, and then sail around the lake and then come back again to the island.
It can be.
You could go out your front door of your house and then walk around your house and then come back to the front door. This is another example.
That time, that means I'm turning. They had at that time they had compass. They would
Yeah,
follow
so
the
east, exactly. So east and west are circles, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you go east around your house or west around your house, right? Just say you had a big magnet in the center of your house, and then you wanted to go east around your house or west around your house, you would turn around, right? And you would circumnavigate your house around the North Pole. Same thing, right? You can go east or west and come back to the same point. It works on a globe and it works on a flat Earth as well. But no one's ever done it north to south. North to south wouldn't work on a flat Earth, but no one's ever circumnavigated north to south.
So what's the final verdict?
Sorry, what's that? What's the what?
I mean, what's the final verdict? And the Earth is round or flat?
Well, the Earth can't be round because it measures flat, right? When we go out and make long distance observations in nature, it's completely flat. There's no curvature. Just like you experience every day.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Okay.
Yeah, the water doesn't lie. So the water will always be flat on the surface.
Okay, I got it.
If anyone has any more questions, you can jump in anytime. You can also ask questions in the side chat if you don't want to open up your microphone. So, Freaky, did you have any more questions? Or do you have any evidence? What's your best evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I don't have it. So I'm out.
Would you say you know for a fact that the Earth is a globe? Or you just have a belief that the Earth is a globe because you were taught that?
Yeah, from third standard, I have studied from geography that Earth is round.
Do you believe that or do you know that?
I believe.
Try to buy it, triangle on the Earth. I explain it again. Yes.
What's that?
And if you put a triangle in the
No.
sun,
Say the first thing again. I didn't understand what you said. What did you say? Start
I
again.
explained again. If you build three stuffs to build a triangle, if you see one point is next to me, if I build the next, or if I put it in the earth next to me in 10 meters, and the next in, yes, if you can build a triangle, if the earth is flat.
Well, how's that? You could do that on a flat Earth. Like, what are you talking about? 10 meters? If you go 10 meters.
Yes, 10 meters. So, you see, there's a curve that's not 90 degrees on the on side, not 100 degrees, not 360 degrees. and so it's only yes, and 10
Okay,
meters. are enough.
show me someone doing this in reality.
Yes, you need only
Yeah. So who did it? Who did what you're talking about?
Around, and you see the shadow, and you only see the shadow if you.
Calm down, my friend. So what are you saying? If you walk in a triangle 10 meters, bro, dude, you're not easy to understand. You need to relax.
That's too stupid for me.
Alucard, you need to relax, bro. Right? So are you talking about if you go 10 meters in a straight line, and then you turn left, and then you go 10 meters in a straight line, and then you turn left, and then you go 10 meters again in a straight line, back to where you started, it's not going to measure 180 degrees. Is that what you just said?
I think he did.
Yeah, that guy is
I also got one more doubt.
This week on Globus Say the funniest things.
If the Earth is flat, then why in here somewhere is day and somewhere is night? Can I explain?
Because the sun moves
at the same time? If it's flat, it should be.
Yeah. Because we don't claim that the Earth is a disk in space with the sun 93 million miles away. Okay? We have the sun moving across the sky, right? When you see the sun in the morning, it rises in the east, and then it moves over the sky, and then it moves away from you in the west. It goes to a different part of the Earth. So when it's the sun is above your head, right? It's going to be light in your part of the Earth, and it will move away from you, and it will light up a different part of the Earth. For example, when the sun's making its transit over Australia, it's going to be dark in the northern hemisphere, and it's going to be light in that area of the southern hemisphere. Well, hemisphere, you know what I mean. The south or the north. Right? The sun moves. So it's moving over the Earth, just like we all experience. And that's going to create day and night and different seasons. We can all agree we see the sun moving across the sky, right?
Alu didn't last very long.
No, Alu was quite triggered. We got Sam in the side chat saying that we could buy a spaceship and move away from our Earth and see yourself. That Earth is spherical in shape. Did you do that, Sam? No, you didn't. So how do you know that the Earth is a globe?
Danny's asking some good questions in the chat. I don't know if you're there, Danny. Can you come in the VC? Asking some good questions.
What about you, Anonymous? Are you able to join the VC at all?
Not really.
You just did.
I mean, it's like kind of hard, and if I get caught, it would cause me a lot of trouble, so no.
That's fair enough. Not a problem.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a good enough excuse.
Yeah. So all of the ancient cultures believed that knew that the Earth was a flat, stationary plane, right, within an enclosed system. But yeah, around what was it? About 500 years ago, Roots, the Jesuits started incorporating the heliocentric system and going around the world and teaching it to different nations. Why did they do that? We don't know exactly why. We could speculate. But what we can't find is any evidence for the Earth being a globe. So whatever their reasons were, we can't go back and ask them. It may have been to hide the true nature of reality and keep what they considered divine knowledge, to themselves. They might have had more sinister plans. Yeah, we don't know. But what we can do is test the Earth to see if it's a globe or not. And when we actually go out and test the Earth, we cannot find any curvature at all. Just like everybody experiences every single day of their life. A flat, stationary plane.
So it looks flat, it's observed flat, we treat it as flat, utilized as flat, but it must be a ball. That's not how logic works.
Yeah, so Sam, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Flat is not a shape. And we're not claiming an edge. Nobody has ever just kept going south, right, to work out the extent of this Earth that we live in. No one that we're aware of, anyway. So, and when you say edge, what do you mean when you say edge? Are you talking about like the edge of a lake, where you would have a shoreline? Or you were talking about the edge like falling off the edge of a merry-go-round or an object. What do you mean by edge?
Anonymous, he asked you a question. He asked you where is the edge of a puddle or a lake.
Yeah, so he's trying to think of the Earth as like a flat disk or something like that. Yeah, that's not what we're claiming. We're not claiming the Earth is a flat planet floating around in outer space. You could think of the Earth as the foundation, right, of this system that we live in. We don't know the extent of the Earth, but we know that it kind of seems like we're within like a big version of a lake. That's what I personally would speculate, right? If you have a lake, right, it's the low spot in the land where the water gathers. Then you would have islands within the lake, which you could call continents if it's big enough of a scale. You can travel from continent to continent within the lake, but there would have to be a shoreline, right, of a lake. So maybe there's a shoreline somewhere. We don't know. Nobody's ever kept going south to check what's beyond where we've traveled. There's a lot of mysteries. Imagine me asking you the question, where's the edge of the universe? Can you fall off the edge of the universe? Where is the edge of the universe? You're not going to have an answer for that question, are you? You're going to say we don't know. So I have a question for anyone who believes the Earth's a globe. Has anyone here seen the curvature of the Earth themselves with their own two eyes, not looking at a phone screen or a television screen or anything like that? Has anyone actually seen the curvature of the Earth for themselves? You can put your answer in the side chat or open your mic.
No, he cannot see the curvature.
Yeah, Freaky, I agree with you, right? Even if it was a globe, right, you wouldn't see the curvature, but you'd be surprised. A lot of people think that they have seen the curvature of the Earth.
No, I mean, no one would have seen the curvature. It is stated that the curvature can be seen only from the space or in the air, but not from the where I am standing on it. No one can see the curvature.
Right. I agree with you. If there was such a place as outer space, then sure. And if the Earth was a globe, sure. You would be able to see the curvature from space. So we all experience the Earth as a flat, stationary plane, right? That's the base reality. That's what we all experience the Earth as in our daily lives. When we go to a lake, when we go to the ocean, we see flat water, right? Water obviously needs a container. And then the water across the surface is flat. Now, just because we experience it as flat, obviously that doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. So we can actually go out and find a large distance over water and start performing different tests. Now, if you can find a 10-mile lake, you can go to the lake and do a little bit of basic mathematics and work out how much curvature there should be across that distance. Now, over a 10-mile lake, there should be 66.6 feet of curvature over that distance, which is
according to what math?
According to the size of the globe, the radius
parabolic parabola. You're using the 7.9 inches. Yeah, that's retarded.
Yeah. So for a 10-mile distance, that's 100%
Well, the Earth isn't
correct.
a parabola, so that's incorrect maths. But go ahead.
So over a 10-mile distance, there's 66.67 feet of curvature. Using that formula,
According
or using
to what math? Using the incorrect formula. Gotcha.
Okay, you tell me how much. Okay, you tell me and provide me a citation.
You have to use trigonometry, and that requires specific inputs, which you don't have.
All right. Give me the answer then. What's the answer?
The answer to what?
How much curvature is there over 10 miles?
Depends on where you're standing.
Oh, really? Does it? Right. Get me a citation. Get me the mathematics, and put
what you're trying to explain why you can't see the horizon.
No, bro. You seem to be hard of hearing. Are you hard of hearing? Are you hard of hearing?
Not the correct.
Are you hard of hearing?
Incorrect math,
bro.
No, it's the correct math for short distances. 10 miles, 8 inch per square mile is perfectly reasonable. If it's not, then provide the correct math.
So you're throwing Washington University, every single Earth curve calculator under the bus right now. Now you get us what you think's the correct formula and provide a citation.
Am I unmuted? I mean, it's just dumb math. I'm not going to argue with it. You can continue your point, though.
So if you say we're wrong, get us the correct answer. Put your money where your mouth is. Simple as that. If you just come in here to whine like a little bitch,
DJ,
right? You're just going to get put on mute.
DJ, can you hear me, bro?
Yep.
Mike did both equations on the website, 247flatearth.org. He has both of the popular equations, so this guy's talking about the other one. And they both are on our website.
Mm-hmm.
You use the curvature calculator.
This guy
that Mike used there. Yeah, he could go there, and he's got his formula. He could post his formula too if he needs it. we should definitely get
Yeah,
that in
so
the server so you have it on hand.
so square foot, right? Get me the correct number. Simple as that. If you want to continue the conversation, you made a claim that the math is incorrect, right? I can give you a link right now to Washington University, right? If you want to throw Washington University under the bus right now, then go ahead and do so. But you have to get us the correct formula if you want to continue the conversation. You can't come in here and act all cocky and tell us we're wrong and that all the Earth curve calculators are wrong without a rebuttal at all. It's not going to work for you, bro.
Yep. Yeah, we are waiting for your math. So go get it
Yeah,
and post
where's
it
your
in the
math?
side chat.
Apparently, the dude's debunked every credible Earth curve calculator in existence.
Yeah, go get your math, hillbilly. We're waiting.
Yeah, this is the thing that Mike made that curvature calculator at our home server, at our home website for, was for the people who bring up this specific argument.
The thing is, it doesn't matter which formula we use, it's still the same answer.
Yeah, he said it's like
That's such- it's so
0.000 something
retarded.
off.
It doesn't
Crazy.
matter what math we use. It's the same answer. What the
Yeah, okay, hillbilly.
Christ,
Go
the
get.
brain rat.
Yeah, you
I
can't
guess you want the
answer,
actual formula, right?
Yeah,
No,
why
give
don't,
us-
why don't you,
no,
why don't
we
you
want-
comply with the
H equals
request? Why
R
don't you go and
times
get us
1
your
minus
proof?
cos d.
Instead of making fun, why don't you just go and get the proof? If we've got the maths wrong, correct where we're mistaken. That's all you got to do.
Yeah,
Stop
this
running
is
up
what
your
we
big
need.
dumb mouth.
Yeah, we want the result at how much curvature there is over 10 miles in feet.
Yeah, just give
Right,
just
so-
show us where we've gone wrong, American. Show me, or shut your
Put it in the
fucking mouth.
side chat. Exactly. You can put it in the side chat if you want to continue the conversation, and you can provide the mathematics that you used, right? And a citation, a mainstream citation showing us that that's the correct formula and that the 66.67 feet is incorrect. Right. So if you want to continue the conversation, then that's what you got to do, bro.
I think this guy was under the impression that we the one that came up with the math. So it must be wrong because you guys are flat earthers. You guys the one that came up with the math, so it got to be wrong. But then he doesn't know that all these math, it's backed up by math department, Washington University, other university, and all that stuff. Like he doesn't realize that. So if we wrong about the math, you should go get it. We'll wait for you.
He's disagreeing with Washington Uni, Princeton Uni, University of Texas Austin, University of California, San Diego Uni, University of Central London. Do we need to go on?
Yeah, just clamoring to get something, you know what I mean, against these long distance observations, even though the equation's only off by like the tiniest integer for only very, very long observations. I mean, like thousands of miles. Anything that is shown here is perfectly accurate. Any of the distances and any of the observations in question. But Mike did all that work anyway.
Yeah, so
Good on
square
Mike for
foot.
doing all that.
I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to go get this information. Otherwise, you can just take a hike, right? Because you're intellectually dishonest. You're here in bad faith. So you got 5 minutes, bro, or you're gonna get banned. Simple as that. We don't want bad faith individuals coming in here spouting nonsense that they can't back up.
I love how confident and hot he came in, and now there's nothing. What happened to all that spunk?
Dude.
Dude heard Simon Dan say that parabolic curve thing and parabola, and that's all he's got. He hasn't actually looked into it.
No.
What was the name of the guy again?
Square foot. SQFT. Squift.
Well, he squiffed that one, didn't he?
Yeah, big time. You got 3 minutes left.
Yeah, he's trying to weasel his way around it in the side chat. Like, dude, you said we wrong. All you gotta do, go get the right math, and we'll go through it together. And your math also got to back up, also from whatever university and all that stuff. You can't make up your own shit. So don't make up your own stuff in here.
It's just like low level anti-flat earth trolling technique, right? Oh, that's a parabola. You can't use that. Stupid flat earthers. Dude, that's the formula that's used, right? For short distances. You can use that formula. You can use the formula on the Washington University website. You can use all sorts of different formulas, but it's going to be 66 feet over 10 miles, regardless of which formula you used, because it's basic math, based off the radius value, right? So it has to be that distance of curvature over that distance. It has to be that amount of curvature. Yeah, you got 1 minute left. It's the final countdown.
That's hilarious, DJ. You guys are doing the wrong math. I have no idea what the math is, but you guys are wrong. Hilarious.
Yeah, so give us the amount in feet of curvature over that distance, square foot. That's what you are asked to do. Can you not follow simple instructions? How much drop over distance is there over 10 miles?
Kind of ironic he's named square root and he can't do math. Imagine that.
All right, so when I put your formula into ChatGPT, it says, okay, this is what I put in based off the formula, and then I pasted your formula. How much drop would there be on the 3959 mile radius globe over 10 miles? Right? Then it went through the math, it did the math, and wow, look, the answer is 66.7 feet of curvature over that distance. Exactly what I said. Exactly. Right? On a final answer. On a globe Earth with a radius of 3959 miles, the drop over 10 miles is approximately 66.7 feet. using the Pythagorean drop formula. So there you go, bro. Exactly what we said.
Definitely not.
So yeah, you're well. Oh, okay. So now this math is wrong.
Show me.
Okay,
show
so
me in the chat. Post your GPT. Show it. Show it off.
Okay.
Don't tell me what you did. Show me. Show your work. We learned this in fucking
Right, so
middle
I'll
school,
take a
man. Show
couple
your
of-
work.
Okay, because you remember what I asked you,
The
right? I
fact is,
asked
you
you to
guys
show
are
the
just like
result.
terminally online weirdo incels, man. You're poisoned and you're poisoning other people, and it's sad. It's really,
Bro, you are so butthurt. Where did the flat water hurt you, bro? All right, so here we go in the chat. There you go.
I always miss the good stuff.
Yeah, you've got an absolute moron in here at the moment. He's saying that there isn't 66.7 feet of curvature over 10 miles if the Earth's a globe.
What is it
And
then?
then and then he won't tell us, right? He gave us his formula, and then I put his formula into ChatGPT, and it said 66.7 feet over 10 miles. So, and then he's saying ChatGPT's lying about the math. It's got the math wrong.
Oh my! Let me check mine.
And yeah, so maybe we could check it on. There we go, Tristan. Tristan has also confirmed the math. Who's also actually a globe earther in here, but Tristan's actually here in good faith, unlike Squift. And Squift has nothing but insults. Can't give us the math. Dude, your own math just proved that you're wrong. Yeah, adios. Run away.
Bye, Felicia.
$666 again.
Yeah.
So did the guy provide any math yet, or?
Yeah, he provided the math, and then the math gave us the exact answer that we said, 66.7 feet, roughly, of curvature over the 10 miles. And then he threw out... Yeah. Yeah, so he put the formula... Bro, he put the formula in the chat, and then I put it straight into ChatGPT. I said, based off this formula, how much drop would there be over 10 miles? And it said 66.7 feet. And
Wait,
I
did he
pasted the
respond
answer
yet?
in. Yeah, he said, we're all simple, very simple, and I feel sorry for y'all. Adios, boys. Enjoy the circle jerk. And then he ran away.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
Yeah. That guy, he reminded me of that. What's that idiot? U.S. State Department tracksuit Timmy. Very
Timmy,
similar
yeah.
personality. Yeah.
It might be him too. Who knows? It sounds like him.
Could be. It did sound like him, didn't it?
I genuinely had high hopes. I thought the guy was going to provide something. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he's not going to be able to find a formula anywhere online that says anything different as a result. So I mean,
No wonder he ran away. How embarrassing.
hmm
Well, another one bites the dust, I guess.
well, if anyone else has any questions, please go ahead and open your microphone. Or if anyone has any proof that they live on a globe, that would be nice.
Yeah,
Phil
just like I
Conyers likes
said,
to spiral out.
Off by the tiniest integer, just like I said, DJ. Tried to tell him, man, don't waste your time. We already ran both the numbers. Guy's a tool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just interesting how people are like married to the globe, and they'll just get emotional to defend something that they've never even experienced once in their life. But they'll get emotional about defending it.
With they just got force fed when they were too young.
Whoops, something's going on with your mic, Dave.
Yeah, you're fuzzy.
I'm driving. I'm shut up.
I heard that.
I was just saying that they're so attached to the idea they didn't even come up with. They just got force fed it when they were too young to think.
I want to see the pear-shaped equation.
Yeah, the parabolic equation.
Yeah, the parabolic. It's like 8 pairs per mile squared.
Yeah. It's kind of nice though when someone that arrogant comes in and they make such a shitty argument, that they have absolutely no chance of anything other than to shoot themselves in the foot.
Any globe evidence today? Or still no?
Still no. No. It's been very, very weak, the globe evidence today. Massive, massive L for the globe side. Did you miss the last guy, Mushkane?
I caught the very end of it. Y'all were talking about formulas, and I guess there's multiple different formulas I guess you could use, and I guess he found one that was different, but they come out with the same answer, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
You really should have known that in the first place, though, right?
Yeah, if he wanted to make an argument for that, then yeah, definitely. What else?
It makes logical sense that a formula for a sphere is going to break down over a certain distance, because at some point, it's curving under you. So I mean, it's only going to work so long. But it doesn't really matter when you're talking about the context of flat Earth or round Earth, because you can only see so far, anyways. I mean, you're not going to be doing observations over a certain distance. Certainly not far enough for the formula to break down. So it's a moot point.
Yep.
Just shows he doesn't understand the point. But DJ made it really clear, over 10 miles, over short distances, that's perfectly acceptable.
I'm reading what he put in the side chat there. He added again, you just mute when you're put into a corner by your superior. Dang.
Yeah, it's because he was just refusing to answer the question. He came in and told us we're idiots and we're wrong, and that's the incorrect formula. So we asked him, what's the correct answer to how much curvature there is over 10 miles, and he just refused to answer the question. So he had to go on mute until he provided the formula, and then he provided the formula which gave the exact same answer, and then he kind of spiraled out and left.
Yeah, typical. Like, they think they're gonna come in here and dunk on flat Earth because it's so dumb, but then they don't. They realize kind of like halfway through them, attempting to do that what they're really doing is exposing their own ignorance of what they think. So that's always fun.
Yeah. It is funny. It's good that even a globe earther like yourself can see that that's what happens quite often.
Yeah, that last character, I've come across him before on other servers doing the same thing, trying to make out that we got the maths wrong and everything like that, and throwing the odd insult here and there. So I recognized him.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. Just ridiculous, I mean, if we're doing something wrong, just point out exactly where we went wrong. That's what you do, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, we got
So it's gone, has it?
Hindi.
are you?
Did he leave?
Hello?
Mindy, welcome.
Yes. Hello. Welcome. How are you doing?
Oh, here I am.
Yes, there you are. And here you go. Right. How can we help you?
How to open camera?
Something about the camera. What do you mean? I didn't catch it. Can you say again?
How to available my camera?
Oh, how to make your camera be available. Oh, okay. Well, I think if you look on your selection, it should have the camera icon. And you
Yes,
press
I know,
that.
my brother. I'm not that dumb. But when I press it, it says no video permission.
Well, then that's it then.
Oh,
So you've got no video permission then.
Yeah.
I want video permission.
Well, you don't always get what you want.
Yeah. But you might get what you need.
It's not available because there is more.
Yeah, and I wasn't implying that you were dumb when I said that, because some people just don't know that that's what they've got to do. Okay.
Don't always get.
Well, he's acting dumb because he read himself that he doesn't have the permission, so he can't do
Yes,
it.
I don't have.
So there you go. You don't have it. Stop asking for it.
No.
Hmm.
You will not tell me what to do.
Hey, listen. You don't have it. I don't have it. Nobody has it. So if nobody has it, how can anybody give it to you?
Can I have it because I'm the main character and my English is very good?
No, nobody has it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can I have it?
Nobody can give you what they don't have.
If you're a moderator, you can give me.
No. Do you know what no means?
Yes.
There you go.
You're 14, dude. Frick off.
I asked, do you know what no means? And he said yes. No, no doesn't mean yes. Okay, no means no, not yes.
I want to dance in the camera.
No, thank you. You know what no means?
Bro, shut up. How many times you bully?
Saying no is not bullying. It's just saying no, and it means
Bye.
no. If you don't know what no means in the English language, you gotta start there.
Lost these next generation of kids, man. They're lost, man, completely. God. And to think they've got this wonderful technology and they're wasting it. This is what they do. What a waster.
Yeah, so we got some more people have just joined. We got Amendoim. Welcome. We got G. Min, let us know if you have any questions about the topic.
There's someone named Diana in the chat that says you can notice the curvature of the Earth over a certain distance. So I'm wondering, like, what distance is it noticeable over?
Something certain means that if it's certain, it has to be there. So can you point out the certainty? How certain it is? Where it is specifically? If it's certain, you must be certain about it. You know?
Well, she's certain that it's noticeable over long distances. So, I mean, that's a pretty bold claim coming in here because a lot of the evidence provided is long distance observations. So I kind of want to see like her interact with that. She's already talking about she's not here to prove anything. She's not, so yeah, pointless.
Where's the new people at? Where's the Globers at?
Oh, sorry. DJ, I got a question, bro. That zero, what does that mean? It means that he won't come back?
Yeah, it means permanent.
I got you.
Hi guys.
Hello. Welcome.
Hi.
Why the people all the people silent?
Well, the globe has been debunked, and we're having like a moment of silence for the globe, the death of the globe.
But yeah, when I see there is a lot of people in this here chat, and there is no person talking. This is a price.
Yeah, it's just mourning, right? We're mourning the death of the globe. That's why it's a
Why
sad
they
day for the
silent
globe.
Sad day.
Hmm.
I don't understand, bro.
Are you a globe believer, Ahmed? Do you have an interest in the topic?
What is topic?
The topic is flat Earth. Do you think the Earth is flat, or do you think it's a sphere? What do you think?
Flat is Discord.
What?
What is the topic you're talking?
The topic is the shape of the Earth. What you're on right now. Do you think you're on a giant ball that spins, it rotates, it's going through space, or do you think you're on a flat surface? Do you think the Earth is flat, not a
The
ball?
Earth, I think, is flat.
Oh, you think it's flat?
Yeah.
Were you taught that it's flat? Did you come to that conclusion on yourself? Were you taught that it was a globe? What were you taught?
Yeah. The people say the Earth is not flat, but in my opinion, and I see my religion, and I read the Quran, and I know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, the Quran dictates that it's a flat. Okay. I don't know much about the Quran. I didn't know that. Do you happen to know the passage or passages that reference the flat Earth in the Quran?
Oh, see again?
Do you know the passages, the sentences, the wording that the Quran uses when it talks about a flat Earth or the shape of the Earth?
Yeah. There is a lot of ayah in the Quran, but now I forget it. But if I search, I can tell you.
You can't just you don't remember off the top of your head. You can't give us
Yeah.
some.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. I want to go.
Hey, thanks for coming. But I sent you a link. We have a Muslim flat Earth server, so if you want to join that, you're more than welcome to. It's got a ton of information and a ton of flat earthers that are also Muslims. It's called Islamic Flat Earth.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize. My speaking English is not good.
Oh, that's okay, bro. All right. Thanks for coming past.
Okay. Flat
Hot mic, DJ.
Quebec? Oh, okay, thanks.
Was not in Quebec?
I'm so high in a no-fly zone, but I'm so.
I thought the bot only worked for YouTube links. It seems it works for SoundCloud as well, which is good.
So fly when I'm in Ohio, baby. When I'm in Ohio, it's already morning. Where did the night go? It's already morning. I'm scared of the light, so to carry on as if careless, heir to the throne when in Paris. Do as the Romans did, not as your parents. When they go all Blair Witch and scare the piss out of scared kids, this is a rare glimpse, so let down your hair. Get that shit up and sit up to get clapping. You thought I quit rapping, but I'm still trapping. Prophecies on top of things in these Gotham streets. I used to pop them things, and if you try and stop me from ghosting you like the haunting, ring a ding dong on my King Kong ping pong ball that swings strong. If you know the chorus, then sing along. I'm so high in a no-fly zone, but I'm so fly when I'm in Ohio. Just don't rain on my parade when your karma takes notice of all your mistakes, till it explodes and blows up in your face. Like, ah, boom, 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 kitty, bye-bye. She went bye-bye in a drive-by. Or should I say a magic carpet, cause it was a flyby. Like a dime piece on the side by your side when your fates happen to collide. Like an explosion, I'm the lightning exploding, the right wing of Odin. Despite being Odin's, I invite you to go swim. You politely say no, then in spite of being an open book, you get close when one of these rookies don't go 10. Got shook from the cold winds blowing from oceans till it snows on the coast, and gotta go and row all the boats in. I'm so high in a no-fly zone, but I'm so fly when I'm in Ohio. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they
A lot of you fellas that choose the path of least resistance. I'm sharpening my teeth before I eat my victims. Pastors heliocentrics, preaching kids. It's the demons teaching nitwits, sadistic, scripted as wit said. I'm kidding, you're smitten, no vape hits. It's a religion, it's a decision to use your wisdom for mischief. So significant, calling dudes fake truthers. Since when does your word salad need to serve a mixed blend of perverting the heard words of a Christian? Then one day he just walked away for a lot of paper or pay-per-view. Maybe you just stop the danger that an awful stranger threatened to make your life a perpetual pain for all the days of existence. Cause all the games and angles of distance outweighed your God-ordained resistance. But I'm sure that the witsits deserve not to be victims. Plus the incentives of seeing your pictures on all of the TVs and pixels. DreamWorks and the scripts filled, need work and the rent's billed. To your groomers, as long as you sit still, I get ill even writing these lyrics. But I'm like the appearance of lightning and you hear it striking at your spirit, fighting with your tears. It's trying, it's so weary, your time has been nearing. Nice try on you steering some of your biggest fans away. Wait, kids, don't forget to behave. You don't gotta commit to be made into the depiction of a slave. They played your ass and I don't see any other way but ask, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they not? They plot and derive by watching the Antarctic Amazon sky, and they know it's a mock. Jarian's picking both sides. He's got the flurfers divided and then they disguise, and now Duffy's devising a plot. You ask why they lying? From behind closed eyelids they enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Only way that Austin will survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe him. They enticing the ones with word salad, cause they the brightest. The things they say are chimed in. PayPal or Cash App, you can buy him, and when confronted from behind, he gets the wine in. But the one time he vaped it from the sideline, bribed by the Zionists. Either that or they threaten his life and need some treacherous time shit. When the mic hits the sidewalk, chalk it up as a lost dog. Your time to shine is passed right by, kid. But regardless of your new assignment, I still love you, Austin. You're a snake, just like I is. Wait, did I say snake? I meant a saint. I ain't saying my halo ain't been defiled. It's a fine line between being a highlight and the twilight denialist. Why would they lie? Maybe they don't mind the silence, but the sun seems to be the line that divides the community till they start fighting. And even if you told the truth, the Jews still might not like it. But homie, you still alright, kid. Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
That song is so sick.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. That Flatter Day Saints. He makes good, really good lyrics, really good songs.
Where's the best place to listen to his stuff at?
Just click the link in the side chat there, SoundCloud link. It'll take you to all his music. He's got lots of good stuff. He raps himself as well. So
nice. Thanks, man.
Yeah, man, that song was definitely not feeling well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I'm just joking. Finally off of work, guys. That's why I haven't been able to contribute much today. After a long day, I'm finally
that's all right. The Globers have been a big letdown.
Yeah, that was a great track. I got to give Flatterday his due and proper when I see him.
Yeah. Yeah.
sun existing in a ball. Now, I've just posted an image in the text chat which shows a handful of these cultures and their cosmologies. Do you see the image?
I'll have a little look, bro, because I've seen
Just
a
have a
lot of
quick
these ones,
look,
but like
because
I'll
it'll tell you
yeah.
exactly what we're talking about.
Dude, I wasn't saying I wasn't gonna like, yeah. Let's see, what have we got?
I mean, it shows Greek, Navajo, Babylonian, Mesa, Japanese, Persian, Viking, Indian, Maya, Incan, Hebrew, Australian, Chinese, Celtic, Chumash, Slavic, African, Sumerian,
Yeah,
Masonic, Islamic, Roman, Egyptian.
that's like but all these diagrams, like as you can see, they're not ancient. They're all just models of like someone's tried to make models, or it's like they're all different authors, right? As you can see, they're all different artists. Yeah, someone's compiled this together. But this is like that sphere of maybe influence, like even the Babylonian. I could see that is in walls, like symbolic, like.
Yeah, but they're modern depictions, right? So if the writing was
Hebrew is like right.
If their
Hebrew
writings
is right.
if their writings were indicating a ball, they would depict them as a ball.
Well, all of them look like balls, right? You can't deny that.
No,
like if you go to the train AI.
Right, yeah, but
Hey, hold on, dude. I wasn't trying to pull that. Okay, I'm not being dishonest with you, Joe. Like I'm not trying to pull the linen out from like the carpet under your feet. They'll look like balls as well, yeah.
Well, no. The Earth's surface is not a ball. The Earth's surface is a plane, but they look like they might exist within some kind of container that may resemble a half ball or a ball.
Well, that's what I was saying. The inverse mountain, right?
Standing on is
Australian is outright made up. Masonic is like their kind of church architecture, Chumash. But like I get this shit. Like Slavic is very old school as well. Slavic is very like Indo-Aryan or
because they all
Indo-Aryan is in like Percy.
I mean, they had
that's what I say. Like
on the theme, but
look, what you can say with this is like, and what I agree is like we have like a lot of these civs here, like a lot of them, Viking, Parisian, like old Persian before it became into like, none of them are like in a world where like Islam is quite hidden, yeah? So most of these civs, right, they're kind of like old world believers. It's like fair enough that it's come to something like this.
No, it's just to point out that this concept that we're taught almost that like the ancient peoples even knew it was a ball is total bullshit. They didn't think it was a ball.
Make it into a literal. They make it literally into a ball, which is the sphere of influence.
The ground they live on, that they
But
is not a ball.
The ball is like, you know, if someone goes, "What's our world?" Right? So it's the sphere of influence where this kind of like landmass exists, and from that landmass to this point here, around it in a concentric ring, exists this kind of like sphere of influence that defines us and delineates us from what is outside.
But see, that's not what they're teaching the kids, though.
Depending on
this could mean that the surface is flat or curved, and you could be in a globe. No, they're teaching the kids that they live on the surface of a spinning globe in a vacuum. That's the problem.
Look, it's so like you know, for example, like it's just understand, like, look at whatever they say, it doesn't matter. Like, if you want to believe that it's like a hold on, dude, like, it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't like I didn't say like it doesn't matter into like your.
Our problem here, and the reason we're passionate about it, is because this isn't just some meaningless, pointless intellectual pursuit for fun. This has very real-world consequences, and this is currently what they're brainwashing generations of people, including ourselves, who came from that, into believing. They're not saying this might be the case, this is fun to consider intellectually. They're saying, you live on this physical ball in a vacuum that's spinning around, and our cosmology is this, our origin story is this. So it does matter that this is what they're teaching.
But that's what it is. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, how you approach it. Like, most of the time,
that's the problem. problem. It is
hold on, that's what I was saying. Like,
not what it is.
when we live our lives, most of the time we're working off flat planes, right? Like when you're building a house, renovating, using a level, yeah? And
Yeah,
the level
not a
tells you
ball.
if it's flat or not, right?
Yeah, not a
So
ball.
easy days. You know, when you're buying land and acreage, you know, there's hills and stuff like that, but there's no curve there.
Yeah,
You're not living on the
reality
moon where it's
tells
like only
us.
like about, yeah.
Yeah,
So
reality
you
is a
know this
flat
kind of
Earth.
stuff, right?
They're
But when it comes
telling
down to
kids.
like, hold on, it's not flat. So when it comes down to like, yeah, it's big enough that it's like it looks flat. So when you look at your belly, for example, there's places that are like flat, but it's like it could be like it's rounded otherwise, yeah. Like you
Right,
know
but
when you
that's
look at your
not the
hands and like
problem.
you know
The
your.
problem is
But that is the
it's
problem.
not
It's the
a
problem
big
is
ball that
perception.
looks flat. The problem is it's not a big ball that looks flat. The problem is there's no
Yeah.
curvature, so it's not that ball at all.
Well, that's what I was saying. That's another thing as well. Like there's no like you can get into atoms and how they move. There's no real curvature. It's just that they happen to be in all these places, you know, within
the
same
ground
times.
beneath their feet.
Like you know, there's like roundness. Like that's you're getting into the property of roundness, right? What does it mean? And
There's
like
no roundness
how does
to the ground.
right? Because you're such an insignificant thing in it. Like you can't see it from that
No, but this is
perspective.
the problem because they give us the
No,
size.
it's not. It's like that
I'll
wasn't
ask
ad
you,
hominem.
Cyclone.
That was just like
How do you know,
you're too small to
Cyclone?
see it.
I'll ask you the question that he's just not getting, right? And he's not on cue, right? How do you know that there's no curvature?
Because the globe model gives us a specific radius of the ball. So we can go on Google and we can type in curvature calculator or distance to horizon calculator. And we're given geometric values where there should be obstruction of our line of sight, whether it's just bare observation or shooting a laser. They tell us that the curvature is going to start causing an obstruction over the surface. And this can be tested. So people are going out to large bodies of waters, lakes, shorelines, whatever. To avoid topography, you do it over water. And you test to see how far you can see. You test how far you can shoot lasers. And what people are finding is that the obstruction that's predicted by the calculators, the globe model, isn't there. It doesn't exist. We can see much further. We can shoot lasers much further. And the distances that this is happening, it's not just like a minor degree off. We're talking about, we have observations at 1 foot observer height with a 10-mile horizon, which if the horizon was a curve of a ball Earth, then that would make the radius around 250,000 miles, when what they tell us is that the radius is less than 4,000 miles, right? So the observations are not matching the model, and it's not just off by a small degree, it's orders of magnitude off. That's what you need to really
Where's the research of this then? Like, how do we verify this and put this research against what's the contemporary thing? I understand if you shine a laser, like a green laser, like 523 nanometer or something like that, yeah, you will hit enough like atmosphere to the point where you will see a green dot register. But up to a point, like even if that's the whole thing, like the whole property that we discussed before.
Will the laser be blocked by a curve?
If we fly a missile, like that's what we're saying, like like we're proposing this idea that if we fly something straight and it goes that way forever, like and it doesn't get impeded, right? What you're saying is that this thing will see the whole globe, the whole Earth, right? Instead of a globe,
No,
like you see a whole flat thing.
Shoot a laser from one
Hold
side
on, dude.
to the
Let me finish off. Yeah, and then it'll fly off into space. Yeah, like say if I launch a rocket, it's just gonna like fly, like all across Earth and then whatever. But what actually happens is like, yeah, it's a round object, but it's like when we're parallel to the Earth at that point, when we're flat to the Earth at that point, as we are right now, if we aim this many degrees and we don't alter that, we're not gonna stay on Earth. We're gonna eventually escape Earth. Right?
Yeah, like
that
if
was
you
the
were
kind
on
of
the other side of the curve.
So that means that
and you
right. So that means that like with your eyes, with your eyes, it's like I don't think you can see like, and it's impossible to see even with the best binoculars on Earth, like all around the Earth, so you can see the back of your head, right? Even if it's
that's ridiculous.
Even if it's like Mario flat Earth, where it's like if you start on one side, you can jump off the other side, you come back to the other side, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's crazy. We're not talking about that. We're just talking about if there's a basketball that we've got and we put a ruler on it, we draw a straight line across the basketball. if there's something on the other side of that curve of the basketball, that ruler is not going to touch that thing on the other side of the basketball. It's going to be to that other
100%, yeah.
thing's observation. It's going to be like going over its head. So a laser should be like flying over your head up in the air because of the curvature, rather than hitting the target at equal elevation like it does. Now, you said, where do you check these out? So I don't know if you're part of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server that we have, but we've got loads of these saved on there. So if you're interested in looking at some of them to think how you could do it yourself and test it for yourself, because that's what we would say. You need to go and do it yourself. Yeah, you can do that. That's discord.gg/flat earth if you're interested.
Give me a second. Good to hear, my friend. Give me a second. Oh. No, man, I swallowed some water the wrong pipe.
Oh dear.
I had to cough.
Just really cough hard and get it out. Like, don't try to fight it. Just really get a good hard cough.
Yeah, that's what I did. Maybe I needed to like give it a fucking round too. Ah, the good boys were burning oil now.
Makes you feel alive when something like that happens.
No, I didn't mean to dovetail that, like, what the bro was saying, like, into the ground, but, like, yeah, it's like what are your ideas and stuff like that? Where'd you get them from and stuff like that? Fair enough, I could ask you, bro. And, like, most of the time, I'm just like, yo, I'm pretty cool that you exist and you have these ideas. It's not really like wrecking our children that other people believe in a globe or something like this. And it's like the way we believe that is because of like it's correspondent to a lot of the stuff we do, a lot of our sciences. So there's a reason to. Only in the times that it's necessary. Otherwise, you just won't use these calculations. They're not useful.
Well,
like,
I
as
would
I
say,
said before, like even if it doesn't matter if you believe in like a globe Earth, I still use a level, right? You can't go, haha, globe Earthers, you can't use that. Like,
well, I
no,
would
we use
say,
a level because it's like given to
yeah.
circumstance, like what you're talking about is like drawing laser sights. That comes down to elevation, range finding as well, but you can't range find into from here to Rome. That's why we've needed to make ICBMs. That's why we needed artillery. It wasn't like it's not just because there's all these trees. We can cut a straight line, make a road, done.
Right, but
It's
the
not
problem
nothing
is
to
we
do with
can
that.
draw
Like,
straight lines over distances that are supposed to be impossible according to the globe model.
it's
And also,
think about it
when you
like
make
this.
the
It's ants.
statement, when you hold on, when you make the
Yeah.
statement that a lot of people use the globe in their work or their science, and that's why a lot of people believe it. I would tell you that is just what you think because you've kind of generally heard of that. But in reality, when you look into it, all industries that are practically referencing the Earth to do things are treating the Earth as flat and motionless. And they say this, right? Pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless. We've got government documents from NASA, the Air Force, talking about reviewing air flight and aircraft and how their flight dynamics work. And they say they assume a flat, non-rotating Earth. No scientists are
I just told you, like
relying
if
on a
you're
motion of Earth.
going against, the only time you see it is when it's like you're going against the rotation, so it's like your hour's shift. That's the whole point.
No,
Right?
even
Right,
then,
like
they're not assuming a rotation to go against. They're assuming no rotation.
Well, what I'm saying is like there's a rotation that's why a day and night. It's either there's a
No,
rotation of day and night, or
has
the sun
nothing
is
to
coming
do
from
with
one side or
the
to
Earth's
the other, right?
rotation. But no one's considering Earth's rotation in any practical sense. And when you're talking about day and night, you're just talking about the sun
They
moving.
are.
No, they're not.
That's not the sun moving. That's the planet moving, dude. Like, yeah, obviously,
No.
like it's whether
No,
it's
it's
a
the
point of
sun
perspective.
moving.
Then that's like when you want to adopt like for example, a perspective that it's like no, what is it terracentric or what is it called? Versus like heliocentric, right? And I'm like,
Geocentric.
okay, cool. Geo. So, for example, like Geo to Helio, it doesn't matter because the time works the same way, right? Like, so for example, if you guys want to have like a Discord chat, you don't go, like 9 o'clock flat Earth time, you go 9 o'clock EST or like, whatever the hell you use, yeah? Right? So it doesn't really matter in those kind of perspectives. So even if these guys don't believe that the Earth is a globe, right? Even if they do the calculations, which is the bare minimum we need for that, for that job.
Again, the issue is where this comes from. The time, the day, and the night. It's based on the sun's motion, which is what's observed.
No,
right?
it's not. The sun doesn't move.
When you go outside,
the sun doesn't move, dude.
You see the sun move through the sky, east to west, every single day. Do you not?
We're spinning in this perspective. The sun is the center of the universe,
we see the sun moving through the sky east to west every single day, but you're saying that's actually due to the ground moving, but that would require
no, that's our Earth spinning. That's our Earth spinning.
That would require
it's spinning on an axis around this orbit. Okay, look, what are the seasons then? What are the seasons then? Are the seasons when the sun seizes up? Where it goes, oh shit, I'm slowing down, like some places it's winter.
So for you to say that anything in the sun's motion, which is what we observe, that would be the positive burden of proof would lie on you to prove that the Earth is spinning.
It's ragdoll mechanics, dude. When you get flung up from a point, you're going to be ragdolling, right? Yeah.
Who measured Earth spinning?
If you throw some dirt up into the sky, it's going to like ragdoll out, right? It's going to have its own motion and things as it tumbles to the Earth, yeah. Or if it's in space, it'll tumble to whatever, yeah. So this does because that's what the people are saying will happen, right? They're saying this thing here is a ball of whatever that came from there, so it's obviously going to be spinning and it's obviously going to be turning and slowly slowing down.
You've never experienced the Earth spinning, and no one's ever measured
because
it.
we're on the same speed as it, right? The Earth doesn't crash into anything.
But then how do you prove that it is? So how do you prove that it is?
Arrestation of movement.
So how do you prove that it is?
We're dealing with the claim that it is moving. How do you get to that? How do you draw that conclusion?
Other stars. That's when we look at other stars and we look at other things in our sky, right? Like our ancestors did back in the day.
No, that's begging the question. That's the law. That's begging the question.
Any question, dude. That's a way of you just like
you're only
moving outside of explaining why you have a difference with this and just putting a word like a hype word or a buzzword there.
No, you're only observing the luminaries move.
Okay. Lexicanum should be 10K every day, right? That's for good lexicanum. That's for a good kind of like verbose usage of your words. If you're saying this 6 or 7 times,
we haven't fucking said any buzzwords. It's just dealing with the claim that the fucking ground moves, dude. There's just a claim that the ground is moving. You just made the claim, right? How do we know that? How do you know that?
I've had a good time with you guys.
What tells you that? Where did you get that information from? Since it's not what you experienced.
Yeah, we need some evidence
that as we see celestial bodies move about us. That's how we understand this. How we come to this knowledge.
The celestial bodies moving, though.
No,
how do you
this
prove
is
it's
not just theoretical science. So the theoretical stuff comes first.
Right, bro.
And then what we do is
calm down. Stop.
Hold on. We use telescopes and we look at what radiation comes back.
Stop. You see the sun, moon, and stars move. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm in the same park, the park doesn't change. It
doesn't matter where you are.
If I'm looking at the sky,
doesn't matter where you are.
Like
you see the moon.
Yeah.
Yes. So you see that
if
move.
It's a fixed body. If you look at that fixed body and say that's the stationary from your perspective, right? Because this is your perspective.
Bro, you need
then you see yourself move.
You need to calm
down. Hold on, dude. It's important.
No, you hold on.
When you stay stationary on that, you see your planet turn.
No, you don't see your planet turn. You see the stars move.
You do see it. No. When you're looking at the sun and you go, that's the center of the universe.
You don't see
the center of the solar system.
Spin, dude. That's not even the globe argument. Don't start this bullshit.
No, that wasn't a bullshit. It wasn't a fantasy or flight of fantasy. I'm saying that if you wake up in the morning and you pick out the point where the sun is, right, and you say that is the center of this galaxy, of this solar system, right? So what's happening is our planet is spinning, right? And then you see how the sun works.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
again, you just keep
that is way of perspective.
That's what you need evidence for. And you saying the sun moves is not evidence.
You see it with your eyes.
No, you don't see it with your eyes. You see the luminaries
where it's pointed on.
You see the stars
move.
True. You see the sun.
No, dude, it's literally true.
What? No, it's not. Okay. Let's do this. If your claim is true, name the person in all of human history who has measured any motion of the Earth that isn't an earthquake.
Waffler SS woke up this morning, saw where the sun's position was, and said to myself, okay, cool. I'm going to designate that point as the point that doesn't move and we move, right? So then I will measure whether this
You
thing
just made
spins
it
in that
up in your
fashion as
head.
well.
So you just made it up
That's
in
not
your
made
head.
up in my head.
Yeah, that is
That's
made up in
something
your
that I've
head.
seen like about
Because the only thing-
365
no, the only
times every
thing
year.
you see, no, what you see is the sun moving.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. 365 times a year, I see this, right? Depending
see
on whether
the
I wake
sun
up before the
moving,
dawn,
not the
right?
Earth moving,
Some of you
right?
guys might not. But it
Yeah, you
depends
see
on
the
your
sun
perspective
moving.
now, right? So you're saying claimant on this, you're saying I see it as we're the ones that are stationary and this is moving. And these other people are
It's not
saying no,
what I
that's the
see.
thing.
It's what everyone sees. Everyone sees the sun moving. Nobody
is not-
sees the ground rotating.
This is not a charade. This is not that a hard one. It really isn't. It's
I know it's
perspective,
not.
this
The
one. This is a
ground
real good
moves.
perspective one.
The ground
Because
moves is
it's the
your
kind of
claim.
hold on, dude.
You don't have an
It's the kind of thing
observation.
where it's like, okay, well,
The claim, dude. We know what's claimed. We're asking what the evidence for it is. And you're just saying, well, the claim's the evidence.
Yeah, you just said, if I assume that the sun isn't moving and I assume I am moving. No, that's not how you think logically. You see the sun moving, so we can agree on that. We observe the sun moving. Now I'm going to go with, okay, the sun must be moving. You're going to say, no, I believe the sun is not moving. I believe I am moving. That's a positive burden of proof for you to evidence. And if your evidence is just, I'm just assuming it in my mind, that's not evidence. That's a wild belief. And that's only because you were told it as a child, not because you've ever known it.
so it's something that you guys can exercise in your minds. It's easy. For example, if I say to you guys, okay, cool, I hold the Earth as the stationary object. And when I do that, I see all these stars move before me, right? Across the sky from this fashion to that fashion. So I draw my conclusions that are
We don't have to
stationary.
imagine that.
And then
That's
I say,
reality.
hold on, dude, it's not dramatic. No, hold on, it's not dramatic. Let me finish the last point. So if I go, okay, cool, I believe that I'm spinning. So therefore, when I hold the sun as the central point, I see that when we wake up, there's a span of this many hours, and then we turn in that time, and then therefore, when we talk to these other guys, yeah, it's sunlight there. Okay, cool, we get this idea that we're spinning. Cool.
No,
It's
okay,
not spinning.
cool.
It
So
could be a
you
reel.
hold-
You know
okay,
those
so-
reels?
Okay, so you hold
Yeah.
an idea that's
perspective,
contrary.
dude. That's
So you
literally
hold
that's
an
why. No, that's not
idea.
contrarian.
Okay,
This is why
so
people,
let's
because
go
they
with
can't
that. Let's
prove it
go
either
with
which
that.
way.
Let's go with that then.
Until they
Okay,
can get to space, they can't prove it either which way.
We state what we observe, which is a moving sun and a motionless ground. You claim what is contradictory to what you observe, which is a motionless ground and a sun in motion. So what is your evidence for that claim? Not just saying it. What's your evidence? What's the measurement of the ground's motion?
I just told you. It's the matter of perspective.
You just said you imagined it.
That's not imagination, dude. It's
Yeah,
what you're
you said
saying is
you
literal
imagine your
imagination.
emotion. Well, you
If
don't
you say
observe
that,
or detect. You don't feel your emotion.
you're telling
right?
me. Hold on.
You don't feel
You're telling
your
me that.
emotion, do you?
Hold on. I'm not I'm not like really antagonistic to that. What I was saying was this: you believe that like I hold. You're saying like like as yourself. Like let's say if I believe your thing, I'd be saying I hold the fact that the Earth is stationary and these things orbit beyond me, in the horizon, in the sky or whatever it's called, not in space, but in some place like
That's
that,
what we
right?
both
But
experience.
I'm the stationary, and that's the same experience as basically you understanding this other value and going, hey, dude, I know that we're doing this, right? And
No,
it's like,
because
so
we
these are
don't
the this
experience
is the
what you
explanation.
claim. No, because we
It
don't
does. We
experience
do.
what you claim. We don't
do.
experience motion of the ground unless you're in an earthquake.
No, it's not about motion of the ground. It's about the sun.
Yeah,
it's
it
basically
is.
you start off the
It
day
is about
and you
motion
see
of the
the sun
ground.
crest the
That's your
horizon.
claim.
You see the sun crest the horizon.
Your claim is
You
that
see
it's
it
not
there
the motion
above
of the
you,
sun that
and then
we
you see it
observe.
behind you, and then it comes up again. You're like on a ball.
Or he's
There's
got
no
caught this
reason why.
bad. Hey, listen, I've been listening in. You've been talking about the sun moving left and right, up and down, all over the place, while saying that it doesn't move at all. Which is it?
I said it's based on perspective. If you listened in that hard, you would have known. So if I say that like we're stationary, and the celestials
We
move,
understand what's the actual definitive proof that that's true, and that it's not those other things that we see moving. Dude, it's not hard.
It's by what
While you were talking, I
If you
posted.
think, if you
I posted.
imagine, right? If you
because
imagine
you
that
guys
it's
are
the ground
denying this
moving,
age
then you
called the
could
space age, yeah, where you
conceptualize
say
that
these things
the
are
reason we
disbeliefs.
see the motion of the stars is because we're actually in motion. What's the proof of
Well,
that?
like a lot of people speculated this before, as you're saying, like in historical evidences. But now that we know for sure that we've gone to space, that we've seen these kind of
No, we
records, that
don't
we
know
see
for
how
sure. No
like
one's
you know
validated
matches
that.
up to what
Listen,
you're saying.
while you were
They
talking, I
have.
posted.
That's why
I
they've
posted a
changed up.
debunk of heliocentrism. The latest total solar eclipse over the United
Dude.
States did not track as expected. The moon approached from a trajectory that was not the moon's trajectory. Everybody saw it.
These are just
This
hoaxes,
is
dude.
no, this is like one of thousands of
They're not really
examples
worth.
where
They're not really worth talking about. Like
your
I'm not
model is
trying to cast
broken.
that off.
Your
In
model
either
did not
model, like
predict
for
this.
example, like if my model that it's a flat Earth and that there's like like a sun that passes above us and comes around and does this thing every day, it doesn't break what I said. What I said was that
Well, it
depending on
broke.
perspective,
It broke on April
you
8th.
broke in your mind. Then
Your
what is
model
that?
broke on
So
April
the sun
8th in a
came.
terrible way.
Those
The
two
trajectory was
suns.
about the trajectory was about
There were
20
two
to
suns.
30
So it's
degrees
like we
off.
live in a Earth of two suns.
No, what are you
Come on,
talking
bro.
about? What are you talking about, dude? I'm showing you a
Yeah.
trajectory of the moon that was about 20 to 30 degrees off from your model's predicted value in reality on April 8th of this year.
I mean, I would recommend to you. I mean, it sounds. I'm not going to say
I
that
reckon
you're
that's
not
just
trying
hoax, dude.
to learn, because I
Like,
think you probably are. But you need to like slow down and talk less and listen more. Because I mean, I'm not going to patronize you and say you're the student here, but you have come to understand our position apparently. So if you want to understand our
well,
position,
why did I?
you should
How
listen.
did I understand that? Yeah, by engaging, guys. I wanted to know. Like, I want
Yeah,
to
but when
make something fruitful today.
when
Look,
you're
I've had a good
talking more
time,
than
dude.
us, like if I went
I
somewhere
don't
and
want to
I was
leave
like,
yet.
I'm going to go and learn from these people, I would be talking more than they are. I'd be listening more.
Hey, dude, I
That's
tell
your
you what,
problem.
something you guys are talking more about sometimes. Some of the sciences and stuff that people should be talking about that they don't sometimes. I think that's admirable.
Yeah, we talk
Like
more.
in the
This is our
fashion
room,
that you
and
carry
people
it.
are asking us questions.
Look,
We're trying to teach people what we think because they apparently want to know what we think, but then they come and just like they want to talk more than us. They want to try and tell us something. Like we haven't heard it all before.
hey, dude. Yeah, well, I've had a good discussion with you guys. Like, I didn't really come in with that
Yeah,
attitude
no,
or
I'm not saying you're not.
boisterousness.
I'm just
I've been,
offering you that advice. I'm
and
not
it's not
saying that
because,
you're
like,
trying to.
I'm just prodding you guys all along, and I'm going to be like,
No, listen,
those
I get
fucking
it.
flat
You
Earth
are
gimmicks.
engaging. No, you're
Yeah,
engaging. I get it. I'm just saying in general. Like
we
we're
need
just.
love,
I mean,
bro.
we're just trying
That's
to
what
get
I
to
like.
that point.
I
We're
like the
just
love,
trying to.
and I want to see where the love is between you guys. You know what I mean? Like in your flock, and I enjoy that. Like, when you guys
Well,
do
what we.
that, and you
Well, what I will say, what I
look
love,
for like
what
better
I know
arguments and
everyone
thoughts
else
like
here
this. Yeah,
loves is what we love is truth, reality, empiricism, nature. That's what we love, and that's what we go to. So when we're asking the question, what is nature? What's the physical nature of nature? We look to nature. We ask it the question. We don't rely on the textbook. We don't rely on a story from the government or an image that's claimed alone, right? We can use images if they're verifiable. We can try and verify these things ourselves. But that's what we're into. We want truth about this question. And if we just accept that, like, well, I see the sun move, but I'm told the ground is moving, that's enough. That's not even close.
yeah. The ground's not moving, right? It's like where the whole thing is spinning in that idea, right?
Well, that would be the ground.
That's what makes the fixation work. It's like, for example, like you put an ant on a globe, right? Like on a globe, those like things that you have, like those kind of like big kind of spherical like beach balls with all the planets on them, all the kind of continents on them. Like you put an ant on that, you know what I mean? Or something real small where they think everything's flat out, and then you spin them and you ask them, right? Would that no better? I think a lot of them would be 50-50. A lot of them would be like,
but
hey,
the fact
we
would
stay
be
where
that
we
the
are, and
surface
this thing
they're
moves
on
around.
is spinning.
Yeah,
The
because
fact would be that the
that's
surface
the whole
they're on
thing.
is moving,
And
whereas
this is the whole
ours
thing,
is
because it's
not.
like the effect is negligible. Right, bro, I'm engaging you. The effect is negligible, right? It's very
You're
small.
talking about things that we've already dealt with in our lives. Like, I mean, we
Fair enough,
came to
man.
terms with these things ourselves already,
I wasn't
and
trying to
then
gospelize you guys,
analyzed
dude.
that.
Yeah.
Then we analyzed that position and found it to be in flaw. It has flaw. It's logically fallacious. There's lack of evidence, or there's no evidence, or the evidence is an interpretation left to philosophical bias, etc., etc. Like,
well,
it's
the
not telling
examples
us
I showed you with
anything
Alcatraz
new.
easy. It's something that you guys like. In that sense, it's something that you guys just have to like come together with. Like, I don't know. Like, there must be some guys that like.
Conversation and to maybe really understand.
Well, we all want to understand. I think everybody here would be very happy to know the entire
talk about it
makeup, or what is there to talk about? What can we know definitively, or do you just want to speculate? Do you just want to kind of go off into the imagination land? Is that what you want to do?
Oh, that's exactly what he wants to do.
Is your mind not exploration and wonder and thinking out of?
Sure. What would it help?
Your thinking is creative.
Right.
What
would it help? What would it satisfy? What would it satisfy for you? If we made up a whole new cosmology in your mind, what would that help?
Dude.
Yeah.
What's your question again? Sorry.
Oh my gosh. So if we just decided to make up a whole new cosmology just from our abstract imagination, what would that help? Why would we want to create something that we couldn't verify and then just say, okay, it's this now?
Oh.
Maybe it's this, maybe it's that. Why the imagination? Why the desperate need to create something that doesn't or could not be verified in our minds? What does that help?
What does that help? If I may answer in 1 minute sentence, I would instantly think into religion, to compare it with religion, if I may, in this channel. I don't know. If I'm allowed, if people, humanity, throughout time, what is there to believe? You create something. I believe in the theory that all religions are created somewhat for people to believe in it, if it's true or not, if they just believe in it, to be in that sense of higher good, higher power, anything to be comforted in. And the same goes into believing, hey, the cosmos, the earth, everything. It's up for you for yourself to think about, to criticize everything, every source, even from you, and to make up your own mind.
Do you follow the same rules?
What I just said, I believe like that. I think like that.
So why didn't you criticize the video that you?
How do you know that I'm not criticizing it? In my
Because if
mind.
you had have, you wouldn't have displayed it.
Well, this is great, actually. Please tell us what it is about the video that you find to be complete and utter horseshit.
I can give you many other YouTube videos or sources. If you like.
Why did you dodge the question I just asked you? Why don't you tell us about, in the video that you just posted from Vsauce, tell us about all the problems you found with that particular rhetoric.
Tell you all the problems I found in that video. You know, I have my daily life and I'm not that much active on such investigations in YouTube videos from people who post and publish to look at the evidence and to back it up if it's true or not.
So did you watch the video?
I watch it for entertainment foremost, and because it's going into topics I like, I watch it.
So you watched this video?
Obviously, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, what did you find in that particular video that you disagree with? Because you told us a second ago, or maybe you just had a rhetorical comment about, oh, well, how do you know I didn't find something wrong with it? That to me says maybe you did. So did you find anything from this video that you found objectionable, or are you just throwing it in your face and saying, look, here's the claim again, but it's repackaged from a YouTube source, so this should be good enough evidence for you since it was good enough evidence for me? And I'm thinking, how critically did you look at this video?
No, the second thing you said no. Foremost, I just watched it to entertain, and the claims. I don't.
Why did you show it to us then?
I don't find anything in the video which I would say it's not true. I just.
Okay, so you found the claims to be solid. So these are just claims, and then because it was not actually backed up with any.
No. Obviously.
So it's not proof of anything. So what's the point? It's the same claim, and those claims are backed up by, at best, circumstantial evidence. Usually it's affirming the consequent. So what you're telling us is that you are satisfied with circumstantial evidence.
Made the video
not
not
empirical.
to claim anything. He's not going there and saying this is true. Bam.
Okay, so he says he just believes it.
Maybe
although
watching it's you can think what you want, man.
I know, and you can think what you want. That's why this is so much. There's free
evidence you get, or like studies, proven studies, which had taken place.
Okay, great. So we did, and we found that all of the claims and all the evidence is bunk. It's found wanting. It's no good. It's fallacious. It doesn't exist in certain circumstances. So why is it that you are deciding to maintain your position with something that is patently false and proven to be untrue? That's usually my question at the end of the day. Why are you holding on to something that has already been shown to be false?
For me, it has not been shown to be false. There's nothing that is true.
So nothing can be known to be true. So everything essentially is always going to be some sort of belief. Nothing is true.
Of course it can, but
you just said nothing.
Yeah, I'm correcting myself. I can't explain myself properly. I had 3 beers, but I'm trying my best. All I wanted to say is, yeah, you know my standpoint. I've explained myself multiple times.
Well, it's not as if we don't want you to be here. However, I'll be honest with you, it does become frustrating with people that, you know, if you want to keep the ball that you think that you live on, no one's going to take that from you. You understand? Like, we are not here to take away what you decided in your mind you want to be true. That's not our job. But it seems to me that you are railing against people that don't agree with you, and you want to keep that up. Yeah.
You think?
Well, that's why. Why are you here?
Okay.
Why are you here?
I'm just here to chill. I didn't want to interrupt your whole conversations. You know, you started a 101 conversation.
Sure.
I have no problem with you guys, and I'm being very polite. I may say if I think so, and if I get on your nerves, just say it.
No, it's not that, man. I'm trying to get down to kind of like the brass tacks of why you see people come here all the time once they kind of get exposed to this information, and they come back every day with kind of the same claim. Only in this case, like, you know, they'll come back with things that they think are evidence, like a Vsauce video. And they're like, this seems convincing to me. And we'll say, yeah, we've seen it. So it's kind of the same claim repackaged, still no evidence. And after a while, when you keep coming back, we go, what is it about the globe that you want to believe so bad? What is it really?
It's not what I want to believe in.
Okay, so you would prefer that the evidence for the globe would not be circumstantial and it would actually be empirical, right?
What do you even mean with that question? Why are you throwing so many confusing words in there?
There's not accusing words. I'm asking a question. You said this is not something that you want to believe. It's something, when I hear somebody say they don't want to believe it, it's more of, I would actually like to have evidence for the thing that I believe, and that evidence would be good evidence, especially in this case where it would be empirical, or just straight up measurements, right? And so I go, okay, but why is it that you still maintain the position when all the measurements have been shown to be debunked, or non-existent in this case?
What should I tell you?
You don't have to tell me anything, man.
I am.
I would appreciate that.
100%.
So why would you? Let me ask you. This is not an agreement letter type of question. I'm just asking genuinely. Do you agree that the people with the flat Earth position and the measurements that we've taken and the observations that we've taken and all of the data that we've compiled from all types of different industries, would you say that they are very compelling to say that there's probably no curvature or no way we could possibly measure curvature? Would you say that that's true or false?
That you can measure curvature correctly, or what?
Yeah, is it possible to find any actual measurable curvature on Earth?
I believe that you can measure the curvature of Earth. I am a believer in that, yes.
So it's a belief, right? And yet you don't have anything to substantiate your belief.
You can measure the curvature, I am saying.
Okay, how?
Yes,
okay, how? Who has done it and how did they do it?
I believe in that theory. That's all I'm saying.
So you actually don't know if it's ever been done or how it could be done, but you believe that it is possible. And so even though all of the evidence necessary for the belief is missing, you maintain the belief. That's just peculiar to me.
Even though I know 100% that I don't know if it has ever been tried, but I just believe in it that it has been tried at least 2 times, you know? We
okay.
Of course, we have tried it as humanity since now.
Why do you believe it? Why do you believe it when there's no evidence for it? You say it's been done 2 times.
It's like saying, do you believe in if an Asian guy in Asia eats rice right now?
No, it's a false equivalence. I can go to Asia. Here's the problem. That's a false equivalence. I can go to Asia. I can watch him eat rice. So this is a false equivalence.
The measurement itself. If it has
okay, so where would I measure it? If I can go to Asia and I can see an Asian man eat rice, where can I measure the curvature of the Earth?
Our conversation has no progress. I'm sorry.
I'm asking a very simple question, and the reason that you're saying it has no progress is because you know that there is no answer for the question I asked. No one has measured any curvature, nor can it be measured. Because it doesn't exist as far as we can tell. Huh?
It's...
Say again?
Can you take that from me?
He had half a beer, dude. He can't. He had half a beer, dude. He can't have this conversation, dude.
I'm not trying to prove anything.
I know that.
What I think.
I know. I'm asking you a different question. It's about what you think and why you think it. It's no longer.
I want to get to know your standpoint on if you tell me otherwise, and that might
tell you otherwise from your belief system.
Proven, and I agree to you in some sense. How do you prove your things with just measurements of, you know?
Well, because I have a size 10 shoe and I measured my foot and it fits. Does that make sense? So the measurement is the knowledge, it is the data, it is the thing that proves the fact. So when the Earth is measured and no curvature is found, it measures essentially 0 curvature. That's the measurement. 0, planar, flat, straight, horizontal.
What do you mean? That doesn't make sense for me. Tell me again, sorry.
Do you need to sober up? It's not that difficult. If there is no curvature, and 0 is what we get for curvature, then it means that it is straight, planar, horizontal, flat. It's not difficult.
But do you understand me if you say this to me, how I should understand it?
Okay.
I think you should measure the Earth for yourself.
If it's supposed to be a ball, we agree with you. You should be able to measure curvature. The problem is when people go outside into the real world, they are not measuring curvature. So what does that mean to you?
Hey, can I say?
You're being honest. I think you're being honest, and I have no problem with it. You want to believe that the Earth is a ball. This is the position that you're taking. No problem. No problem.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah. We got there. Terrific. All right.
You know,
back to work.
We can agree on to disagree.
Well, I have to remind you that this is not a topic that has to do with agreement. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is about geometry. No one disagrees about 10 inches being 10 inches. Or in the case of 10 miles, 66 feet being 66 feet. That's not an agree-disagree type of thing. It's either there or it's not there. Black or white.
Do you, when you sleep, do you dream? You have dreams?
Holy cow, I can't wait to hear where this is going to go. Yes, I do have dreams. What's your point?
It's a very, 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 very personal question, but what do you think happens after death when you die?
Holy cow, dude. We're not. If you're 3 beers in and now you're asking about what happens after death, and it's going to have something to do with this topic, I'm really interested in how this is going to be connected.
Yeah, it's many people here. Sorry.
I don't think what happens after death is going to really have a whole lot to do with whether or not the ground, especially the ocean, is curving. So.
Hey, but I still hope you had a good day today. The weather's been nice in Germany since sun was up.
You too, man. It's wicked hot where I'm at.
I looked at it and I saw the shadow. Beautiful day.
DJ, what's the temperature in Poland?
I don't know, about 20 something degrees Celsius. It's
nighttime though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Wait, what time?
It's 11:30 p.m. and the temperature is 19 degrees Celsius.
Converted over.
During the day, it's in the 20s.
Yeah, in the 20s recently. It's been a cold year this year, really cold compared to normal. But yeah, some days it gets up over 30. I remember 2 years ago it was really hot. Like we were burning up all summer, but this year it's been completely different.
Two weeks ago, I was in Spain. 37 degrees Celsius. God damn. Climate change. Getting warmer everywhere. Floods.
Well, not here. It's freezing this year. This year, we had like record cold temperatures, and a lot of the farmers lost their crops because they were getting frost, in a time of year where they never get frost, usually. So yeah, it's all over the place, right? If you look at records, they'll say, "Oh, it's getting warmer," but and then you look back through historical records, and you'll see that like back in like the 30s or something like that, it was like record temperatures even hotter than than it is now. There's all sorts of little mini cycles that are taking place, and yeah, it's all over the place.
And 2 weeks ago.
Belief in climate change, check.
Croatia should be hot there too. God damn.
I've got 7 degrees Celsius, partly cloudy, air quality good, feels like 5 degrees, humidity 91%. I've got 1,023 HPA, air pressure, right? Turns out that's higher than the average at sea level, 14.7 psi. It's like 14.8 something. Visibility 14 kilometers. Wind speed 8 miles per hour. It's weird how it puts it in miles per hour.
It's only 7 degrees there. Damn.
Yeah.
To be a maximum of 20.
We're looking at a high of about 13 today. And I'm about 1,020 meters above sea level, right? Now, whenever I check the air pressure here, it's always higher than that 14.7. And I'm thinking, what happened to it getting, lower the higher you go? I don't know.
Wow, that was a good conversation, huh? Dude's white girl wasted after like 3 beers.
Interesting how when they're leading the conversation, it's no problem, but as soon as he gets a question and he's not leading the conversation, it's, oh, sorry, I didn't understand. Oh, sorry, and they start backpedaling. I've noticed that's pretty common.
He had an out, He had 3 beers. So he must have been just annihilated. Unbelievable.
Note to self: never let him meet Apocryphon.
I could probably take a year off drinking and still drink that guy under the table. Jesus. 3 beers? It better been some like IPAs or something. 12% ABV or something.
I was going to say, yeah, it's probably something like 12 or 15%, some rocket fuel. Here we are,
Yeah, we have those 12% beers here in Poland. They're pretty good. You have 2 beers and you like get tipsy.
Yeah, I like to be able to function after having a few of them. So try not to drink those crazy ones that are like high ABV. I got a lot of tasty craft beers that are like 4.5, between 5, like 4 and 6%. Anywhere in there is like, yeah, that's tolerable, especially when they're out trying to get anybody for having 2 beers and take their license away. Anyway, Vsauce was his Globe evidence. Pretty sad.
Yeah, it was sad. It was a sad video. It was just a bunch of CGI. This is how the globe works. Trust me, bro.
It made for good content. Anyway, Horaria Tata. Anybody spoke to them? What's going on?
Just listen in the background to other stuff as well.
Oh, okay. Cool beans. What about
Is that Collapse?
Now that was Horia Tata.
Sounds like Collapse.
So he was just listening in the background. Yeah, I'm not sure. You guys know better than me.
June 26, 25, join Discord. June 27, 25, join this server. I'm here to debate you flat earthers. You flat earthers believe in bullshit.
Is it Claps guy?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I don't know. Maybe it's not you. Maybe that's not you. I don't know. Just saying, sounds like it.
I don't think I've seen that idea around.
No, that's not him. I know the guy you're talking about.
I hear the accent now.
So these guys who went out looking for evidence, have they come back?
No, they don't come back.
Mm.
Earth is not a globe. Prove me wrong. Is someone beatboxing?
It's Techno Viking, yeah. I mean, Hoyatata. Hoyaratata.
in this flat earth that like, you know, love this kind of stuff, right? Technical side of things. And it's like, yeah, dude, like, you know, if you make a rocket, like, and you know, that's what I was saying before. Look, it's a multi-denominational thing. There's a lot of people that hold different ideas, maybe, or this is why you've come together to make a collective, to come to, you know, coalesce some ideas and make them canon. Yeah, I said already, like, we can escape these things, we can go to space. I don't think why should it really matter if like what these guys do, it says that, like, you know, in your head, what's the big loss you get? What's the huge, like, you know, defeat?
You don't really
like, you know, there's people that are religious. No, hold on, dude. It's important. It's not about struggling. It's like you got your own, like, you know, epigenesis and all this kind of thing, and exogenesis and ideas, like, you know, in between that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys are coming here to coalesce that shit together, make it diamonds, right? And that's why it's
we're
like,
just
you know,
here to
like when
understand the physical reality of our situation. Where are we?
right, based on the fact that a lot of you guys, it seems, or maybe not a lot, have discarded the fact that space is an objectively truthful thing we can get to, or something that exists, right? And have
Well, it
found ways to
depends.
counter this, right?
Yeah,
Well, you know, am I not wrong? Like, I'm not trying to like.
No,
like,
you're
if
correct.
I want to know
But
truth, yeah, exactly.
reason
Yeah.
we do that,
And
the reason we do that
that's why I
is
was saying I'm not
because that
here to
story
demonize you.
physically depends on the surface of the Earth having the curvature that they're claiming. So that story of the space depends on that. So when we find that that's not the case, consequently, that's discarded as well. It's not just
I
arbitrary.
don't know, like, I'm just telling you, it's like, because in the reason I'm saying it, like, fair enough, like, maybe I'm in the, like, maybe I could get why you guys are thinking, like, holy shit, like, you know, what do you got, why are you fighting the guy? Come on. Like, for me, it's like, yeah, it all exists, and it's like these guys, all they're affording us is basically satellite technology, because we've got like huge cables between our continents, and they're not really the best thing, right? It's such a fucking retarded technology to have infinite
they are
access to each
the
other.
best
Or keep, of course,
They're
but
the best
like, you know, like,
communication
look at
we've
it,
got.
look at them, bro. They're just, it's abominable, right? Like, it's, you know, like, if you have any finesse, you're not German, like East German, where it's like, it works, whatever. In architecture, you have some kind of finesse or some kind of productivity. Like, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, there's
Well,
reasons
they
for like why these
like
people
over
want to.
90 odd
All
percent of the Earth's communications. So the satellites have been
you
pretty
know, before you
redundant
used to have
anyway.
these huge towers. Remember how when like Russia had this huge thing where it's like they made this huge wall of transmitters so they could like filter basically all the radio waves that are going around Earth and figure out what's happening between each other. Like, it was a spy thing. You remember that? Like, waves
I don't
across
know if I
Earth
have
travel
seen
like
that.
that. That's fine.
Sounds interesting. What was it called?
It's
Because
like
that
this
probably
huge.
debunks the globe too.
Oh, it's a cool thing to know. It's like Russians had this huge kind of like radar system that's like looked like a wall, like a literal wall for ages, and it's like it was meant to capture all these Allied and Axis people on their radios and things like that, and just kind of.
Wait, this one might interest you. This one might interest you, right? Because this is something from history. So during World War II, the Germans were managing to accurately bomb during night raids London, and they were coming from Germany, right, the continent. Now the British on our side were like, how could it be that they are accurately getting over London in the dark? Like, how are they navigating this? Do they have some kind of radar technology that's going from where they are in Germany to us and here in London? But Churchill's cabinet and his scientific advisors said it cannot be the case that that's what they're doing, because the curvature of the Earth would prevent that, right? So people were actually losing their lives while the British were trying to figure out how this would occur. And what they found out was that the Germans had this thing called the Knickebein, which was a long-range radar technology. And I think how it worked was it was like a tower in Germany, maybe a tower in Norway. They were basically crossing the beams over London, and the German planes would follow one beam, and when they got to the intersection of the two beams over London, their planes would ping. It would tell them, this is where you are. Now, they didn't think that was possible because the distances involved would have obstructed the radar due to the curvature. But when they downed a German plane and got the tech and figured out this is what they were doing, right, it's because there was no curvature. So they were able to shoot those radars as far as they could, right? So nowadays you get stories about how, oh, well, the radar is bouncing off the ionosphere, and it's all this kind of stuff. Over the horizon radar, which really, when you think about it, that's logically probably just because we had a container. So if you can bounce radar off the sky, because we've got a container, but they were just going line of sight.
The container is the ionosphere. It's like all those ionized. You go, bro. Yeah.
Well, no, they're saying it's a gas. Like the ionosphere is a gas, but radar doesn't bounce off gas. We bounce off a physical surface.
What it is, it's basically all the charged particles from all these kind of like solar events or anything like that.
Yeah, we know
That'll
the
be
story.
there. So
we know the story. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But the Nicobine is
Sorry,
interesting.
bro, like,
That's just like straight line horizontal radar, right? And the Germans, they weren't thinking, hey, we can't do this because there's curvature. The Germans just knew. They were like, let's do it.
It's this. They were like bombing things like Ebola Gay. Like when we bombed the Japanese, we did the same thing. Like you got maps. You fly in this direction. You see these kind of like figureheads and things like that, or you're approaching the city. Okay, cool.
No, that's not what they were doing.
Big centric.
They were using the radar.
These guys were using that then, yeah. But like,
yeah, but that technology in the day, it shouldn't have worked. If the Earth was a ball, that's the whole point. But it works because the Earth.
Well, maybe it's one of these kind of like. I'm not too sure. I'll have to look up that story again. Like I don't want to doubt the validity of it, but it's like I know that there was a great many of. Yeah, well, there is like there's a lot of like cool things that they used to make back then. Like people would basically, British government would sit down for ages. Americans sit down and think about how do we make a bomb that bounces on water and busts the dam. Yeah, and when they're flying this thing, they probably would have thought about that. Like some dudes would have been like, well, that's very far away. You know what I mean? Like, what if the world turns like that? It's like, well, as they're flying, they'll just realize that, oh shit, everything's kind of flattened out, right? You know what I mean? It's
that's what we're forced to come to.
You're not do you remember like those times where it's like, yeah, okay. So these are the kind of ideations that appear when it's like, in the beginning of time where it's like people used to think that there's like an edge of the world, right? And if they sail, there's like an edge of the sea that you fall off, right? Like Sinbad or something, right? There's kind of classical eras before that we have any text of, before we had the kind of Bronze Age and all that kind of stuff start. So it's kind of like that. We had that.
They thought they could fall off the Earth. I don't know how many. Like I don't know if any ancients actually wrote, "We can't go this far because we'll fall off into space," because the ancients weren't even conceiving of space.
Well, all you get from that era is like classical iteration stories, which is like basically like Judaics or Hindus or these or that people like making their kind of like a spoken word into dialect after that when we get into Bronze Ages. And otherwise, it's like what I was saying is like in history, we've got like an age where basically before the Bronze, we don't have any recorded real history from that. And there's also a time like, for example, when the Gaulics, the Visigoths and Vandals and stuff like that, when they broke up the Roman Empire, we have a lot of missing space in that. That allowed for a lot of time, for example, for Northern Europe to like gain some kind of like settlement. In amongst getting raided every day, it's like, no, we're good now.
Well, yeah, I would say, a lot of the ancient history that we're given is very difficult to actually know that that's what was actually going on at these times. You look into certain people. I don't know if you've heard of a guy called
every day, but yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of a guy called Fomenko in the Phantom Time theory. He was like a Russian.
I'm not sure that it doesn't ring a bell right now, but go on.
He's like a Russian super genius mathematician. There's a Russian super genius mathematician guy who won a bunch of prizes. I guess he was like Soviet era Russian, but either way, he decided that he was going to do a massive timeline of all of human history, as much as he could of it, like from every source that he could get. And he basically did this whole thing, took him years, had this massive chart of everything. And he basically came to the conclusion that about 1,000 years of our history has essentially been fabricated and added in. And he was pointing to like repetition of characters and themes. He was basically saying that there's a real set of history, and then they've essentially duplicated the history, but given the characters different names, but the same stuff.
Dude,
like the same kings.
I could understand what you're saying in that kind of sense, yeah. If you're looking at, for example, like Eastern religions and how they're made, and their ideas of what do you call it? Like what do you call that shit when it's like something holy happens, miracle? Like their miracles and their stories, like of Manu in Veds, you can see that like at 0 BC when Jesus started, or the Hebrews started making this, it was like influenced by that. And Rome was like, remember, Rome was like a lot of people in Rome back in the day, they spoke Hellenistic, right? at the time of Alexander the Great and the Ptolemaic Empire and the Diocletian wars, right, which resulted after Alexander the Great died. A lot of these people still spoke Hellenistic, and they still had a good trade with the Eastern world, which is up to India. So they would have traded a lot of ideas, right? Maybe even flat, all this what we're talking about as well. But then they took it back there, and
well, part of this is
it's like,
kind of figuring out there's been a lot of, if not outright fabrication, then certainly a very curated retelling of history in the context of this globe heliocentric idea. And when you start to pull that apart, it's like a massive ball of twine. You're trying to untangle all these different threads. The whole thing falls apart, and you start to think, shit, okay, so yeah, I don't really actually know what the history is exactly.
Well, no, dude, and I get that 100%, dude. Like in this field, I don't mean to interject like that, but I get it now what you're saying because it's real. Like for example, in history, I know so well of it, right? I've read it since I was a kid. But things I know, certain things might come up, or certain DNA evidences might come up here that might make this theory into something more, right? And I know things change over time as you find more archaeological evidences, or as more and more people are brought to this conversation. Sometimes people can make their own bullshit theories, and it starts stagnating the whole course. But yeah, I get it, dude.
The history,
even in sciences and things like that.
The victors write the histories. So I mean, we've got a succession of histories written by a succession of victors at best, right? If not just outright.
I console with this, yeah.
Because I like history too. I mean, I love history, and I feel like the more you learn of history, the more you realize you don't actually know, and you're not even putting puzzle pieces together. You're looking at fragments of puzzle pieces and having to assume the wider puzzle with archaeology and history.
I get it. But if I was to say, it's like, you're a man of that knows that, but it's like, and I think all the men here should have a bit of that in them. It's like, you learn a bit of what you are, and
well, that's it. That's what the quest is. It's like trying to understand the truth of us, our history, our place, right? And the Earth plays into that, because that's the Earth is the set of where all of this is taking place. So I mean, if we have the context of the Earth itself wrong and the system that we're inhabiting, then it's going to be very easy for us to go off the path and just stray off into absurdity, because our very foundational understanding of where we are in our timeline is wrong. So it's you got to start from scratch, almost. But anyway,
there's a lot of.
Did you get the link to the server? Do you want me to send you the link to the server that has the resources on it, or?
Give me a second at this point in time, because I've got to validate my number before this. What do you call it? PNR changes their thing.
Oh, it's not on this. It's a different server. It doesn't have the verification on it, so you can just join it and check out the info channels. But it's up to you.
All right, fucking up, yeah.
All right, I'll send it to your DMs and I'll tell you where the resources are.
Yeah, I'm not gonna troll and shit like that, bro. You know me.
Yeah, no, I don't think you will. Hold on, discord.gg/flat earth. Right, so I've sent that to your DM. So if you join that and then you scroll about 3/4 of the way down all the channels, you'll see an additional information section. It's all alphabetized. So it starts with A, Antarctica. It goes through, it's got curvature, motion, gravity, NASA, rockets, all this kind of stuff. And this is stuff that is difficult to find just searching Google and YouTube, because they censor the topic, even though they tell us it's ridiculous. They don't let people research it. So we save all the good stuff so that you can at least research our side of the argument before you make a decision,
Well, me, bro, I have no, that doesn't, I have no kind of bone in the kind of game. And other than
so you're in a good place. You're just I want to see the information. I'll decide what's credible or not.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
I understand why people might think these things and stuff like that. And it's why I am stoic with my position and things like that, and I can see the same backwards. And it's I just want to hear you guys are good men, dude.
Yeah, I would say
that's what I say.
Just very quickly,
bro.
I'm just going to say a good thing to do once you start to think about this topic is just to wipe your slate clean mentally. Just do the exercise. Just say, okay, I'm not going to pretend I know anything about the Earth. Let me just go and experience it. as detailed as I can. Like, start to look at the world in a way that you've maybe not looked at it before. Like, study the horizon, right? Think about the distances involved. Study the nature of water, the luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars. Just think about them with an open mind, and just think, what is the Earth telling me, and what is the government telling me, and then maybe, you know, think like that.
I'm already, yeah, I'm good on that. Like, I understand how like people lead astray and stuff like that, or people have a reason to, you know, hold on to notions or and it disenfranchises people. Like what I said makes people disgruntled, or like, I get that. Like, government can be like that. Especially ours is pretty good. Like, we're on top of things, we're running game, and yeah, we do a lot of silly things here and there. So it's like,
yeah, so the education
that
and the
stuff.
media system as well, right? If we teach children something in school, even if it's not true, the kids are going to believe it. So we need to check ourselves in our adult lives and just double check what we were taught in school, and just say, right, the teacher's just telling me what they're paid to teach me, and I don't really know the people who wrote these curriculums. So I need to just double check these things with my adult mind, since I was given it when I had a young, impressionable mind.
Well, like, I think nowadays, like, our big problem is like the extra curriculum that kids are getting taught. I think that's stupid. Like, but more so in terms of like sciences and that. Like, if, for example, like, man, it's like playing a game, dude. Like, let's say playing a football game or something like that. Like, you know, the game is we got to kick with our feet, right? And you're like, but I got hands, man. It's the man's bringing me down. I can use my hands. But like in that game, you just got to use your feet, right? And I think, like, for example, like if these people are like training and doing mathematics for this, it's like they're going to have to, whether they believe in whatever or not, use the kind of system that works, yeah? And that means the system that either, you know, flies the plane or
they're going to be far more inclined to accept that system as the truth if they've never experienced any other potential system. They're just going to think, well, this works, and it's what I've been taught. So
there might be like people that don't even believe in, like, imagine if they're just people like Luddites or something like that, or people like that don't even believe in God, or like whatever, like, or people that believe in, like, you know, something like this. Like, they could be anyone of that degree. It's like that.
Well, I mean, there's people all over the earth. I mean, still to this day, like indigenous people in the Amazons and stuff, who haven't really been reached by this. So, I mean, they're going to be thinking, well, whatever they're thinking.
I've seen this YouTube channel where it's like Tribals Try. And what it's about is, sorry, I found this YouTube channel. It's called Tribals Try, and what it's about basically is like they'll give these tribal people in like between the stands of Pakistan to Eastern Europe. They'll give them like different things from America or other parts of the world, yeah. And one day they showed them that little globe toy. You know that little toy that it's basically like set in its 30-something degree angle, and it's got all the countries there, yeah. And these guys are like, what? What's all the blue stuff? You know what I mean? It's like, yo, that's all ocean.
Like, so yeah, they're showing the tribe the globe, and the tribes are like, what?
But for the majority, like, but that's the whole thing. Like, how did that? I mean, like,
that shows us. That shows us. Like, I mean, however we think of these people as, you might call them Luddites. I mean, I wouldn't, but however you think of these people, it shows us that unless we are indoctrinated with this belief, we do not, as human beings, assume it. It does not become. It's not apparent that we're on a giant spinning ball. I mean, it's contrary to our sense.
No,
people who aren't taught
comes at a big.
Are like, what is that?
You know what it comes at? Like, for example, that's the thing. Like, if you look at it, like, of all the ages we've come from, like, 200 years ago was like near 1700s, right? That was pirate age. You and I could have owned slaves. We could have been, you know, swashbucklers roaming the seas or being pirates, yeah? And visiting other countries. You're visiting a lot of things like that there. New things that are coming to you.
Like, yeah, but then the question is...
I get that. It's only been like a few hundred years that we've been together in this system.
This is it. Well, this is it. Because
we really got no fights. We really got... Yeah, go on, bro.
Well, this is just the thing. It's like, yeah, all these new concepts. I mean, we're going to discover new things as human beings, but this isn't a discovery from us. This is something that we've been told is a discovery, to be fair, but we're not really told it in a way that's like, oh, this guy discovered it by measuring this, or which you can then do and confirm it. It's just very vaguely like, they figured this out. Galileo looked at the stars and he decided that we were actually moving, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's like, we need to then evaluate that information as grown adults with functioning brains now. Which is what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're going through it with a fine-tooth comb, and we're finding mad inconsistencies to the point where we know it doesn't exist, and we're just telling people. And I mean, people can do with the information whatever they want. They're free to believe whatever they want. But when you become aware of this, you can't get away from it. Like, you see it everywhere.
I get you, man. Like, yeah. It's just kind of like, it doesn't really change sometimes, like why we didn't discover it before, maybe, or why people didn't have a good idea. Like the first few hundred years of human history, or like, you know, that like as we built our civilization, our first few hundred years, but like few thousands, like it doesn't become important until you can like have a big enough consensus where you can start walking around the earth, and then it becomes important. Where people
Well, I
might
would
go
say
through
the
these
nature
ideologies of like,
reality- I would say the nature of reality is of the utmost importance, regardless of how many people consider it to be the case. If you were the one man on this planet, on this earth, the one man, the nature of the reality would still be of the utmost importance. But the education systems, the media, and society are not treating it as important because they're treating it as a given fact that it's already established. But if you were to find out that it's not what they've said, I mean, when you think about it, you'd realize it's of the utmost importance for you to figure out what your situation actually is. Because then it's like playing a video game where they've told you the rules of this game, and in reality, it's totally the opposite. It's like you play Skyrim or something, and they tell you, hey, the object of this game is to become a blacksmith and just to make stuff and then give it to this king guy. When that's not the object of the game, right? But if you're under the illusion that it is, you're just going to be a blacksmith your whole life. So it changes everything.
yeah, well, that's. I mean, you should still vie for it if it's there available. It's not to let them like put your boundaries there and say, no, it's unachievable. But I get what you're saying. Like,
yeah, they're funneling
sometimes
you down
that's
a
what I say.
particular path.
The ramifications of them basically being dishonest and that kind of in that kind of vacuum, right? How this thing builds up then, and it's like
that ties into this question that people always ask us, which is like, why would they do this? Why would they tell us this story if it's not the case? And what I just said there kind of demonstrates it, right? It can funnel your energy. It can funnel your energy and what you do based on where you think you are and what you think your situation is. And if they set the rules of that and the expectations, they can effectively dictate how you're going to live your life.
I think these are more like in line with important considerations then thereafter, like whether the earth is that, but like recognizing and understanding, like, you know,
because
like
we're not saying that the actual physical nature of the surface itself is the important thing. I mean, it is, but there are these wider considerations and these like follow-on consequences, which are the more important, right? Almost philosophical, religious, spiritual, however you want to define it. It branches out into all these other topics, which is what makes it so important, which is why they censor the topic. Because they don't want people questioning the very paradigm that they're currently following government orders under. Because this is a threat to government power at the end of the day. That's why this is such a censored topic.
I feel I could get that. And rather, like, I didn't mean to be dishonest, like, or rude, but
No,
I've got to
you're
jump
fine.
off. Like, yeah,
We appreciate your chat.
I've had a good time
Go
with
and
you
have a
guys.
look
Yeah,
at that server. Yeah, go and have a look at that
not the
server and
last
come back with questions.
words I would part with, but like, yeah, it's been a good time. I've had a enjoyable day. It looks like I just got to go back home, get some more
appreciate it, bro.
things in the can. Love you
Yeah,
guys,
have a
man.
good day.
God bless. Yeah.
Peace, bless.
Giant asteroid, planet killing type, gonna go by Earth. 72% chance of hitting Earth. But it may just
72.
fly by. Yeah.
Holy shit.
72%
Pretty high.
chance.
That's like more than 50-50. People should be freaking out. That's the funny thing. When push comes to shove, people don't really care about NASA. Like a part of them deep down knows when they're watching a spacewalk that they're watching Hollywood, which is why no one tunes into their streams. And almost is why NASA makes them so boring. NASA don't want people to be super invested in the story. They want people to believe it, but they don't really, I think, want millions of people watching their streams, which is why they make it all so boring.
Yeah, they want it to be like a side hustle, where it's like, they might tune in for a few minutes here or there, but
yeah,
look at the content and watch what what a spacewalk is.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't do that. Just watch long enough to pin a commercial or two, and that's it.
This book is so positive about it. Like, I mean, if that's an actual story, they're saying 70% chance of a massive meteor hitting. People should be freaking out if they actually believe that's true, because 70% is not good odds.
Yeah, but if you notice in Gems, they're still freaking out over flat Earth. So today, of all days, NASHoles are telling you there's a 72% chance a Earth-ending, a planet-killing asteroid could strike the Earth. And what are you going to do about it? The same thing you do every day. Just shit talk flat earthers, conservatives, Christians. Like, nothing changes that. There is nothing new under the sun. It doesn't matter what news is. They could say 99% chance, 99.9% chance, and they wouldn't give a fuck. So why would any flat earther care if they don't care?
Well, yeah, NASA has worked so hard to reach the point where they want everybody to be satisfied knowing that some government agency is out there looking at this stuff, doing this stuff. So they don't have to go watch the 4-hour-long live streams or check the news every day. NASA's gotten to the point where they've got the public satisfied that this is going on, so they don't have to check and verify anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and the irony is they can do it by disappointing you every year.
Wow.
I hear this one feedback. Dude wants to talk about my mom. Like, you post here. Did you see what I posted, right?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. So we have a PNR. So yeah, here's the news story, and then the GIF.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, surely they should be asking, doesn't 72%, like, they must have a matrix somewhere where it's like chances of collision. And you would have thought if it went above like 25%, that would initiate some kind of protocols. Like, hey guys, scramble the jets. There's a 25% chance the planet's going to be destroyed. So 72%, what's that triggering? Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, and you know that the formula they use is probably one of these subjective formulas provided by a consulting agency like Leidos or Booz Allen, and it bears no resemblance to anything statistical.
Well, think about this. So, according to this news story, they're saying tomorrow,
Today.
Is that today?
Yeah, today.
Today, there is a 72% chance you and everyone you know is going to die. What were the odds a few years ago they were telling us that there's this certain percent chance that everyone's going to die? I'm sure it was a lot less than 72%, and it was on every single media outlet, every single newspaper, every single YouTube channel. But 72% only merits a random 5th-page headline in a few little resources. Like, how isn't this like everyone? If everyone's believing this and it's 72%, 72% chance you're going to die today, that would actually be some news that people would surely be interested in. But no, it's England aim for another World Cup semi-final special as India spinners eye up low pitch. So they're talking about cricket, the Euros,
Is it really globe destruction that they're predicting with this, or just a glance?
Yeah, planet killer. So there's like the 3 different levels. There's like the regional devastation, global devastation, and then like the one where it basically cracks the earth in half. Like it hits so hard that Earth will.
Acknowledging that you don't have the knowledge necessary to make a claim is actually a good sign of intelligence, that you realize you're not just going to make the claim. It's the ones who are just going to make the claims and assert whatever it is they believe as fact without really having any knowledge on it. They're the real hard-headed, difficult ones to really speak to. But yeah, it can also just be a cop-out that they'll come to when they get pushed on a claim, like DJ said. Hence how they go about it.
Yeah, I had a guy come in here, I think it was 2 days ago. It might have been yesterday, I'm not sure. It's all a blur, like you said. He starts off the conversation like, I'm not equipped to have this conversation. I don't really know much about the topic and blah, 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 blah. So I start talking to him about it. He immediately cuts me off and starts saying, oh, this, that, the other thing. I'm like, I thought you didn't know anything about it. You didn't know the radius or anything. I start trying to explain some stuff to you, and you just start cutting me off mid-sentence. So it could go both ways in that regard. You got the people trying to say, I don't know enough. I'm not equipped. And the next thing you know, they're more than equipped to tell you, no. Meanwhile, they don't know anything about it. But the one that guy Square Foot, I don't know if you ever heard of that guy. That was the guy who had said that they level lakes, man-made lakes.
No, I spoke to him. That was the conversation I was having with him. I can't remember what his name is. I never know what their names are, but yeah, I definitely remember that man-made lake thing. That was funny.
Yeah, that was Square Foot. So he was back in here today. And DJ, why don't you tell him what happened about today, Square Foot?
Oh, well, today he said that, there isn't 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles and that we're all idiots and we just got the math completely wrong. And then we showed him a bunch of sources and then we basically challenged him to go get the formula that he said was correct. And then we did the formula that he brought back and it said 66 feet over 10 miles. And then he just got angry and insulted us a bunch and ran away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that was the man-made lake guy?
Yeah.
Big progress then.
Yeah, well, I gave him some insults before he left anyway. So
yeah, absolute clown.
Oh, it was so funny though. Oh my god, I was dying, dude. Because I knew what argument he was bringing. He was bringing the slightly different equation. I'm like, oh my god, this guy's gonna come back with the same answer. He's gonna freaking feel so stupid. But we just let it happen. It was great. Oh, that was awesome.
You just gotta let them cook, and they cook themselves.
That was so good. No, you guys are idiot. No, he was like really laying into us though. It's like, you need the context. He's like, you guys are ruining children's lives.
Oh man, those are my favorite ones. Those are my favorite ones. See, it frustrates me because when a guy comes in like that, a real gem, already total spazzed out, it triggers too many of the flat earthers, and then too many of the flat earthers come in at the same time. But I really like I like to expose those types, but more often than not, if they come in really hot, too many people get triggered and it goes crazy and then they get muted and then they just leave. But I like to really take my time with those ones.
You're poisoning the children. You know, like get out of here, dude. Oh man, it's so funny.
Yeah, those are the funniest.
I get the
Like
idea
when they think
from
there's
Horton Hears a Who.
what's that?
There's a movie about it. There's a movie called Horton Hears a Who.
Okay.
Oh,
What
good
about
old
it?
Dr. Seuss. Good old Dr. Seuss. No, he's saying that's like same thing. Like you're poisoning the children. Same thing.
Yeah, the
Poisoning
whole
the
movie was
children's
about that.
minds.
They were like
All
a
right.
poison in the kids' minds.
Okay. So that's the ironic thing, right? Because I mean, they can't really accuse us of poisoning the kids' mind. I mean, that would be school. School is the one indoctrinating the children. Unless you're going to say that Earth is poisoning children's minds, because all we're doing is saying, look at the Earth. We're saying, trust what this person says or what that book says. We're saying, just look at the Earth. So,
Yeah, here's some footage of the Earth. What do you think? Here's the mathematics that they told us should be present. You know, let's check.
I find it disturbing they want to say that, yet not consider the consequences of letting their children think they could, or their future kids could potentially go to Mars someday, and to see economies fall out and lower or middle classes not being able to get ahead. You know what I'm saying? We know how the finances are connected to everything. So, by continually let the kids believe that lie, then in the future generations get continually deceived, and then that's how that $3,500 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment thing happens in, 2036 or something. Like, come on, man.
yeah, that's all just projection.
We got the pot back, guys.
Do you think what shape we teach the kids the Earth is in school will change apartment prices?
Sorry, I think the truth will allow future generations not to be deceived and have their money stolen from them. And then that could then connect to, yes, more affordable living, more affordable food, more affordable gas, more affordable, etc. Because there's no longer this lie of we're investing in space. So that's why interest rates are dropping and, we got to bail out the bank again. Yeah, if we teach them the truth, maybe that won't happen in the future, right?
Well, regardless of all that, why would they be teaching the kids a shape of the Earth that they have no evidence for?
Exactly.
So when they grow up and become square foot, they can walk around and tell people, "Nuh-uh" to your laser test. Obviously, it's a man-made lake. Dude, that's so awesome. Oh, I still can't get over it, man. You show people the best evidence that they could possibly get in their hands, and they're still like, "What? Obviously, man-made lake, bro."
Yeah, well, that's just an
I
obvious.
missed it. So that's their latest
attempt.
response is because the lake's man-made, the water doesn't bend. That's hilarious.
Well, that just shows you that it's getting through, because to come up with that desperate and nonsensical cope, obviously it's getting through. They understand the issue, or they wouldn't be coming up with such a nonsensical cope.
Yeah. Oh, at first he coped by saying that, well, lakes are different. The notions, right?
Yeah. So that's it, because they know there's a need. Like, they sense the urgency, they just don't know how to meet it with a counter argument. So they just end up talking nonsense, like, well, this lake water behaves differently from this lake water for reasons. This one
We
curves
had
and this one
another one
doesn't.
like that. We had another one like that last night. We had this young lady, Henny Penny. You remember her, T-Dub? I kept trying to get through to her. I'm like, well, you can't have a sphere. You can't have any completely level areas on a sphere. And she just couldn't wrap her head around it. She's like, no, you can. I'm like, no, you really can't. And I'm like, just trying to explain this to her. I'm like, you have to have some curvature. There has to be some exponential drop over distance away from the observer. and she just couldn't wrap her head around it. I'm like, so if I took a 110, mile civil engineering project that didn't require any drop over distance, didn't factor in any curvature, right? And I square that distance. How many, of the same size distances squared, flat and level, right? Horizontal areas would it take adjacent to that? She's just like, no, you still could though. You could totally, and I'm like, okay, I guess there's just no getting through to this one. You know what I mean? She couldn't even wrap her head around it.
Well, this is half the battle, is trying to, I mean, some people are so used to thinking in the purely theoretical, metaphysical, fantastical, imaginary, that half the battle is trying to get them into the empirical frame of mind. And if they're not in that frame of mind, they'll just say yes to anything that they think supports the globe, no matter how ridiculous. They'll say, yeah, that's possible, even though it's demonstrably not, because they're still in that imaginary mindset. And yeah, it's sometimes difficult to kind of snap them out of that frame of thinking.
Sorry, relating that back to the them saying they're not as smart as the scientists and whatever else. Therefore, when the scientists tell them it's raining diamonds on blank planet, oh well, it must be. I can't question that.
Yeah, so then saying, oh, you can't have any flat spots on a globe, I mean, it's no issue for them to be like, yeah, you can. I can imagine it. I'm just going to imagine a really big globe and then just tell myself that bit that's flat is perfectly flat, that I observe.
Did she say flat or did she say level?
Well, that'd be the same thing, definitionally.
Okay, so, then you don't know what level means.
Yeah, look up a dictionary. I'm sure we've had this conversation before. You still haven't looked up a dictionary, huh? Do you want us to post a dictionary for you? If you don't have one?
So if you have two things at different points on a globe, and they're at the same height above the ground, what is that?
You don't have a globe.
Okay.
You wouldn't have level, because level would be not having one side any higher than another. Horizontal,
exactly.
Even,
it's height,
flat.
It's altitude.
Horizontal, even, flat. That's the definition of level. Sorry to break it to you.
A certain height above the ground on a globe would be level.
I'll just post one for you.
I posted in the English Hub's definition.
It's okay if you don't know what it means.
Whatever app they use.
Yeah. Okay, so the definition, specific indicator that establishes a flat surface at right angles to a plumb line. So you're disagreeing with that? Is that right?
Sure, you can cherry pick as many definitions as you want, but you didn't ask them if that's what they meant by it, did you?
I'll post another one straight from a dictionary.
Here you go.
No, we just enjoy hearing you guys try to. We just enjoy you guys trying to 1984 the definition of words.
Your best
enjoy you guys trying to 1984 the definition of words. Here you go.
Definitions other people use and force them to be what you
Spiraling
want.
guy. Is it penguins again? It's penguins again. Spiraling guy. So do you want to read the parts that are underlined and read from the dictionary?
Well, it's funny you say I'm spiraling when you're the one that was constantly interrupting me.
Well, no, because I was speaking and you just kept trying to steamroll through it. So do you want to read the dictionary definition there?
Cherry picking.
Posted in the chat. It's in the chat. It's a dictionary.
You didn't answer any of my questions. You weren't engaging at all.
Do you see the dictionary definition?
Away from the point.
No, that is the point. You don't understand what level is. You don't know what level means.
I can grant you certain definitions of level. I can grant you that.
Well, that is the definition. I've just posted the dictionary. We just posted the server dictionary definition. Listen, I know your entire thing is that you're going to try and 1984 redefine every word because you just have to. But that's not an interesting or compelling argument. No, I'm posting the dictionary, Penguin.
That they mean this and they don't mean anything else. You're trying to erase language.
Penguin, are you kidding me? I just posted the definition from the dictionary.
You're cherry-picking definitions. I gave you
from the dictionary. From the dictionary.
Instead of answering what that means, instead of answering the name.
Okay, so which dictionary are you using? Which dictionary are you using?
Oxford Languages.
Post the definition. Post the dictionary definition.
At the same height as someone or something else. Things can be at the same height and have completely different Angular positions on a globe. So what do you call that?
Well, it doesn't
'Cause
mention a globe.
That's what they could have been. So you're just going to pretend like that definition doesn't exist, and that probably
No,
wasn't
it's
what they were
not.
saying.
That's,
even
that,
though
does,
it's
that's,
clearly
that
what
sounds
they
like a
meant.
weak definition to me. But it doesn't disagree with
what's
what
a weak
we've
versus
said.
a strong definition? What's a weak definition
Well,
versus a
it's
strong
quite short.
definition?
I mean, here's a definition: level, relative place, degree, stage, a plane,
Yeah.
a high level development, a horizontal line or surface.
I hear you. I hear you.
Also, the height, a flat expanse.
Cyclone, I hear you. You keep saying that. You
Having
say
a
that 3
surface
times
with
now.
no irregularities in height, even flat.
He's explaining. Sorry, excuse me. He's explaining something to you, and you're like, "I hear you." How can I can't hear him? You're talking over him. Please keep your
You
pile
haven't heard him
shut
say
while
the
the
same
gentleman
thing
is
2
talking.
times
Yeah,
over.
that's what
This is the
Penguins
third time
has
he's
to
saying
do.
it.
That's what Penguins has to do because what else is
So
he gonna do?
Cyclone, my issue with you is that you don't engage with anything. Anytime I ask you a question, you just bring up a
Oh
definition
wow,
of
that's
something.
so ironic, dude. You
Yeah,
don't engage
notice how
with
you didn't let me
anything.
finish right there.
Yeah, because you're just full of shit, dude. We've had conversations before. You couldn't engage with any of the topics that were brought up. You had to deflect every time. We had a laser test last time, which you ran away from.
2 different topics. That's what you specialize in, right? That's what the flirters always do. You can't stay on one topic.
See,
The
there
topic
you
being
go.
what somebody
There you
meant
go.
by level.
It's
and
your
you-
emotions again.
You're conflating level to mean flat. And we've established that level
That's what it
doesn't
means. I
necessarily
just
mean
posted the
flat.
dictionary definition. It's there in the chat.
Definition. Okay, that's like saying
Multiple
orange isn't a color.
definitions.
I can get a definition of it being a fruit.
Yeah,
It's like,
post it
that's
from
what
an
you're doing
actual
right now.
book, not some like Wikipedia changed in 2015 after Flat Earth debunked your
Cyclone,
entire
do you think
religion.
oranges taste good?
Oh yes, another perfectly on point question from Penguins. Do
No,
oranges
this is on point. This
taste
is an
good?
analogy. This is an
That's
analogy.
really
Keep track of
completely
an analogy,
related
a very simple
to
analogy. That's
the
on you.
definition of the word level. Yeah, of course.
You
So tell me
explain-
how
since you can't follow
you
the analogy, I'm
enjoying
gonna explain to you what you're doing.
oranges. Tell me how you enjoying oranges proves
I'm going to
anything that
explain
you're
to you
talking
what you're
about
doing
here.
since you can't follow the analogy. So
Yeah, the
what you're doing
logic
is
from
akin
the
to me
definition of
saying
level to
someone's-
enjoyment of oranges. Please enlighten us, Penguins.
All right, can I start? Don't interrupt me. Thank you.
Yes, embarrass yourself. Please proceed.
So me saying, I'm going to continue if you'd stop interrupting me. So
Tell us
what
how
you're
much you
doing
love
is akin
oranges.
to me saying that somebody said that the color orange tastes good. And that's just so
The color
silly.
orange tastes good.
No,
Okay.
they said oranges taste good. Yeah, but they don't mean the fruit. They don't mean the fruit.
Okay,
Here's
but
the definition of
penguins,
what an orange is.
what's
An
the
orange
shoe
is a color.
size of an African elephant?
That's
though?
what you're doing.
You know what I mean? But do you like elephants though?
So I just explained to
What do you think?
the
What do you think
all
the
in your
texture
logic.
of an elephant's
Your
tusk is?
deduction
Though?
that they thought that level meant flat.
Hold on, this is
When
on
you're
point. What do
clearly
you
not
think the
meaning that.
texture of an elephant's tusk feels like? Just because it's
Hard.
related to what we're talking about. Do you know the average height of a palm tree?
Okay, so now you're clearly going off.
What color are the soles of a penguin's feet?
So
Just
what does
stay
this
on
have to do with the
topic.
conversation? What does this have to do with the conversation?
Oh, it's totally on topic. This is what you do, isn't it? You just ask
Is that an
total
analogy?
random
What is that an
sidebar
analogy
questions
for?
that have no
Sorry,
logical
what was
through
that an
line.
analogy for?
Oh,
Cyclone,
I
what
just
was
thought
that?
I thought this is
any
what
of
we
that
were
an analogy
doing.
for?
I just thought we were
No,
asking
you clearly can't
non-sequitur
track. You're clearly
questions.
struggling.
Do you like
You're struggling to
pineapples?
understand simple
Do you like pineapples?
topics,
This is
conversational
like you
topics.
saying you love pineapples, Penguins. Do you like pineapples?
Are you just going to keep doing this?
What flavor
I'm assuming you're trying to make a
is
point
ginger
where
hair?
I was off topic and I had nothing to do with the conversation. Do you need me to explain
Yes,
to you
you've
like a
added
child how to
nothing
get
again.
into the conversation?
Penguins, what's
I
your
had to
best
explain
globe
to you what
proof?
you're doing.
Let's get it back on topic. What's your best globe proof?
Do you? Okay. So you don't want to address how terribly
Yeah. What's your best globe
honest
proof?
you are in conversation and trying to put words in other
What's your
people's
best
mouths.
globe proof,
Let's not address
Penguins?
that. You're pivoting off of that.
Okay,
I was
Penguins,
challenging
what's your
you on
best
that.
globe proof?
You're trying
Are
to
you here
pivot
to
off of
present
it.
globe proof or no?
Oh, are you here to actually address what, like, allow people to
We're
address
here
what you
to
said?
find some evidence of the Earth being a spinning cartoon ball, like the textbooks
Are
are
you
saying. You
afraid
got
of
any
being
evidence for
challenged
that?
on what you say? Cyclone? Are you afraid of being challenged on what you say? Why are you trying to pivot to the
It
globe?
doesn't sound like
We were
you're
talking
challenging me
about-
because I'm saying the Earth is
Just
not a
the
spinning
opinion regarding
ball,
the globe.
and you've not presented anything for that.
We're
You're not
talking
presenting
about the
anything for a
opinion.
spinning ball, right?
You brought up the opinion of somebody regarding the globe.
Okay,
Brought up
cool.
the opinion of
You're too boring, dude.
Time out, dude.
Yeah,
Jeez,
he's
dude.
too
Audio
boring. He's done.
chaos, man.
Yeah.
And no
Just
argument. We've been
demonstrating
asking
himself
you.
to be a melt, as he always is. So there's no point in even talking to him. Let him cry, let him moan, let him spiral out.
That was amazing. I've never heard somebody say so much without saying a damn thing. Just arguing
Well,
for the
John,
sake of arguing.
feeling.
Don't you like oranges? Well, let me ask you, are you a fan of the tangerine? Since we're talking about the definition of the word level, what do you think of plums?
you talking about colors or fruits? God.
Good question.
Oh my God! What a guy, man! Arguing for the sake of arguing.
Yeah, just has to say something. Classic GIMP behavior.
Man, I feel sorry for
Discussion
his
was
folks.
about level, flat, and plane being the same scene or not the same scene.
What was that? You're very quiet.
Like what was this discussion about? Was it about three words like level, flat, and plane being the same scene? I just tried to understand what the discussion was about.
Well, we weren't really talking about that, but then he came in, and said something about the definition of level. And then we posted the dictionary definition of level, and then he started asking us if we liked oranges and things like that. I don't know.
He got triggered by my story. He got triggered by my story. I was telling a story. Imrail, I was telling him a story. I was telling Cyclone a story about this young lady who was in the chat last night, and I was trying to get her to wrap her head around the fact that you can't have completely flat areas on a sphere. And she was like, no, you totally can. And we just kept going back and forth. And then this guy, I said flat and level, right? Flat level areas. And then this dude somehow got triggered by that. I don't know if he was having a conversation with his AI best friend or what happened, but something triggered him. So that's there's your clarification.
In these definitions that you posted, like synonyms, it means that it basically is it might be the same definition, but also it says that flat, it does not necessarily mean the same as level, and plane means perfectly flat. This is a mathematical ideal rather than a reality found in nature. So you can say that it's kind of the same, but also if you have another like definition, it's in the same definitions that you posted. It just said that it's not exactly the same. So I don't see.
Well, the definition that I posted just says things like horizontal, even, flat. Doesn't say anything about curved. So
no.
And nature
so
gave
obviously
us
something flat could be on a slope, right? Obviously something flat can be elevated on one side and then be sloped.
it's not having one side any higher than the other. Why are you blabbing out again?
No, that's me. This is me.
Oh, wait, that's
I'm
John.
just
This
saying.
isn't penguins. Right.
I'm just saying you could have something that's flat, and then you could unlevel it. But that's why I said flat and level. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I was using the same word to describe the same thing. I was using two words to describe what I was talking about to the person, and in the story and in context.
You can have a flat
Yeah,
slope
so
for
it's
sure.
like, yeah. So I mean, come on. It's not like I wasn't being precise in what I was talking about. So yeah, I don't know why dude spiraled.
We can just agree at some simple even definitions and like just go.
Well, it's okay. I'm real. We don't really. We're not hanging our hat on a definitional argument here. We're hanging our hat on the fact that the Earth measures flat, not curved.
Yeah, nature gave us a reference to level, the horizon. And the word horizontal is derived from the word horizon, and it's our reference to level. If something's horizontal and level, it's parallel with the plane of the horizon.
That's precisely what it is. And, that's the whole thing here. It's what we've been talking about. And apparently it triggers people when you bring these stories up about how somebody couldn't wrap their head around the ball being flat in certain areas, and it's impossible for a sphere to have flat areas all over the place.
Got any people in with questions or anything?
Especially if it's water.
Sorry, my audio is maybe cutting out. Is anyone talking?
No, you're good. You're good.
So I'm Rail. Did you have questions or some globe evidence to present?
I think I should make it like on daily basis. In the morning, I will try to find another globe evidence. So in the evening, when I go back here, I would have one to present to you. It's like it just sounded very official. Like, did you have any evidence to present us? Like, listen to me, my children. I will present.
Yeah, that's what we do. We're a formal discussion. No, it's pretty chill. It's pretty chill. But yeah, that's a good idea. Then we can count the number of days it takes before you realize that there is no globe evidence. So what's your globe proof for
I
today?
don't think. Also, I don't think you have to to disprove something else. You don't have to prove your own sin. Like, you don't have to prove the Earth is flat to disprove the globe Earth and otherwise. You see what I mean with that?
Yeah, just you can falsify something without replacing it. Yep. That's kind of on point because we're not trying to replace the globe with like another all-encompassing model. We're just debunking the curve, so what we're left with is flat.
Yeah, so he's going on in the side chat now, Cyclone. You want to read some Penguin's wisdom? Go ahead and take a gander.
Yeah, no, I knew you'd be spiraling out in the chat, but no, I'm not looking at the chat right now. So I'll have to scream into the void, Penguins.
I'll read it to you. He says, Embryo, the only evidence I need to prove that the earth is not flat is that things disappear bottom up and the sky rotates in two different directions in relation to latitude. And we all see the same face of the moon.
Oh, wow. Yeah, those are about the standard day one globe copes that we deal with 100 times a day.
Yeah. I know my long corridor is a globe because things disappear from the bottom up. You know what I mean?
Unfortunately, Penguins, to tie that off into an argument that means the Earth isn't flat, you would have to show that there's curve responsible for those phenomena. And you don't have any curve, so that's not going to work for you. I love how they think not seeing the moon being a spinning ball is evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Cyclone, are you part of DJ server?
Yeah, I think I'm on DJ server.
Can you post that? I guess he needs to put a section in there for it. But you know that table thing with the coin, the table demonstration with the coin where the coin disappears.
Oh yeah.
From bottom up. Yeah, if you could post that in there, I thought that was brilliant. That was a brilliant display. There's two little. What were they? GIFs.
Yeah, they're gifts. Let me see. See if I can
Yeah, if
find
you
them.
could
I'll
post
post them
them
in
in
this
there,
chat.
that'd be cool.
I'll post them in
Yeah,
here, and then you can post them where you're thinking.
Yeah. All right, cool, awesome. Thank you, brother. I was like wishing I had them like several times since I saw them the first time you put them up.
There you go. The table must be a globe.
we'll just fix Penguins up with a with the command mute, so that he can be unmuted in the VC, and then he's not server muted. He can join other chats and still talk.
Okay, if you want to inflict him on other chat rooms, be my guest. So is I'm Real the only other new person in here?
Well,
Imreal,
no one
you
else
there?
is speaking, yes, and there is like a GIF or video, I don't know, about like with the tides. So I would like to ask, like, why the water is never like still? Like, why do we always have low tides and high tides?
Like you're asking, what's the cause of tides?
I mean, is it like the existence of tides? Isn't it like counterintuitive? Like you shouldn't have tides at all. Like,
What do you
I
mean?
some
I don't know what
local
you're saying.
waves, like when there is a wind or stuff like this, like waves. That's like kind of logical because you have wind blowing, then it would make some waves. But tides, like when the water goes down and then the water goes up, and it might be like few meters. It's not like a small amount. It's something that's observable every single day, and like there is no reason for that because the water should.
Well, there must be a reason for it because it's happening.
Yeah, that's why I said that it's like something that's happening and it's not very logical.
What do you mean it's not very logical?
Well, it's not something that we would assume if we would never witness it. Like if I would tell you that the sun would go further and further away, you could logically conclude that at some point it would be dark because you wouldn't be able to see sun anymore. You don't even have to actually witness it. It's logical.
But see, the problem with trying to put natural phenomena and what's going on in the earth into some kind of your perception of a logical framework, it doesn't really fit because it's just a natural phenomena. Like you could say an eclipse isn't logical because you wouldn't assume it would happen based on the general observation of the sun or moon. But phenomena of Earth doesn't really work that way. It's not dependent on what we think makes sense or not. What's important is that they're happening, and then your real question would be, what's the cause of that occurrence? But with phenomena on a Earth scale, let's say, they're not very easy to test. You can't put a stop to the mechanism. Well, you can't even really identify the mechanism to then put a stop to it and confirm that that's what's causing it or not causing it. So I wouldn't really make any claims specifically about what the cause is, but it doesn't really tell you whether the Earth's flat or a globe either way. Other than the tide rising or lowering is in reference to the horizontal sea level.
Yeah, and at this point you should like ask the question, what exactly is the sea level? Because the water is this time it's here, next time it's 10 centimeters higher, and then it's like 20 centimeters lower. So what exactly is the sea level if this level is never stable?
Well, that's why they have mean sea level, which is the average.
Well,
and then those high and low points are taken in reference to the average, which is a horizontal reference.
Yeah, but do you actually believe that it's possible to measure like the mean point at the surface of the water? We don't even know the whole like surface of the water.
Yeah, they measure it. They measure it in their area, in their local harbor or whatever. They put markings on the walls and say this is where it was here. This is when it was there. So they can figure out what their what their mean sea level is.
Yeah, but then the problem when they do it, you take like the Pacific Ocean and you take the Atlantic Ocean, and the means would be different. It's not the same sea level in one ocean and another ocean, so it doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
Like you don't have one sea level, because even in two different oceans, it's like two different sea levels. So it's not a mean, because like it's two different points.
Does anyone understand what he's getting at here?
I say you can't just deliberately say that this point is a mean sea level if you have two different like oceans, not even sea, because I'm not sure about the seas like overall, but I'm sure about this like ocean scenes, that there is like some few like 10, 20 centimeters or something like this difference between the sea level on the Pacific Ocean and the sea level of the Atlantic Ocean. So like you can't just say that, well, you can just make it up. You can say, well, it's here, and without any explanations, just because I don't think it's possible to actually measure the mean level of all the water on our surface if we can't even measure all the water. We don't even know if...
Well, all elevation profiles are taken in reference to mean sea level, so you'll have to take it up with every elevation profile, I guess.
But I think that elevation profile is derivative of the sea level. First, they establish a level, a sea level, and then they calculated like the surface profiles, not the other way
Yeah,
around.
in reference to the sea level. So they're using practically sea level as a reference, horizontal datum, in all the elevation profiles. Unless you don't think we know the elevations of anything. But my bigger concern would be, is that sea level horizontal as it's shown and defined? Because if so, then where's the globe?
I don't think that you use the word horizontal with the same meaning that the globe earther would use it.
I use it in the way that the dictionary would use it. Which way would they use it?
Can you like post the dictionary definition here so I could read it?
Well, someone can. I'm not going to, but you can look it up. Google.
No, I mean I would.
Horizontal definition.
We already did.
Sorry.
Oh wait, horizontal. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, horizontal. That's what he wants now. Hey, real quick. So,
I'm not asking, like to find it. I can Google on my own. It's just like so we would talk about the same thing, exactly same thing. So it's not.
Yeah, well, someone can post a
You're gonna make
definition
a
of horizontal.
separation though between the practical use of the description of the word. So we get horizontal lines from the horizon. We observe the horizon in the real world, and then we use definitions to describe the practical use of it. So when we draw a horizontal line to establish a horizontal to let's say build a house, right? We draw these lines that have no slope because a horizontal line has a rate change of slope of 0, right? And this use in the practical sense, it's what we're talking about in reality. Then you're saying that there's also a definition in a globe, but the globe will be in the non-practical way, the non-practical use. If you're gonna use horizontal on a cartoon globe, right? And you're saying this horizontal line is curving on this globe, and that's the reference that you're going to. That's not the practical real ease level that we use it at. Do you get the difference? There is a difference between the real use and the fantasy use.
No, I see it. And if it's like is the simplest one, horizontal line remains also at the same elevation across its entire length. So I think yeah, it's the same that everyone would use.
Okay, so you don't think the globers are using a different horizontal now?
No, I think they use it in this way. They just like measures this like same elevation. Once again, you have to measure elevation from something. So they just would measure it from some, I don't know, gravitational life. Okay, I wouldn't say gravitational.
So not horizontal then. They wouldn't be using horizontal. They'd have to use a curve.
Horizontal line remains at the same elevation across its entire length.
Yeah, so it'll be a flat line. horizontal, 90 degrees from vertical.
Now I don't even think it should be a line. It should probably be a plane, because the line is just two-dimensional, so it should be a plane.
Well, yeah, we're just talking about the geometric definition at the moment, but that's sufficient. But on the globe side, they wouldn't be able to use that as a reference to elevation, generally, because they need a curve.
Well, to establish that curve, they'd have to measure that as a change in elevation with respect to horizontal. When was that done?
Well, at no point in the definition of horizontal line it says that it should be a straight line. It could be a curved line. Like line should be any shape you want.
No.
Line.
No, that's antithetical to the definition of horizontal. Perpendicular to vertical, which means it's 90 degrees, which means it has to be an angle, which means it's flat and straight, because you can't get an angle between a curved line and a straight line.
Yeah, see, now you're making up the definition of horizontal after just agreeing it with us. Horizontal can't mean curved. That would just be incorrect usage of the word.
The oxymoron.
Yeah. Curved horizontal. It's contradictory. So do we have...
violate the law of non-contradiction and the law of identity.
Yeah, because like T-Dub said, so we would need a drop in elevation in reference to this horizontal in order to prove that there's a curved surface of the Earth, in order for there to be a ball, a globe. So does anyone have that? Can prove that the ground is dropping down and away from us at the rate claimed by the globe?
I just posted something that proves the opposite about railguns' muzzle velocity and how they hit targets over amazing distances. Never happened on the globe.
Yeah, military equipment's a good one to look at when it comes to this question. Long distance targeting, long distance ballistics. No curvature. So what do you think, I'm real? Has anyone proven that deviation from horizontal, measuring a curved surface?
Has anyone proved what? I'm sorry. Deviation?
Yeah, has anyone ever measured that curvature? Deviating from a horizontal on the surface?
That I could tell you anything more than you've already heard like a million times here.
So no one's ever measured it. So why do you think so many people are believing it?
I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but we had this discussion, and I said because like it's something that is taught in schools, and the problem, why can't it be another way, is that there is nothing, like not nothing, but not too much to teach from the flat Earth perspective. I mean, the lesson would be...
Oh, I beg to differ. We've got tens of thousands of hours of us teaching flat Earth content. So there's definitely a lot to teach from the flat Earth side.
I mean, it's exactly the same. It's just like from different points of view, like it's always the same.
No, it's not the same though, because we can go out and we can experience, observe, measure, and detect what we're talking about.
Yes.
But you can't do that with a globe.
But imagine you would start your lesson and you'll say, well, you could obviously see that the Earth is flat, and children, they would agree with you. And what else should you do, like, with them?
Well, we could say if the globe story is
No,
correct.
why would you speak about the globe? You could say if a pyramid story is correct, or if a like triangle story is correct. You don't
Because the globe story is the one that you correctly pointed out is being taught and has been perpetuated to the societies. So that's the one that we are challenging, obviously.
Yeah, so you wouldn't teach students about the flat Earth. You would teach them about why the globe Earth.
Well, yeah, by teaching them about how the Earth is not a globe, you are inherently teaching them about its flatness.
Why would you do that if someone is already agreeing with you? They would come at the first lesson and they would say, you would say that the Earth is flat, and they would say, okay. And why would you spend another few years like proving the same thing over and over again if they are already in agreement with you?
Well, it's not really a case of that. I mean, you can imagine a hypothetical scenario where everyone doesn't believe in the globe, but that's not reality at the moment. Most people believe they live on a giant spinning water ball in a vacuum, which is why we have this discussion in the way we do, pointing out that it's not the globe that they think it is. But yeah, if you don't want to talk about the globe, you can just go out and test, measure, observe, or detect what you can in reality. And that's being detected on a flat Earth. So we can just talk about the Earth as it's observed, measured, and practically used. That's us talking about flat Earth. But let me go to your point. You said the reason people believe this is because they were told so at school. So that doesn't make it true, right? Just because they're being taught it at school, that doesn't mean it's true.
No, but there's just too many information to add to that thing. For example, you would learn in physics, like you would make some calculation about the rockets and stars like this, and even without stating that the Earth is globe, at that point you would like take it as it's obvious because you've been taught that before. And with flat Earth, you should like have something else. Assuming that so children would use it as they would assume at the beginning that the Earth is flat, and then you will say like, now let's do this task, this problem, and with knowledge that the Earth is flat, and like it's not too much stuff like this going on.
Well, I think that's kind of non sequitur, to be honest. I mean,
and non what?
Non sequitur doesn't really follow. I mean, we're not really coming up with a flat Earth curriculum.
Yeah, that's
we're explaining to people.
Flat Earth is not taught at school. I'm not talking about the flat Earth in general. I'm talking about why, yeah, like you don't. It's impossible to put it in the school system because there is not too much to like. Yeah, you don't have your curriculum, as you said.
No. I mean, if people wanted to, they could certainly come up with, and I'm sure people have come up with classes and educations. I mean, we're essentially doing that here every day as it is. But and that's not the reason that it's not taught in school. The reason it's not taught in school is because they're pushing the globe fantasy. The people who control the education systems have decided those are the textbooks that they're going to push. That's the curriculum they're going to teach. It has nothing to do with the validity of the claim, because there is no validity to it. It's debunked.
I didn't say it was about validity. I'm not sure if you understand me, but like in private schools, you can have classes like daydreaming. Like it's not something that you have, or you can like classes about leadership or expressing yourself or stuff like this. It's not necessarily, it's just like has to be in the curriculum, but you could have it. So if there was like a person or like a textbook and something that you could teach on during the classes of flat Earth, like it could be, it's not like it's forbidden.
Okay, well, go and start your first flat Earth school and let me know how you get on. Until then, we're simply asking people if they realize that they don't live on a spinning ball.
I think it wasn't the topic of our conversation because you asked me why we taught like this in school. Like you asked me.
No, I asked why do you think so many people believe it since it's never been measured?
To explain exactly that.
And you said yeah, because I was taught in school, and then I said if you're taught something in school, does that make it true?
Yeah, and I didn't disagree with you with that.
Well, what did you say? You didn't answer.
You said that if you taught something in school, it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. I agree with that statement.
Right. Okay.
But
So then
I
the question
didn't
is,
think, but
then the next part, which is
didn't
what we're
think that
actually
was the
talking about.
problem.
No. So then it comes next. So then what does make it true? For all these people that are believing it, you're saying they're believing it just based on something they've been told. It doesn't make it true. What does make it true? And if nothing, well then, welcome to Flat Earth. Here we are.
No, what do you mean nothing? If you can like use it.
Well, what evidence, what proof do we have that proves that it's actually true?
I'm trying to answer that. So if you can actually use some knowledge and it's like it repeats itself and it's coherent with what you expect, then it means it should be true. Until
Right. Okay. So what is that in relation to the globe?
What is what?
So what is that you just vaguely described? Knowledge that you can prove to be true. What knowledge can we prove to be true that proves the Earth is a ball that spins?
I can't point any single thing that like would be obviously true only on the globe Earth.
Well, then there you go. That's my point. If there's nothing, then welcome to Flat
I
Earth.
already agreed with your point. Like it looks to me that you're trying to convince me with your point.
Oh no, I'm not trying to convince you.
No,
I'm assuming you believe in the globe. Do you not believe in the globe?
Well, if you say believe, that's another point because it's not the question of truth or not. You can believe anything. You can.
Well, no, that's why I'm asking if it's something you believe. I already know it's not true. But I'm assuming, I believe that you believe that the Earth is a ball. Is that incorrect? You don't believe it?
If I would ask, like, if I was asked about it, like on my exams or stuff like this, I would answer that it's a.
No. Obviously, for your exams, you have to put down a globe. But does that mean you actually believe that's true?
Honestly, like to be completely honest, I just go with it. It's not like I believe it or I know it. I'll just okay. Like it's not something that I would fight my life for. I don't know if you understand.
No, I don't understand. It should be very clear. Do you believe it's true? Yes or no?
I don't think I care too much about it like being actually true. So I would say that I believe it because it suits my purposes. Like I don't like nothing.
Right, that's not a reason to believe that the Earth is a ball because it suits your purposes, because it feels, or because you don't care. You're just going to assume the Earth is a ball. That doesn't make any sense.
And why would people believe in something? Because they like this idea.
Right. Okay. So that's not a good basis. That's not a good foundation for your worldview. That's imagination. You should be thinking logically and with empiricism, what you can observe and experience, not just fantasy because you don't care or it feels good. Which is fine. I mean, you can think and believe whatever you like, but that's a poor foundation for a worldview. Anyway, with that, I will hand over to one of my colleagues. I'm going to go on mute for a bit and then head off. So, good chats, guys. Someone keep this rolling. You hear FE side? We got someone? T-Dub, John, and you guys still here?
But I'm probably I'm driving and roboting. Can you hear me? I'm roboting, ain't I?
Nope, not yet.
Sonny's here. You can set this guy straight. This guy thinks he lives on a ball, Sonny. Go ahead and tell him.
Yeah, so just kind of going along with what Cyclone had just mentioned. So I didn't really get quite an answer from you. So you believe that the globe is real, right?
Yes, I believe that's my belief, I guess.
Okay, so you might have been asked this before, and if you have, I apologize for being redundant. What evidence do you have that the
I
Earth
think,
is a globe.
yeah, I think it's like a fundamental difference between knowledge and belief. You don't have to have evidence. Once you have evidence of something, you know it. You don't believe it. I don't have like I can't provide any evidence that the Earth is globe that would satisfy any of you. So it's not like I state that it's true and everyone should agree with it because it's like one and like it's the truth. But I can believe someone believes that there are aliens, someone believes that there is a Santa Claus, someone believes you can believe whatever you want. That's why I said I don't know it.
Maybe I could help clarify the question. What evidence do you have that satisfies you that it's a globe? Not what would satisfy us. What evidence do you have of your own that satisfies you, in your own knowing and living that you're on a spinning water ball?
Why do I prefer to believe in that? You mean basically why? Like what's the evidence? So it's
What's
just
your own?
math.
Your own personal experience or evidence that you are.
Okay, so it's just too much math like mathematics into the globe, like inside the globe Earth, that makes sense put all together. And if I would say that the Earth is flat, I would have to like question all the like math, all the physics that I already know, and it would be way too hard. And sometimes it's just hard to get some sources. For example, like how should that work? Why does this work? And stuff like this. And it would be very hard.
Okay, so I heard what you said about the math. So there's just too much math concerning the globe. So have you actually gone out in nature and checked to see if the math actually was reality out in nature?
Yeah, I think we made some like during physics classes in high school. We did a lot of like experiments, and honestly, it wasn't like we say that the g was 9.8 meter per second square. It wasn't like that, because when we did our measurements, it was like sometimes it was 9.2, sometimes it was 10.3, because we were like just high school kids and we didn't have like proper instruments. But in general, like the idea that when something is like less dense, it should float up and stuff like this, it worked. Yes.
Okay, so that's talking about 9.8 meters squared or whatever. So that isn't actually concerning the Earth being a ball. That's what we're talking about. What? So do you have any evidence at all that would purport Earth being a ball, as far as curvature on the surface, a measurement of curvature, like any empirical data at all that would even lead to believe that Earth was a ball?
Sorry, Sonny, I thought you were done a couple times there. I'm a little confused myself, sir. Could you please clarify as well? I asked you for what evidence of your own you have that satisfies you that you're on a ball, and you said math, but it's too confusing to figure it out or satisfy you. So I'm like, if it's too confusing, how does that satisfy you? That's all I'm thinking.
I didn't mean that it was too confusing. I meant that when we tried to verify like these physical laws, we didn't get the exact numbers that are in our textbooks, because like it's hard like to be that precise. But
You said it varied. Again, I'll go back to Sonny's question. Now, you were referring to 9.3 meters squared or what. That has nothing to do with the surface. So again, I'm confused there as well.
Yeah. So I can explain that. So for example, when in school, when we learn about gravity and stuff, and they give you these equations and numbers, and they say, well, now you can put these numbers into this formula and you'll get like into this equation, sorry, and you'll get this like acceleration, and it should be 9.8. And then after this, we would make this experiment to measure what was that acceleration, and it was like close enough to 9.8. So I mean that obviously in nature we can see it, this 9.8, but this globe, Earth, everything together, it gives you like slight answer why it's 9.8. Not just like yes, we can observe it, but also sometimes it's answer question why it's like this and not more or not less. That's what I meant. Like if you, or for example, the Archimedes force, the less dense objects they would go up, and the more dense objects they will like fall down. And how would you say, like it's something that you see in the nature, so obviously it's true, but also it's explained with the same gravity and the same numbers, and I mean it's like a very big system of numbers that already put together. That's what I meant.
So if I understand what you're explaining is gravity, and the experiment you did to verify that gravity is enough evidence for you to believe it's a globe. Is that correct, or am I incorrect?
If I would choose something else that it's not a globe, I would need all this like mathematical apparatus to work with. Like I wouldn't mind, but I need it, and I don't have another option. Like it's not like I can choose this one or that one and choose something else. It's when I choose like flat earth and I start to ask these questions, I don't have these answers to put all together.
Okay, so what if I were to tell you, let's just, for the sake of argument, let's just say these things about the acceleration rate, let's just say those are exactly the way that is claimed to be in the formula. Could that possibly be happening above a flat plane also?
Yes, it could be, but
Okay.
then you would have you could have the option to have one big explanation and derive to some others, or you just have to like come up with 10, 50, 100 small explanation for each single thing.
No, I disagree. Here's why. Because you were told that this acceleration is akin to mass attracting mass, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a hidden claim within that. That would be the radius value of the Earth. In order that Earth would have that mass, it would have to have that radius. So you don't have the radius. So that's just imagined. Imagine if you have a ball this size, and imagine that this was happening on the surface of a ball, but you don't have anything in nature that would lead you to the conclusion empirically that Earth was a ball or a sphere or has a curved surface at all. There's nothing in nature that you could lead to, that you could look to.
I agree with you, but what I'm saying is like you have this radius of the Earth, mass of the Earth, you have like G constants, you have like this acceleration, all these things, and they like put together and it works together. And if, for example, we say, yes, it could possibly be correct on the flat Earth, why not? But then I would ask, for example, like, why is it 9.8? And you'd have to answer, well, it's just like this. There is no explanation.
Yeah, what I was trying to tell you is the same exact thing that you just described. There is no explanation because you don't have anything that would lead you to the conclusion that Earth is a ball in the first place. So the primary fundamental basis of your claim is imagination at best. It's just plain assumptions based on information that is non-existent. So I don't see how you're saying that that works on a ball when you don't have a ball in the first place.
Yeah,
Plus, besides that, one more thing. Besides that, they didn't tell you in school that mass attracting mass is 110 years out of date. It's been replaced. They didn't tell you that?
When you say it's been replaced, you mean this like more, how do you say, like 100 years or something more modern theory of gravity and stuff like relativity?
Yeah, special and general relativity replaced, superseded. That means Newton was toppled from the throne in 1915 by Einstein.
Well, I say that his equations might still work as well.
No, they're not the same.
No, I don't say about gravity, but I mean his three history equations about forces, and like when you push something, it goes with certain acceleration, so it still works.
No, it's not a force. No, it hasn't been a force since 1915. It's
I'm
not a
talking
force.
about the gravity. So I have to repeat it once again. I'm not talking about the gravity. I say that when you push something with a force and it goes with certain acceleration, so this is one of the Newton's like laws of motion, so it still works.
It works based on an assumption of the globe that you don't have. So
Yeah, but it still works. I mean, physically, you can. It's something that's observable, that you can observe.
yeah, so it could work on a flat plane. So
Yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with that as well. So, but the point
so
is,
so that yeah, what you claimed as proof isn't proof at all. Then is it?
I didn't like. I don't know why you expect from me to give you some proofs if at the beginning I said that it's not about the proof. Like my choice was based entirely on the like that it's useful and it's easy to put together, and it can work on the flat Earth. But for example, if I ask you like, why is it like this? Why is it like this? It's just too many different points that I have to accept as it is without any explanation. And the
You've
Globards,
already, hold on, I have to stop you because you've already accepted these numerous things based on assumptions with no empirical data to back it up. So you're contradicting yourself. You're saying if it were a flat earth, you would have to give up all these different ideas, but all those ideas that you have are assumptions. They're not based in knowledge.
yes, but
That's not evidence.
Yes.
So we asked you for evidence. Flatman Can, I'm still talking. So Flatman Can tried to reiterate that question to you. What evidence would it take for you, not for us, but for you? And then you went back into Newtonian, which has been superseded, replaced completely by Einstein general relativity. And you want to go back to Newtonian. That's been superseded, debunked. It's obsolete. It doesn't work. So you want to go back to something that's 110 years out of date. Plus, you have no evidence to back your claim in the first place of Earth being a sphere. So do you have any evidence of that, Earth being a sphere?
I don't know why you keep me asking about the evidences if I already told you like 5 times that I don't have evidence. That's why it's not my knowledge, it's something I believe. And then I tried to explain myself why would I choose to believe in this and not something else. And if you ask me about evidence once again, it's not like I can make up this evidence that I didn't have yesterday and I didn't have the day before yesterday.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying. So you are just admitting that you have what's akin to a blind faith, a religious belief in things that are unproven. When we can go out to nature and we have hydrostatic equilibrium, we see water, the surface of water, when still or contained, is horizontal on the top. These are objective truths that you can go check for yourself, but you prefer to use a blind faith or belief. It's basically a religious belief that you have.
So everything you say that we can actually observe in the nature, it's not like science. If you just can observe it, anyone can observe it. Then the science state starts when you start asking question, why is it like this? And when you try to calculate something with that, just admitting that the water is flat and level, it's not science. It's something that you can just perceive with your basic
Yeah.
senses.
What we're talking about is a geometric question. When you're looking for like a surface condition, all you have to do is measure it. We don't do science to find level or to measure a level. A level surface doesn't require science. So it's not science at all. Yeah, so looking and observing is one thing. Actually measuring and testing level over distances, a horizontal nature of the world we live in, that isn't science. we can go measure it. It's a geometric question. That's it. So I don't know what you're talking. You're getting all confused about science. Your globe doesn't have any science either.
So when you see the lake, or when you see like the river, and you look at it and you say, well, lake is better, I think, because river is still moving. So when you look at the lake and you see it's flat and level, and you say, I see it and it's flat, the water is flat, it's not science. When you start asking like, how big is this lake? How can we measure this lake? And probably this flat water surface can help us somehow. That's the science that started.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it's not science. Because in order to have science involved in this kind of questioning, it would require you to ask a question like this about the lake. What is the cause of the lake being 10 miles long? Does that sound logical to you?
I don't think you have to know the cause of it being like.
Yeah, that's what science, that's what natural science is about, cause and effect. It's not about sizes, shapes, surface conditions, or linear distances. Has nothing to do with those. Those are simply measurements. We don't use science if I have to measure my table and I'm using a tape measure, do I ask myself, what is the cause of the rectangular shape of my table? Do I ask about the cause of the table shape?
Yeah, but if your table is not rectangular, even if it's rectangular, and you want to know the area of your table, you have to use science, because
no, you don't. You use that's called mathematics. It's geometry.
So mathematics is not a science?
No.
Okay.
Mathematics can be used in science, but it's not science of itself. It's only a language. That's it. It's not science. Measuring something is not science. It's geometry that you're measuring. That's it. I can ask all these questions about my table. What length is it lengthwise? What length is it the shorter distance on the other side? How tall is the table? What is the table? How level is the table? What is the surface condition of the table? Does it have undulations or rivets in the table? Does it have a hole in the table? All these things, I can ask any kind of questions. What color is the table? None of those are scientific endeavors. Not whatsoever. Now, if I wanted to ask a question, like let's say I have a question, how high of a temperature would I need of a fire to combust the wooden table? Then you can ask yourself, well, I put a flame to the table and it combusted, and now I can measure the temperature. Then if I reduce the heat, it didn't combust the table. It just slowly smoldered. You can perform science doing something like that, but not with measurement. How high of the temperature does it need the water to be to boil? You can do science on that.
No, okay, now I understand. I didn't know before that the math might be not seen as a science.
It's not really a matter of whether or not it might not be seen that way. It is absolutely not the same category. So, measurement in this scenario is only geometric. We're not talking about science. Just because they taught you about the globe in science class still doesn't make anything having to do with the globe science. So, the measurement of the Earth in every way we can possibly measure it is planar, horizontal, also stationary. That's what it is. The belief system about the globe is just that. It's only a belief. It's an option. It is another way for you to view reality where you don't have to come to terms with reality. people tell you you can believe in the globe if you want to, but it actually is not measured that way. It's a fiction. So if this is something that you want to believe in, by all means, I mean, Sunny said it earlier, that's fine. You can believe in what you want to. Oftentimes we're just curious as to why people would believe in something that doesn't exist in reality.
Well, I tried to explain my reasoning, but I don't think that it's. I didn't try to convince you by any means. I didn't tell you that, well, you have to think like me. It's just I tried to answer honestly your question. Why would anyone, or me in this case, believe in this? And that's why it was for me.
And so, just to I want to understand your answer correctly. So you think because all of the other fictions attached to the story about the globe seem plausible to you, that's why you believe it. Is that about right?
No, not plausible. It's just they work with each other. Honestly, I can't believe, I can't verify everything that they say, but when even theoretically, when they put it all together, I say, okay, it should, it works with one another. Even if it's a bunch of assumption and none of that is true, if they made this model that works.
Yeah,
so the model works in the abstract. Right. Just hold on a second, Sunny, please. So, the abstract, meaning the fairy tale is consistent, right? The fiction is consistent, and yet none of the things in the fiction exist in reality. You still choose to believe the fiction. And we're asking you, I'm asking you, do you have any desire to know what is true in reality, or are you choosing to stay with the fiction because you just think it's very tidy and neat and it all works together in the fairy tale?
I would love to have I would love to know the reality. The problem is that it's not enough. It's just agreeing with the sentence, the earth is flat. It's not enough. This reality should have something more to it. And also the first part of your statement, it's not that none of it agrees with reality. Some of it, it's still the same on the flat and on the globe Earth.
No, actually, I think they're pretty much diametrically opposed. And I think, secondly, you're not really being fair to us because we aren't sitting here telling you that, it just looks flat and therefore it is flat. That's not what we're saying. We're asking you, first of all, whether or not you have any evidence for the position that you hold, and you're telling us, no, I don't really. All I have is math and abstractions, which is fine. But the other thing is that you actually haven't asked us for any of the evidence that proves that the Earth is planar. So, I mean, if you want those proofs, you should ask for them. Don't just say, well, all you guys are doing is saying it's flat and I have to believe that. Nobody here asked you to do that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. What I meant is, for example, when look at the last pictures that was sent in the chat, and it says, for example, observer height 1 foot and max distance geometric horizon is 1.22 miles. So the question is, why is it like this? Why these numbers should be correct? And when you on the globe Earth, they will show you some equations, they would make something up, and you could calculate it, verify it, and say okay. And there is obviously some distance that we can to horizons that we can see with the naked eye. And also I would ask why is this distance? And I would like to have this answer to calculations and stuff like this. But I'm not saying that you trying to convince, just believe us. I see all these examples that you show in all these evidences. It's kind of hard to put in the same system altogether.
Okay, I understand. So what you're saying is that there is an equation or a formula, whatever, based on the observer height. We're showing you in reality that is not the case. So in those observations, distance to horizon exceeds that which would be dictated by the globe Earth, quote unquote, calculation or math. So we're showing you that the values and the math that are given to us are already false.
Yes.
So that will never work on a flat Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they actually don't work with each other. The abstraction in the fairy tale requires that the horizon in reality be at a certain place. It's not there. Therefore, the globe Earth calculation is incorrect. And the geometry is correct. And the values are incorrect. The claim is incorrect.
Yes, but what I meant is like they tell you that the max distance to horizon is 1.22 miles and it doesn't work. Okay, but also I would like to see what is like that's what the globe says, that at least give you something. And they ask what is the max distance on the flat Earth. And also I would love to have this, like I see that it's not the one stated before as you shown on this like image, but what is the real one? That's the question. And like the globe earthers, even if it doesn't work sometimes, it's like they will answer, like they will give you all the numbers that you ask them. And when you ask the flat earthers, they will say, well, we don't know, it's not known yet.
No, that's a lie. See, you tell me that you're trying not to be disrespectful. That's incorrect. We're asking for the geometry of the globe where we can verify it in reality. That is the thing that has not been presented to us. If you're asking a different question, okay, well, what is the max distance to horizon on the flat Earth? The reason that we're telling you that cannot be measured is because, number one, the horizon is not a geometric location as defined, not by us, as defined itself. So if you're upset with us that there is actually no definitive place where the horizon should be, then you're going to have to take it up with the people that make the dictionaries and define what the horizon is, not us. There is no max distance to horizon, ever. The globe says it has to be at 1.22 miles. That is false. So I don't know why you're not more upset with the people that are telling you that the max distance to horizon must be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and indeed it is not there. Why aren't you more upset with the globers for lying to you?
I don't try to blame you for not having some answers. I'm just like trying to answer the question, why is it easier to believe in something that they like, something that exists and not in something that don't like, that you don't have yet or is unknown yet, or maybe someone else didn't calculate it yet, but it's just like you can like imagine the school, like geography school class, the geography class in school, and they ask you like how many continents are there, and they will tell you, and you would say, well, we don't know what Antarctica really is, because okay, you will ask like what is the biggest continent, or what is like what is its area and stuff like this, and you can go like, I don't know if these numbers are true, but they give you something. And if I ask like what is the surface area of United States, and you would say, well, we don't know, like because we didn't measure it. That's the reason. It's not like it's your problem, or it's not like I blame you for that, and it's not like everyone should. I'm not trying to defend the globe Earth. I'm trying to explain why for some people it's easier to believe in something that exists.
No, I'm not asking about some people. We're talking to you. You can't answer for everybody else, so we're asking you. So now that somebody has given you a value for the size of the Earth, and that has been tested in reality, and everything essentially is built on that foundation, and it is now false, why, in this case, would you still believe in something that has been falsified? See, the problem that they made, the mistake that they made, is they gave a value for as far as the radius is concerned, and that has geometric consequences. And for quite a while, no one's really been paying much attention. But now that that number is out there and people are asking the question, they're being skeptical, they're challenging that value, and they're looking for it in reality, and it's not there. That opens up a whole new realm of questions, a whole new list of questions. As far as, well, if I was told I live on a ball of a certain size, and now it turns out that the horizon isn't even a geometric point, and it doesn't align at all with the claim of a globe with a radius of a certain size, then therefore the Earth now is not that globe. So the Earth is no longer a globe. I can throw out all the other story about it that seems like it would fit, because the foundation of that narrative has been destroyed. So the entire globe mythos has been destroyed by eliminating one value. And that's the radius.
So to prove the radius, you should have to actually measure the radius.
Right. And how would that be done?
No, I don't think it's possible on a globe Earth.
Okay. So if it can't be measured,
No. I have to correct myself. It can be obviously it can be measured directly, but you could measure the imagine that we're talking still about the globe Earth, that you have to measure the circumference of the Earth and then calculate it with geometry.
no, you got it backwards. You'd have to measure the Earth itself, and then even a calculation, you would need some kind of measurement in a short distance to come up with, and still assume that the Earth is actually a ball, right? Still, there's still a lot of problems. At the end of the day, the Earth must be measured directly, and then you would actually have to know that it was a ball, right? One of the things that would be neat is if we had a real north to south circumnavigation of a ball. That would be great, but that doesn't exist. The other thing would be really neat is if we had any kind of measurements of curvature in a short distance, and we don't have that either.
Is there nothing that goes through the South Pole? Some flights or something like this? I don't know. I'm just asking. Okay.
No, there's not.
Yeah, and also
Now, don't take my word for it. Find it. I mean, go.
I think that you would probably know about that. If there was something, you would know about that for sure. So I don't have to verify you on this part. But why did you say that we have to assume that the Earth is a ball to measure the circumference of the ball?
Well, let's put it this way. If you measure curvature, there are things that have curvature that aren't spheres. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there could be curvature measured, and it still could be a potato. It could still be a dome.
Yes.
It could be a lot of other things.
Yes.
Right. So we'd still have to find a way to make sure that this is actually a spherical object, where it maintains this ball consistency everywhere, and ultimately, if you start at one location, and right, so
yeah, I see it now. I agree.
Right. So we still don't have any of the first two criteria met, which is short distance, at least over water, because the water is the most reliable way that we can measure this, since apparently water finds its own level. And somewhere along the way, someone turned the definition of level into being consistent with the curvature of the Earth. Well, that is sort of a good definition and not a good definition, because it begs the question of a curvature, but it turns out that when we measure curvature or try to find curvature over water, it's not there. So level is still consistent with the non-existent curvature of the Earth, not having the primary definition of level is having one point no higher or lower than another. So everywhere that we measure across the Earth, across the ocean, whatever it is in relation to a horizontal plane datum, which is sea level. Sea level has no points higher or lower than another. It is a perfectly flat horizontal baseline plane that everything is measured in relation to. And those points are essentially angular above or below that particular datum. That's why the surveyors measure short swaths of land, and they measure them always assuming that that particular portion of land is flat and horizontal, and all of those undulations up and down are in relation to that plane, so everything is very consistent above sea level. That's why if you go on Google Earth and look at an elevation profile, it will draw you the elevation profile as a horizontal essentially baseline, and everything being above or below that baseline. It's never curved. I think some people don't like it when we say, well, what is your best proof for flat Earth? And ultimately, we always come back to water. Because water, no matter the size of the basin that the water is in, the surface of that water always finds its level flat and horizontal. So the entire Earth, 70% of the surface of this Earth that we live on is supposed to be water. Well, all of that water is flat and horizontal and level at its surface. There's no way you can have a ball with a horizontal surface.
I remember this this discussion about the water sticking to a ball and stuff like this. It was like few years ago, and I tried to find how to explain that, and I remember that I didn't know how it's called. I googled it. It was called Google Fountain. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's like a huge ball, like granite ball, and it has water actually stick to it with a very thin layer of water, and it make it to have a very small friction, so you can actually push it with your hand. It's something that I saw, I saw it, it's a real thing, but it just I don't say that the Earth is the same concept, the globe is the same concept. It's just when you say something like the water always find its level. Well, it's not always. There are some exceptions to that, and you can't just present it as a nature of law that works every time.
Well, so here's the situation. If you're going to claim that water does not always seek and find its level, you would have to find an example of that in nature without some kind of external, whatever it was that you think that you saw. I would love for you to post a link to it or give us some information about, because I just Googled Google Fountain or whatever and I can't find that. So if you could support that claim.
I just sent it in the chat, the name of it. I think it's spelled like that.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, it's Google. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. It should be like this.
Google, Kugel Fountain. Okay. So is this something that would be in nature, or is this something synthetic that man has made and he is using some kind of external force to do this?
It's a ball. It's a ball made of a stone, like a stone round ball. And you put it on the water, and you make this water flow from the bottom. It's not something synthetic with electronics or stuff like this. It's like a huge round ball, and but it just illustrates that the water can stick to the to the sides of this ball and not just fall down.
Yeah, it's a still ball, so it's not spinning, and the water only goes up.
It spins. It's not a still ball because I saw it. It's spinning all the time, and the interesting thing with it is you can the friction is so small that you can change the direction of its spin with your hands. It might weigh few tons, and you can still change it, and that's why it's used as a fountain, because it's just fun to.
Yeah, but where's the non-level water though?
Well, the surface of this ball is it's covered with water. When you look
No,
at
it's not. It's not. The Google Fountain, you put a big ball on top of the water. There's pressure. There's a pump pumping the water up so that the ball can freely move. So you can go up to the ball and spin it if you want, but it's eventually going to stop. The water's just there to reduce the friction. The water's not on the ball. The water's below the ball. The ball's sitting on the water.
No, that's not true. If you the video of it, or the you see it it has a shiny surface, and the reason is it's covered with a thin layer of water. And I say that because I saw one in real life, and I touched it, and it's with the water. So
great. So the image I posted, it has a pump that's pushing the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where's the pump on Earth?
So I should repeat that I'm not claiming that it's how the globe works. It's just to disprove the statement that the water can't stick to the.
No, it doesn't.
Surface.
No, it doesn't. It's a non sequitur.
Look at the chat. Somebody posted how it works. It shows
That's
you right there.
yeah, it's a complete non sequitur. It's not even in the same realm of what they're saying the globe Earth is. Not even close.
It's not about the globe Earth. It's just about the claim that the water cannot stick to the ball that is rotating.
Yeah, apparently nothing you say has to do with the globe Earth. We agree with you. Nothing you've said has to do with the globe Earth. Yeah, that's true. So I wanted to bring up an analogy to you, and this is an analogy is I think very close to what you are actually doing and believing. Your frame of thought is this. So there's a person, he's claiming to be a fisherman, but he's at his home and he's got a desk and a piece of paper, and he's got a drawing of a fish, and he's got the scales, and he's got the size, the exact size to the thousandth of an inch of what size the scales are, how long the fish is, how wide he is, how wide the gills are, what the shape of the gills are, the eye placement, the digits. He's got all the numbers. Everything fits into place within this model of a fish. But then his friend comes over and says, "Is this a real fish?" And the guy that was drawing the fish goes, "Well, yeah, it's a real fish." And the guy that comes over says, "I'm a real fisherman. I want to see the real fish, and you are the one that's got the drawing of the fish where everything in the sizes all fit within the image of the fish. You tell your friend you can't see the fish, it's too deep." And your friend asks, "Has anyone ever seen the fish?" No one's ever seen the fish. You just have to believe the fish is there without seeing it. But look, I've got all the math and the sizes, and it all fits in this image of the fish. Just like you're saying, your mathematics all fits within the model of a globe, supposedly, but no one's ever seen the fish. It's the end of my statement. Thanks.
The Earth
No,
is banana.
it was a very nice analogy, I would say. But yes, I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's
Oh my
not
God,
just the one
gays,
thing.
gays.
It's not just the one thing that I believe like this. For example, I don't see a lot. I haven't ever seen a lot of animals, and I just saw pictures of them, and I read about them, and I like accept it as true. And it's probably true about the globe Earth. It's just because like they put a lot of time teaching me this, and in my mind it kind of made sense, and I accept that I never witnessed it myself. I never verified it, but yeah, I just
So you're saying it makes sense, but then the same sentence you said it kind of makes sense, but I don't have evidence to show that it's true in reality, basically. So that's nonsense. Because if you're saying it makes sense, I would ask you, what sense are you using? Which one of your senses are you using? I didn't expect an answer because you're not using any of your senses. All you're using is your imagination. To think you're just thinking that this globe is real, but you have nothing to back it up, no evidence to support your belief. So it is literally, like I said before, a blind faith, a blind belief in something that you have no evidence for. It's a religion.
Yes,
Yeah.
because it's just easier to live this way. I already tried to explain it to you, and like you just, yes, I didn't hide that part. Like when you said that Google something on Google Planet, Google Earth, I started Google it like to see the elevation and stuff like this. And once again, it's presented as a globe. And if there was another map with elevations that was a flat map, and like I had a choice to try this one or that one, I would probably go and look at the flat Earth map that is up to scale. But like we don't have another one, you see, we don't have all these tools that are presented by the globe earthers that we can use, and even without thinking about it, we look like I didn't even question if the Earth is a globe. I wanted to look at, for example, some countries, and it like subconsciously told me that the Earth is globe because it's presented in this form.
Yeah, but you got to question your logic there, I'm real, because you claim like, okay, sometimes water does stick to a ball because of, these fountains that I saw, but that's not the case. Water's not sticking to those balls. There's a pump pumping up water, so it coats the ball in water and the water falls down, and then the pump pumps water up. So that's, I don't, how's your logic working there? You're saying you have a example of a ball that just holds water, that water just sticks to it.
It's just because there are like some life examples, like you put a spoon into like water, and then you have like some small drops of water stick to the bottom of the spoon, and logically it shouldn't happen because the water would drop down. Like there is no law that
No, logically it should happen because there's tension. There's
Yeah, you know what? We're not going into the weeds anymore with this fountain. Just not going to go there. So you said, hold on. So you said that there's proofs or some kind of like facilities or utility that you can use that is the globe, and you're saying that isn't true for the flat Earth. So I want to know: are you talking about, like you mentioned, maps? So you have maps that purport to reality that fit a globe paradigm? Is that what you're telling us?
I thought that the one on Google Earth is probably, it should be one of the most
Okay.
precise.
And do you know that when you're in Google Earth, when you go down to street level, it's showing a horizontal plane? Everything's horizontal. Do you know how they came up with the coordinate system for Google Earth?
No. How?
Yeah, they use latitude and longitude, right?
I think they used it before.
Yeah, so how they came up with latitude and longitude, the latitude is based on the elevation angle of Polaris on from a horizontal plane. So the Google Earth is using flat Earth measurements to get their coordinate system, and they've stuck this celestial sphere onto the ground. But it's not on the ground, it's in the sky. Also, longitude is based on where the sun is from your location, based on the time. That's also an elevation angle from the horizontal plane. So either way you look at it, elevation angles either from Polaris or to the sun itself are flat Earth measurements. That's the coordinate system that Google Earth is using. They take flat strips of data and they wrap it around a ball. That's all they're doing. It doesn't mean it purports to reality, because if you're saying these distances are all correct, for one thing, distances are linear measurements. They're not curvilinear. Otherwise, they would have that name. They're straight line distance measurements. Miles, inches, yards, feet, all linear distances. So we can go out and check the water ourselves and see, is what Google Earth showing us, is that correct in reality? We can go out and check, and you're questioning the math. That's the globe Earth math. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is based on the radius of a sphere. You can look this up yourself. Of 3,959 mile ball. We didn't make that up. That comes from the globe Earth curve calculators. Every single one of them has that as its basis. So we're taking that math that they gave us, the geometry of the so-called ball, we're going out and checking to see if it's correct. And what we found is it's not correct, not even close. As a matter of fact, 0% correct.
Well,
no drop over distance ever detected or measured.
Because what they're referencing there is the actual location, and what you're observing is an apparent location. So that formula you're talking about is referencing the physical location, but what we view is an apparent location, and that location changes.
Yeah. The horizon is apparent. Yeah.
So may I get in here? I just wanted to touch on something before we get too far off there. Just going back, because it sounded like what Imrael said. To me it seemed like it was a bit of a misquote, right? So going back to the sphere thing, or the water on a sphere thing, right? He was saying that people say, "Oh, water seeks and finds its level on the surface. It can't conform to a ball." But the more correct statement that I've heard people say is, unless otherwise acted upon by an external force, water will seek and find its level, and the surface will lay flat. Right. So when you're talking about all this ball stuff, that some balls are curved, spoons and water sticking to it and shit like that, we all know that there are external forces being acted upon those. Surface tension, static, whatever it happens to be, right? Those are external forces. So I just wanted to correct that, because otherwise you're comparing apples and oranges. Anyways, please continue. My apologies.
No problem. Anyone else? Globe proof. We're asking for, well, I think we should keep it the same as we had. What was that, yesterday? The earth is flat, prove us wrong.
Well, you can't measure the whole thing, so it could not be flat. Well, as far as you can see, it's flat. But if you're going to claim the whole thing's flat, then I can prove that wrong.
Well, 74% is water. We know the water is horizontal on the surface, so there you go. You have less than 30% to make up the whole entire rest of your ball. How's that going to work?
No. Water is 74% of a sphere with 24,000 miles in circumference. That's not what you're claiming. So who knows what percentage the water is on a flat Earth?
No, we're talking about what the globe claims. Not what the flat Earth. We're not making a claim for the entirety. That's the globe claim. That's why the globe has the positive claim, not us. We didn't make a size or shape claim.
You said the Earth is flat. Prove me wrong. Did you or did you not?
Flat is not a shape, is it?
No.
Is flat a shape?
Said no.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. So no, we didn't make a size or shape claim. That's the globe Earth. So that's why the globe still has a positive claim. We're not making a shape or size claim. We're just saying
the percentage of water on flat Earth.
Say what?
What is the percentage of water on flat Earth?
We're not making a claim of size.
Okay, so is flat Earth infinite?
No, obviously it's not infinite. Because we have gas pressure here, that requires a constant volume. Constant volume requires a constant square feet, miles, inches of barrier or boundary, physical barrier to contain gases.
What would your estimate be of the size of flat Earth?
I'm not making any estimate. That would be an assumption. We don't need to make assumptions. That's what the globe does. That's how we got into this mess, by people making assumptions and then passing it off in the education system.
So theoretically, it's possible that it's infinite.
No, it's not possible. I already explained to you.
Right, but if you don't know the size, then...
We know if it has constant pressure, it has constant volume. What Do you not understand that?
Where did it come from? That you have to have a constant, like you have to have a physical barrier to have a pressure.
Yeah. Thermodynamics.
Yeah, but thermodynamics is just something that came from observation itself. It's not like the law that is proven.
Yeah, it is a law. It's a natural law. It's called an axiom because it's true every single time under any condition.
And how did we know? Who told us that? Like, how do we know that?
You're asking me, how do we come upon these natural laws of gases?
No, just the second law of thermodynamics, because what we've learned, it's like someone saw it happening all the time. That's why they assume it should be true. It's not like it's proven or something like that.
Yeah, it is proven. Yeah, it is too proven.
The second law.
If you're saying it's not proven that high pressure doesn't go to low pressure, is that what you're trying to say? Hot doesn't go to cold? Gas pressure doesn't require a container?
It's just the observations that we see.
Yeah, it's testable, observable, repeatable, and falsifiable. It's called empirical.
And okay, if you have a container that is open, like would you say that there is no pressure? There still would be a pressure.
No, if it's pressure inside, it will fill the available volume outside of the open container.
Yes, so you would
an open container will not have pressure. No, it will release immediately into the other volume.
So if it wouldn't have a pressure, that the gas should go inside it, because the gas would go from the area with high pressure to the low pressure. And if somewhere is no pressure at all, that would mean it's like everything would go there.
Yeah, so your globe is supposed to be an open system, so all the gas pressure would have escaped into the available volume, the vacuum of space.
We have the gas pressure on the sea level higher than the gas pressure on the level of a mountain, but we don't see the gas from sea escaping to the mountain.
No, because you're talking about gas pressure gradient now, which only can occur within a gas pressure system. You don't have gas pressure gradients in open systems, in an open container. You wouldn't even be able to tell if there was gas pressure without a container. You wouldn't even know it existed without a container. It would just be like this. Whoosh.
I don't see how it answers the question. Like, why do we observe the difference? Like, why do we observe this gradient of pressure? If the gas should go from the high pressure to the low pressure, why do we see it's not like that?
Yeah, where are the gases created? Stray Cat, mute yourself.
No, don't mute you myself because I just joined. Okay.
Yeah, you're making noises with your mic open. So if you're not speaking in the conversation, shut the fuck up, mic yourself, or someone else will. We've heard you make these noises before.
What power? What fuck you? I don't care. Okay, why?
Turned him all the way down.
Okay, your drunk French self isn't making matters better. So where are gases created on Earth, Imrael?
Created? I don't know. It's a very hard question. I don't think that.
No, it's not a very hard question.
Like
gas are created on, below, or above the surface. Very close to the surface is where gases are created on Earth. They're created by geological processes, volcanism, photosynthesis, exhalation.
Well, I think that photosynthesis and exhalation is just transform one gas to another. It's not like created. Like you take
oxygen turns into carbon dioxide through exhalation. Yeah,
it's not
carbon dioxide is expelled by animals. It's created at the surface. Yeah,
it's not created. Like you take 1 liter of oxygen and you release 1 liter of carbon dioxide. You had 1 liter of gas and you go up. Like you come up with another liter. It's just the same liter.
Well, this is a red herring. There's gas pressure on Earth Yeah, there's gas pressure on Earth. You can argue about the gradient of pressure inside that particular volume, but you're not going to get away from the fact that you have pressure to begin with.
Exactly.
And the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted of the gas molecules upon the walls of its container. So you cannot have gas pressure without containment, period, end of story.
Yes,
You can talk about gradients all day, it doesn't matter.
But that wasn't the question. The question wasn't about the gradient. We see it. We agree with that. The question wasn't about containers. The question was, why does the gas from the high pressure don't go to the area with low pressure?
It does.
Well, we don't see winds blowing from down upwards.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
How do you think gas made it to the top of Mount Everest? How do you think gas made it to the top of Mount Everest?
Through diffusion.
Oh, so the gas diffused, so it moved.
In diffusion, it's like in all direction. It's not like
So right.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. So you're making our point. The gas is going up to the top of the mountain. Thank you. I'm glad you agree. It fills the available volume.
Yep.
Does it go down from the top as well?
Yeah, it goes freely and randomly in all directions. And of course, when energy is added into the system, it moves around even faster. And then you have gradients, and then you have low pressures, and then you have systems of pressure moving across the surface of the Earth. We measure this every day. I'm glad you agree. We have pressure systems within the volume.
Could I just ask a curious question? Is that okay?
Go ahead.
How do volcanoes work?
No idea. Apparently, there's a pressure buildup below the surface, and then that gets released. That's what we observe.
Yeah,
How it works?
I would
I
like
don't
to
know.
drill down. I would like to drill down. What do you mean how it works? What do you mean specifically by that?
Like, is it by like layer pressure or like I'm because like it's explained with the globe, but
How is it explained?
How is it explained by the globe?
Right, it's through the shifting of the mantle below the surface, right?
Okay,
And then-
how far down is that mantle? We're going to just take this one step at a time.
Okay. I can look into it right now.
Okay, so it's like 500 to 1,000 miles or 1,500 miles, something like that. So let's just say that's true. So to the mantle, so do you know how far they've actually dug the deepest hole ever dug?
I can look it up. I am not.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, Matt. I'll just tell you. It's the Kola Super Deep Borehole in Russia. They tried for 30 years or more, and they only got down to 7.6 miles.
Okay.
7.6 miles. That's as far as anyone in all of human history has ever dug down. So you telling us that something is happening at the mantle is just fantasy world.
Oh, I'm just understand. I just want to understand your explanation. I don't.
Yeah, we don't make any claims about those things we can't test, observe, measure. So there's geological processes beneath the surface. You know, there's geologists that can tell you more specifically, but if they're trying to tell you what's down in the middle or at the mantle or below the crust or whatever they're trying to say in these so-called layers, they have no evidence of those layers. Plus, that would be something that's required on a spherical Earth, which Earth is not a sphere. We can just go out and measure Earth is flat, stationary, level, and contained. So any of those things that have to do with a sphere, they're not existent. So, I mean, how it works, we don't know how it works. Nobody's been down there to tell us how it works.
Well, the volcanoes are much thinner than like they expand like a zit, so like the crust is a lot thinner at the mouth of a volcano. No.
So there's heat. there's heat and pressure. Yeah, we got that, but we don't know if there's other mechanisms going on underneath. We don't know how they're working or what's going on there.
Ultimately, the explanation for why volcanoes erupt is completely based on assumption. The foundation of the assumption is that the Earth is a sphere with a certain size, and then the composition of that sphere goes something like this: crust, mantle, core. There's no evidence for anything beyond 8 miles. So all the other ideas about why the volcanoes erupt is not scientifically validated in any way at all. No experiment has been performed to validate why volcanoes erupt. Not one.
Okay. Thanks for answering my question.
You bet. I think it's important that people remember that, lava is not the only thing below Earth's surface. There's lots of water. There's lots of gas. There's oil. There's minerals of all kinds below the surface, and they're all in different pockets. So, it's like, why does the lava come up in certain areas? Don't know. Is lava molten rock from the mantle? No way to prove that. Just a story.
Yeah, we could debunk these things one step at a time, one layer at a time, however you want to talk about it. But there's such a thing as a Curie point. That's a temperature at which metals, when molten, if they reach a certain temperature, are no longer magnetic. So the ones that are saying that Earth has a iron molten core or nickel or whatever they want to say it is, and they want to say that magnets are pointed to this, they're wrong. It's not a ball, and it's not magnetic in the center, as far as like not in the center of a ball. We know that there's a magnet at the center of the flat, well, the plane that we exist on. That's what all compasses point to, or they actually point to more or less magnetic field lines, which vary. But basically, when you're traveling east or west, you're traveling around a magnetic center. That's what the compasses are pointing to.
Is earthquakes also an unexplained theory-based thing? Like the mantle does not the mantle would not be responsible for earthquakes?
There'd have to be a mantle in the first place.
Right,
We have no way to verify if that exists.
So we have no verification currently of why earthquakes happen, correct?
Correct. There's no experiment you could conduct. You have to have an independent variable that you could vary and manipulate in an experiment. So let's say we had a natural phenomenon called an earthquake. What would your assumed cause of that be?
I'm
the presumed cause.
I'm like you said. I'm not making any claims at the moment. I'm just here to ask questions, and so
Well, that's no problem. So let's see if the scientific community, quote unquote, the hardcore air quotes there, have a good answer for us, and if they've conducted any experiments. So what they're telling us the cause of this is a shift in a plate on the Earth. These big plates with all these fault lines to kind of define that plate, and those are shifting and moving around. No problem. So for them to experimentally verify that, they would have to be able to move one of those plates and see if an earthquake is caused. No one's ever done that. So it's a story. It's a fiction, another fiction. In everybody's mind, it's like, oh, that seems plausible. And they go, must be true. They don't pay me to figure this out. It's that guy over there with the white lab coat. He knows.
Well, that guy over there in the lab coat, that asshole, he didn't move no tectonic plates. So he's just making stuff up and hoping you believe it.
Do you think it's possible to predict the eruption of a volcano?
Do you think it's possible? What? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, to predict the eruption of a like volcanic eruption, because I think it's not just like we believe this guy in a white lab coat, because like when they say, well, this volcano could be like erupting in like 2 days, and then we see it's actually erupting, or even not in 2 days, even if they say that like we didn't see this volcano erupting in 50 years, and they say, well, this month it might be erupting, and we see it, so that also adds to this credibility.
Okay, is it possible that they are post-dicting these particular things? Is it possible that the eruptions are cyclical and they know when it's going to happen and they tell you they're predicting it when really it's going to happen no matter what? Kind of like in Yellowstone National Park, where every 45 minutes Old Faithful does erupt, and so they can time it because it happens all the time. You don't think that's possible, do you?
No, that's possible. I think that's possible.
Oh, okay.
They would have to falsify like a lot of information. Like they would have
Such as?
For example, if the eruption of a volcano is quite a big deal, so even in ancient times, people would document it like we live near this volcano in these days it's erupted. So they would have to remove all the evidence about previous eruption to make it look like it's not something cyclical.
Why? So we have a catalog of when things erupt and they can't actually just create a timetable for when these things are going to occur? You gotta be kidding me.
Yes, no, I mean, if it was true, we wouldn't need them. We would see that, like, for example, sunset happens once in 24 hours, and we would know that this eruption happens once in like 20 years. So everyone would know it. And like, I don't know if we could see the table of eruption for the next like 10 years.
So this is an argument from ignorance fallacy. Because you actually haven't seen the catalogs and the stories about how often these things occur, you're going to say that they don't exist, and therefore the predictions are based on what then? How do you know they're going to predict these things? What are they giving you as evidence that they know when the volcano is going to erupt?
No, I think it works another way. If you claim that the volcano is erupting every something years, you have to like show it, because
No, I'm just saying that that's a possibility.
Yeah,
I'm not going to affirm the consequent. I'm just leaving that as an option. I'm not saying, you're saying that it's essentially they're predicting it because of some factor. You haven't given me that factor, but they're predicting it, and therefore it must be based on something having to do with this geology or this seismic study being true, which you haven't given me that. We really need to avoid affirming the consequent in this discussion, which is basically everything, that's the foundation of the globe itself, is affirming the consequent. It's illogical, and it's not scientific at all. It's kind of just like throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks, or just thinking to yourself, this might be possible, so we're going to call it fact. There could be a myriad of reasons as to why volcanoes erupt. There could be a myriad of reasons as to how they could predict it or post-dict it. But because no one is actually conducting any experiments, which is deductive by nature, then they're just making things up and not proving it.
So what about xenoliths? They are like what I'm reading right here. It says the Earth's mantle has been naturally sampled over billions of years by at many locations by the various volcanic eruptions, but especially by kimberlites, which are volcanic eruptions which bring up xenoliths, Greek for foreign rocks. From various depths. up to 600 kilometers. The original depths of these fragments of the mantle can be determined from the pressure-temperature relations of various mineral assemblages in the rocks with reference to experimental studies done in high-pressure furnace in a lab. What is the...
Okay, so let's see if you can figure out how they actually ripped you off in that particular statement. How many times did they affirm the consequent? What did they actually prove to you? Or did they just make claims and not bother to prove it to you?
So like if conduct like metamorphic rocks, are you claiming that the metamorphic rocks are a lie?
I'm not claiming anything. I'm trying to see if you can actually figure out how they lied to you, and you're not catching it.
I don't know if they lied to me or not. I'm
okay.
Just
what did they say?
A study.
They said
I just read the study. Do you want me to reread it?
Yeah, reread it and see if you can actually figure out, because you can go ahead and go on Google and see how far we've dug. Which 8 miles is actually generated
off of the volcano eruption, various eruptions. All right.
So they have volcanic eruptions, and what did they say? They said these came from 600 kilometers deep. How would they prove that?
Up to various depths. Up
no worries. How would they prove that, since they've only dug 7.6 miles?
I think it was through the testing of how much pressure it would require to develop these rocks with temperature.
Read that part for me.
Yeah,
read that part for me.
The original depths of the fragments in the mantle were determined from the pressure-temperature relations of the various mineral assemblages in these rocks with reference to the experimental studies done in high-pressure furnace in a high-pressure furnace in the lab.
Okay, so in a lab, they got some, let's say they got some samples of this rock and they heated it back up to the temperature it is when it comes from the volcano, right? So it's the same temperature, and they started applying pressure to it to force it through an orifice to see how much it would take to move it. So then they assumed that the only way to create that kind of pressure is for it to have come from a certain depth. Well, in that case, they would be affirming the consequent, because they don't actually know where the pressure comes from or how it's generated or what depth it would be necessary for it to create that amount of pressure. So they went ahead and just made up a story, and then they published it, and you said, oh, sounds plausible. Didn't prove anything to you, just made it up.
I mean, I can continue reading.
The more you read, the more bullshit you will find. But you can keep reading and show me how many more times they affirm the consequent in this.
Okay. I'm pretty unbiased to the situation at the moment, so I don't. It's up to you. Like, how much patience do you have? Because you seem to be.
Well, no. If you're unbiased, then you should probably see for yourself that they're affirming the consequent. How come that doesn't piss you off?
Because I'm unbiased. I don't care if the Earth is flat or round.
Well, then why are you here having this conversation, looking up studies on the internet about volcanic eruptions?
I'm curious to learn different perspectives to figure out until I am no longer biased, or until I'm no longer unbiased. I'll affirm an opinion once I get all the evidence.
Oh, this is not about opinion, friend. You're in the wrong place. This is all about objectivity. This is not subjective. This is just about data. Okay? So what we would need, if this is a flat Earth server and not a volcano server, or channel, I should say, we should talk about how much curvature is measured over the surface of the Earth. Then you don't have to form any opinions. Then you can just go, oh, it's a ball because we measured this much curvature.
Okay. Could you show me the measures of like the exact measures?
Measures of what?
Like
curvature? There isn't any. There's none. That's the whole point. There's no measurements of curvature unless you can show me some.
Okay. So because there's no measures of curvature, has anybody tested to see if the measures of the curvature are false?
Yeah, of course. That's why we're here. They gave us a number. We look for that particular curvature rate over the surface of water. It doesn't exist. In fact, everybody, the surveyors, the map makers, the people who build on the Earth, people who navigate it, they all treat the Earth as flat and stationary, and at the same time they tell us it's a ball. So we went ahead and checked for the curvature. It's not there. Ergo, if something isn't curving, it has to be flat. Don't shoot the messenger.
I have a confusion you might be able to clarify for me.
Mm-hmm.
If Earth were flat, you'd be able to see everywhere from a high place, but you can't.
Based on what?
Just based on basic logic.
That's not true. If your basic logic is going to include all variables, then I might agree with you. So why don't you give me all the variables that we would have to deal with looking over the surface of this Earth and see if what you're saying is correct. Let's start with the opacity of the atmosphere or the air itself.
Wouldn't we be able to see Mount Everest, though?
Hold on, bro. We got a new claim here. Apparently you can see forever with no problems across the surface of the Earth through air. Are you aware that air is not completely transparent?
Sure.
Okay. So why would you also then say that we should be able to see all the way across the Earth, even though the air is not completely transparent? That's a bummer, isn't it? When you kind of realize it was a foolish statement to make when the air is not completely transparent and I should be able to see forever.
Articulate myself the best I can, which requires thought instead of just impulsive responses. You know.
All right. So when you seriously consider the fact that looking through air is only going to be at max 300 miles across the surface, why would you assume that you're going to be able to see the entire Earth from surface level through thousands of miles of air?
Well, here's the thing, right? If the limitation were just due to the opacity of the air,
that's just one variable. We're going to do some more, but you go and continue.
Up, right? Because logically, then being higher up, you'd be able to see more. It wouldn't help much at all because the air is still there and it has, you know, different opacities. But in reality, the higher you go, the further you can see, and you see more distant objects like skylines or mountains.
Right.
Especially
so now we have that's one variable, right? So number one, I'm interested. Why are you describing to me a flat Earth in this scenario? Like you said, height.
Yeah.
So that's flat Earth, right?
No, you can be of a different height on a round Earth too.
That's incorrect. Height is only in reference to a horizontal datum.
No, that's not true. You can be on a sphere and then have a different height. I don't see why not.
Sorry, it's not my definition. Don't shoot the messenger. Height is always in relation from base to top, and that description and that relationship is a horizontal relationship. The only thing that you can describe from the surface of a sphere would be in or out. That's all you get. Height is in relation to horizontal. But anyways, okay, so we've got. So how high do you think you would need to be to see the whole Earth?
If height is only from base to top, then why would climbing a mountain
horizontal
further over the horizon? It's not just.
No, I'm just saying, you're right. You're describing a flat Earth. You don't even know it, but you're describing a flat Earth in this scenario. But we'll get past that. So how high do you think you need to be able to see sun? How high do you think you need to be? How high do you think you need to be to see the entire Earth?
Okay, I'm just going to respond to your first point, right?
Okay, I'll just go ahead and mute you if you're not going to continue the conversation because this is old and busted.
No, you're wrong.
No, I know I'm right because you can describe height to me in a horizontal scenario, and now right now you don't seem to want to actually have the conversation. So you don't know how to answer the question. You're wrong about height, right? You're obviously wrong about height. No, that's not right. I mean, you and I can both talk at the same time. It'll take forever. I'll just do this. You can either stick on the height problem, which is only in relation to horizontal, and you'd be incorrect. Or we can talk about all the different variables that you think are no problem on a flat Earth to be able to see the whole thing. What do you want to do? Okay, I guess you don't want to have a conversation. No problem. Huh?
Oh, I'm unmuted. Sorry. No, we were talking about the different variables that contribute to this supposed confusion of mine, right? So, you gave an answer to one of them, as you saw fit, an answer, and I didn't quite understand the answer. And I've asked you to clarify, but instead of doing that, you'd far rather mute me and
So you want to talk about the conversation. You don't actually want to get to the base root of the conversation. You want to talk about me. Friend, I'm asking you a very simple question. Would you like to have a conversation about all the variables that we would need for what your claim is about seeing forever the entire Earth from a certain height would be possible? Let's talk about all the variables. If you want to talk about me, it's not going to work. I'll just leave you on mute or I'll kick you out. So if you want to make this about people, you're gone. If you want to make it about the topic, let's talk about the topic.
when did I make it about you? What are you talking about?
Bro, this is your last opportunity. I'm going to take you off mute. We're going to talk about the topic. Are you ready? Tell me all the different variables we would have to at least establish or eliminate or consider if we're going to see the entire Earth from a certain height. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm not playing your game, pussy.
Okay, so he's not going to actually talk about the topic. He doesn't want to talk about the topic. He would rather argue about minutia. We're talking about variables. Right?
No, you're just not answering my question. What do you...
No. The question is, how many different variables do we need to eliminate to make your statement true? So let's go through them. Number one, air is not completely transparent. Are we good on that, or should we move to another one?
Am I even allowed to ask you about it, or are you going to...
Are you just going to keep talking about whether or not you're allowed to ask? When I'm asking you something very poignant, are you done with that particular topic? The opacity of the air, or should we move to something else? Now that we know that air is not completely transparent, are you done with that one? Should we move on to angular size, or are you going to complain? Let's see what happens.
I don't understand your first point. That's fair.
Oh, so air is not completely transparent. You agreed. That's one variable.
Well, moreover, the reason I don't understand that is because the first thing you did, and I'm not making it about you, I'm just trying to understand, okay? The first thing you said was about height and how height works on a vertical plane and how it can't.
I'm going to go along with you and say that height can exist on a ball, even though that's incorrect. I'll give you a tangent point. No problem. But if you want to hang up on that one thing, we're not going to keep talking. So if you want to hang up on that minutia, I'll give you the height. No problem. Giving you the height. You tell me what height we would need to be at to see the entirety of the surface of the Earth. Please continue.
Well, if it depends if the Earth is flat or if it's round. If it's round, then, I mean, you can't.
Is it round?
You can't get a whole global view as in like every single angle of it without being in different angles around the world or in space.
Great. So is the Earth round? Is the Earth round?
Am I allowed to answer? Like,
yeah, is the Earth round? I'm asking you that question.
No, based on my understanding, yes.
Okay, where was the curvature measured so we can see how big this ball is?
I don't know.
So your understanding is that the Earth is round, but you don't know if anybody measured any curvature?
Well, I would, based on basically everything released by NASA, I could go through all of it. I could find a lot of stuff. I don't have it,
Let's do it.
saved to the
Let's go.
database in
Come
my
on, let's
brain.
do
I
it.
don't have a neural chip, but
Let's
yes,
do it.
I would say yes.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's see who measured the curvature of the Earth. You can use NASA. I don't give a shit.
Okay. NASA has measured Earth's curvature, but not just NASA. Literally anyone with the right tools can do it today. High altitude weather balloons. People will launch weather balloons with GoPros to over 30 kilometers or 100,000 feet. At that height, you can clearly see the curvature of the Earth, a consistent, predictable curve, not just a fisheye lens trick. Thousands of hobbyists have done this, not just NASA. You've got jetliners and long-range views. Commercial pilots routinely see the curvature from cruising altitude, which is 35,000 feet.
Friend, I don't want to hear about apparent curvature. I want measured curvature, please.
Sorry, what did you say? You cut out there for me.
I don't want to hear about apparent curvature because we've sent up weather balloons too, and the horizon looks flat. So that's inconclusive. I want measurements of curvature. I will accept nothing less.
Okay. One moment. Okay, the lake, and I don't know how to say this, the Lake Pontchartrain Powerline Experiment.
Pontchartrain.
Louisiana.
This is not an experiment. I need the measurements of curvature, please. I don't know why you're wasting my time.
Okay. Okay. It is 6,371 kilometers mean radius.
My gosh, dude. That's the value. Where did they get the value?
Now you're asking where did they get it?
Of course, I'm asking for the measurement. I'm not asking for the actual, like the value that they give. I want to know how they measured the Earth. How did they measure the Earth?
You know how you go to a tailor and they wrap that thing around your waist, get a measurement, so they know what size to make your suit.
Hold on, yeah, so exactly. So it's just geometry of a sphere, right? It's a well-known formula. It's an oblate spheroid in this case, and the formula of a sphere is 4 over 3.
Making the claim.
3.
The method. We need methodology. We need to know who, when, and how they got the value, how they measured it.
Well, it's just kind of it's just geometry, isn't it? I mean,
right, so what did they measure?
Mathematical
what did they measure?
Principles which have been...
What did they measure? How did they do it?
They measured the volume.
The what?
Like you said, you asked how did they get the volume? Well, that's how. That's the volume of the sphere.
Not volume. Holy cow! We're not even talking about volume. We're talking about curvature. Measurement of drop over distance, which is consistent with a sphere of radius 3959 in reality. Where did they do it? How did they do it? Who did it? And let's see if we can verify it. Where's that at? You get two options. You get Jeranism or you get Eratosthenes.
Well, you just have satellites that can tell you.
No. No. Satellites don't measure anything. You're not putting satellites into orbit unless you actually have measurements of the Earth in the first instance.
In space.
So look, bro. You actually have to have a measurement of the curvature to put a satellite in orbit around a ball. I need to know how they measured the curvature of the ball. Come on, man.
Putain de ta mère, voilà, la reine des putes, va Tobidog.
Inglés, por favor.
Sale chien de ta mère, la race, ta mère, la.
Yeah, okay, we're not going to have any Inglés from this homeboy. All right.
So, so you said that satellites can't tell you, right? Just simple question. Satellites.
How would a satellite measure the curvature of the Earth? Give me the walk me through the process.
Okay, so a satellite sends a radar or laser pulse down to Earth. It measures how long it takes for the pulse to bounce back. Knowing the speed of light, this gives the distance from the satellite to the surface accurate to within centimeters. Repeating that over time as the satellite orbits, it does this thousands of times per second over every part of the Earth, resulting in a massive, ultra-precise 3D elevation map of Earth's surface, oceans, and land, which tells us these elevation measurements are plotted globally. The only shape that fits the elevation data, a spheroid, which is curved with a radius of 6,000.
No, you didn't walk me through it. This is a bunch of claims. I want you to walk me through it.
The height data.
I want you to walk me through it.
I want you to walk me through it. Because obviously you're going to mute me because you won't let anyone talk that doesn't fit your agenda.
No, actually, you're just answering my question. I don't know why you want to make this about people, and I will mute you because it's just not going to work out. Because you want to make this conversation about me. I want you to not read something off the internet and then just assume that what they're telling you is correct. I want you to walk me through the process. Because nothing that you described so far has anything to do with curvature. This is about pings of radio signals, and it actually doesn't tell us anything about the curvature rate of the Earth. So, let's go from ground zero. You can either use the satellites and walk me through the process and tell me how these angular relationships and the speed of light and the pings and all that stuff measure curvature, or you can tell me how someone measured the curvature in the first instance so that they could put satellites in space. It's up to you.
I literally just walked you through point by.
No, you read to me more claims on top of claims. You can either walk me through the process because you understand it, right? This is your proof. You actually know how this is actually done, and the angular relationships, and the pings, and the speed of light. You'll tell me how this all works, so I don't have to guess. I can say, yeah, this guy knows exactly what he's talking about, and he knows how this is actually curvature measurements. So, let's walk through it.
Okay, so, before you mute me again, please.
Well, I will mute you whenever I want, however I want, for whatever reason I want. And you can just stop talking about it because it's really annoying. It's called concern trolling. Now you're concerned for yourself. We're going to stay on topic. You're going to walk me through the process. You're not going to talk about mutes. That's the end of it.
Okay, so I'll preface before I do that, okay? I think the logical problem that we both share, because I think it needs that clarification in order for us to progress. Otherwise, we go into it, we hit a loop, and I don't think either of us want to hit a loop here, right? So, until you're able to tell me why what I'm saying is wrong, okay, any answer, and that means every answer that I could give you, you're going to say that I don't have.
Nope, we're not doing this. Let's talk about logic. Let's not beg the question, that's a logical fallacy, that the Earth is a sphere in the first instance. Let's not beg the question
that satellites are in outer space, the vacuum of outer space, which would be impossible in an open system globe Earth paradigm with no barrier for the gas. Let's not beg the question. I agree with you. So, if anything out of your mouth from this point forward is logically fallacious, I'm going to shut it down immediately. And I will name the fallacy and I will prove it to you while you're on mute. That's what's going to happen.
Okay. So can you tell me exactly, so I can answer exactly what you're asking here, please?
I want to know who measured the curvature of the Earth in the first instance from surface level without begging the question or affirming the consequent. And I want you to give me the values from whatever measurement method that they used to get the sphere with a radius of 3959 or 6,300 kilometers and change. Go.
There is no one who. It's the whole of NASA.
No, NASA didn't measure the curvature of the Earth. You don't even know your rhetoric, bro. Okay, no worries. I'll let you do this. Okay, fine. So, okay, fine. So, nope. Sorry. What I asked you for specifically was who measured the curvature of the Earth from surface level and how they did it. So, if NASA is who you're going to appeal to, I want you to show me how NASA measured the curvature of the Earth from surface level. That's what I want to hear from you.
Oh, I'm muted. Okay, sure. Laser and optical surveying.
Great.
There's hold on.
Nope,
hold on.
nope. I'll mute your dumbass. Tell me how they did it with lasers. Or geological surveying, whatever the hell that is. Let's go.
Do you want it in basic English?
Yeah, just walk me through the process. They got a theodolite, they got a laser, they measured this much drop over distance. Go ahead.
Okay, so imagine a really long straight line over water or flatland, like a lake.
Show it to me. Show me the test. I want to see it.
Okay, so you set up a laser device at one end and it sends a...
No, give me the specific instance. Don't just be vague about it. Don't be ambiguous. Come on. I mean, I know that you're already checkmated, but let's just do this. So give me the specific instance. Give me the data.
You're changing the goalpost. You asked me to tell you who. You asked me to do it. You tell me.
No, I'm not changing the goalpost. I want to know who did it, the methodology. Let's go. When was it done? Who did it? Come on. Don't play this stupid game.
Oh.
Certainly you have a citation or a link to when this was done and all the data. Where's it at?
There's fucking loads, man. There's just fucking loads.
Okay, just post one. Just one.
No, I don't want to put anything in the chat, but you can look up your stuff.
Oh, you don't want to put anything in the chat. You don't want to put a specific link about how this proved curvature and the measurements and the lasers and the surveying and the speed of light in the chat. That would prove your point. That would be too easy. You just want to just talk ambiguously, right? No, put it in the chat.
Okay, fuckface. I'll put it in the chat.
Great. Waiting.
Okay, then you're gonna have to give me a second. Notice how you will delete it from the chat, though. Let that go on record for everyone to hear. You will delete it.
I don't delete nothing from the chat. Now you're poisoning the well. That's a fallacy. This is not logical.
Okay, let me guess. You're gonna remove anything that's missing.
Now it's ad hominem and poisoning the well. So how many logical fallacies do you want to go through before we actually get to the point where you show me actual measurements of drop over distance consistent with a radius of 3959?
You keep on pretending.
I don't know why you're talking. You should be poking. This is really weird. Why are you not posting? Just post.
Sure. I said, give me a moment so I can give the most accurate data.
I don't know why you're talking when you should be posting. Don't talk about me. Don't poison the well. Just do it.
Oh, don't poison the well. Don't talk about me, but I'll talk about you and insult you. Yada yada.
Dude, I was quiet. You decided, hey, you're going to leave my post. And that's why right now, guess what's going to happen? Yes, I'm going to mute it because you're talking about me and the topic. So anyways, I can talk all I want. This is the fun part. I'm going to talk. You're going to be quiet. You're going to poison the well. I'm going to stop that from happening. You actually are going to post the measurements of drop over distance, and you won't be unmuted until that happens. And then when I take you off of mute, we'll see what happens, won't we? It's going to be a long mute. I don't see you typing. I don't see you putting anything in the side chat. I wouldn't mute Earth curve measurements. I'd be doing cartwheels and backflips and stuff. I think most of the flat earthers over here would be doing the same thing. We'd be like, oh, finally, back to real life where we don't have to deal with trolls and retards.
I mean, direct measurement of drop over distance, right? Direct measurement of the Earth itself should have been how they came to the realization that it's a globe. Through no other means but that. That should have been what they did. Like, they went out and they measured and they went, oh, I see now. Right, yeah. I mean,
100%. These servers would not exist if that very simple thing existed. Like, I wouldn't know any of y'all if that was the case. I made it rough, though. I said no affirming the consequent, no begging the question. So now I'm still waiting for that drop over distance measurement from our friend, and I'm not getting it. It's weird. Antonio is not giving us what he said he had. Weird. What do we got? NASA. Okay. Going to it.
All right. For the sake of this being speedy, let's talk to Antonio. Okay, Antonio, give me the page number and what we're looking for in this PDF.
The whole thing, dude.
No. I want you to show me what we're looking for so we can make this a speedy process. I'm sure you read the whole thing. So you tell me what page and what paragraph.
Okay.
I'm looking at it. Page and paragraph, friend. What are we after here?
Let me find one that best, because it all talks about it. So let me find one that's.
It all talks about it, yeah. Ambiguous, yeah.
Yeah. So look at page 4, section 3, determination of the Earth-centered datum or datum. That's where
Determination of the Earth-centered datum. Page 4. I'm right there. I'm at page 4.
Line 2 to 3 on page 4. About how the
I'm at page 4.
shape is modeled, assuming Earth is a sphere or spheroid.
Modeled, so we don't have measurements yet. Antonio, obviously there's no measurements here. So why don't you go ahead and post in the side chat where we're not modeling something, but somebody measured the Earth curve, drop over distance, instead of begging the question. So that was a begging the question fallacy right there by NASA, and you repeated it. So just waiting for that measurement of drop over distance. No assumptions required. Anytime you're ready, just post it in the side chat. Because you're familiar with this material, you obviously read that whole PDF while we were, on mute. All I need is the page and the paragraph that talks about the drop over distance measurement that they took in reality, not assuming any models or anything, Antonio. You won't come off of mute until I get that in side chat. And I know it's not there, so you'll probably be on mute indefinitely. It's a bad day for the globe, Antonio. You made it look bad, bro. I suppose this is going to take a while because now Antonioni has to look through the entire document and read it and see if at any point they're not begging the question. Which, from what I can tell, there's a model at the beginning where they talk about a sphere Earth and they're begging the question. So the entire document now is based on a begging the question fallacy. That's not good for you, Antonioni. It's just not going to work very well, bro. You essentially posted an entire begging the question fallacy. But you like logic, right? Yeah, I only said drop over distance measurements about a dozen times, so I can see that you're here to waste time. I have an answer for that. Isn't it great? In the side chat, he says, according to the reference one, the geoid, begging the question fallacy. So, yeah, we won't be getting anything from Antonioni that's logically consistent. Change in elevation, flat Earth. Angle, flat Earth. Right angle, flat Earth. Deflection of the vertical. Oh my goodness. Antonioni, you gave us flat Earth proof, bro. Maybe I should clarify again. We're looking for drop over distance measurements, not verticals and 90s and angles to a flat Earth, bro. Come on, man. Antonioni, what are the measurements? You said you posted them, so you posted a PDF. The PDF begs the question of a spheroid, and then it shows us measurements of angles from a flat plane, and you think the flat plane is a globe and drop over distance? I don't understand. Help me understand in the side chat. Tell me how measuring from a flat plane equals sphere Earth. Bedford level, yes. Okay, so now we have, oh my goodness gracious, 6 feet higher in the middle. So now it's, oh wow. Bulge geometry, okay. I'll unmute him for this one. Who wants to take this one?
No, I was just going to say we're looking for drop over distance, not hump over distance.
Yeah, I know. So now we've got bulge over distance. Hey, Antonio, why do we have bulge over distance and not drop over distance?
2 seconds.
All right, Google this one quick, man. I know it's a really tough question, but why do we have bulge over distance and not drop over distance? This is my favorite when they bring this one up.
Because the Earth's curvature causes the middle of a long straight distance to appear higher relative to the ends when viewed along a line level of sight.
So now it's a humpy Earth and not a ball Earth. So you've got hump Earth.
Yes, it is.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay. So it's hump Earth, but it's not a ball Earth.
It's both.
It's both. Sorry, friend, that violates the law of non-contradiction. So now you violated the law of non-contradiction. That's another logical fallacy. So now we have humpy Earth and not ball Earth. Why is it so hard for you guys to actually get us to drop over distance? What's the problem?
There's no such thing as drop. Drop is
There's no such thing as drop. Oh, we've got a new player. Antonio, you lose. We got a new player. Who's the new player?
Yeah, there's no such thing as drop. Why you guys talking about drop?
Oh, it's Robert.
The Earth curves away. Curves away.
Brother, are you sure it curves away, brother?
Yes. You guys keep talking about down and up and drops and all these garbage words. These are reference.
Oh well, Robert. When Globers come in and tell us that boats go down over the horizon, you better stop them and correct them.
You just got perma-muted or banned. Okay. He is a ban evader, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, no, that's good. Good. It's good. Radius. That's what he called himself. Radius 359. 395.
Why is it so difficult for someone to just like post the measurements of the Earth's surface, having drop, curvature, a rate of change of slope?
Yeah, there's no such thing as a curvature. You guys, what's wrong with you guys? No curvature on a ball. That's hilarious, man. Yeah, I recognize that guy. It's always the same thing.
Pass the globe onto the left-hand side.
Let's talk to Antonio, who now thinks he lives on a potato Earth.
It's not.
Okay, Antonio. So the potato Earth, so around the equator, it measures a certain distance, and then around the poles, it measures a certain distance. I want you to tell me how much in percentage it is out of round, this oblate spheroid.
Okay, can I request that you stop muting me so we can have
I want you to go ahead and just give me the measurements of this oblate spheroid and tell me the percentage of out of roundness it is.
Okay.
And post it in the side chat. Here's a hint. It's 99.7% round. 0.3% out of round. Neil deGrasse Tyson said that the Earth is supposed to be smoother and rounder than a billiard ball. That's impressive. That oblate potato spheroid rolls better than a billiard ball. Crazy.